To get the meeting started, we're going to have a long agenda, so I'd like to get started. If you got conversations in the back, please take them outside. Bob, is there any change to the agenda?
You'll need to adopt the agenda that's at your desk. There was one addition under other business.
Motion second.
So moved.
All in favor, aye. Any opposed? Motion to adopt the agenda is passed. Need approval of the minutes from February 26, 2015, and the ones from March 12, 2015. If there's any, we'll vote on them separately, but is there any additions or corrections? If not, is a motion to approve the minutes of February 26.
So move.
Motion second to approve February 26, 2015 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Those minutes are now official. I need a motion and a second for March 12, 2015 minutes.
So moved.
Motion second for March 12, 2015 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Those minutes are now official. Members of the council that are in the audience, I believe Councilman Mitchell wanted to speak.
Councilman Mitchell.
Hey, I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. I'm here today. I think it's items 11A and 11B, the Bellevue Community Plan and the Stevens Valley Project. We've been working on this for years, it seems like now. We've had over 7 community meetings with the neighbors. We've tried to, when the developers came to me on this, I said the first thing we need to do is get out in front of this and let everyone in the community know just exactly what's coming. Because if you let the rumor mill go, people get the worst case scenario in their head, and that's what these folks have done. These folks have met with HOAs, we've had community meetings, we've had traffic calming committees that have formed, and we've worked with all of them. The developers have done the best job I think I've worked with any developers, just communicating with the affected residents around this. And to be honest with you, I'm very proud of what's coming in our community because of this. This is going to be a community that's, for the next 20 years, is going to be evolving. It's going to be a great addition to Bellevue. I think it's going to be a great addition to Nashville and Middle Tennessee. I think it could be one of the best communities in our area when it's finished. But these guys have been thoughtful, worked hard, and tried to come up with a plan that not only the people who will be moving into their development, but everyone around this development will be proud of it in our area. And with that said, I thank you again for allowing me to speak today, but this is a great addition to our community, and I hope you can support it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Holloman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jason Holloman, District 24. I'm here today on item number 3 on your agenda, and this is the SP rezone on the St. Thomas West property there on Harding near the White Bridge Road intersection. A few brief comments, and I know that you're going to hear from the attorneys on behalf of St. Thomas and St. Thomas officials and some of the neighbors as well. This process began in 2013. Since that time, we've had 2 large-scale community meetings and probably over a dozen small-scale community meetings with various neighbors, business owners, other stakeholders, and individuals. The substance of the request is essentially 2 parcels on the campus. One is what I'll call the old Imperial House property. That's the abandoned vacant apartment building that's currently zoned RM40 near the Picnic, if you're familiar with that. And the other is the other adjacent parcel that's the old Knights of Columbus property that's essentially vacant at this point, except that it does have some impervious surface left over from the former development there. That property is zoned OG currently. The idea in a nutshell with this proposal is to take some of the OG use rights off of the Knights of Columbus property and put them onto the Imperial House property and reserve all of the Knights of Columbus property, which is in excess of 6 acres, for green space. And a lot of that property is floodway and floodplain, so certainly we're gaining flood storage, you're gaining more green space. One of the commitments that is going to happen as part of this from St. Thomas is that all of that property will have the impervious surface removed from it once the construction begins on the Imperial House. We went this SP route essentially because we wanted to address concerns about how the old Imperial House property would develop, and also to eliminate some of the noxious uses that were available in OG that I think everybody, including St. Thomas, agreed they would never do, but we wanted to be able to eliminate those uses. You will hear from some neighbors that are concerned about traffic impacts as well as creek impacts. While this is the Planning Commission level and we're still open to discussion, I do want to make clear to this body that there is no increase in density or increase in uses as a result of this rezoning. In fact, there is a reduction of uses and only a transfer of density. Additionally, the buildable floor plate on this campus is smaller after the rezoning than before because of the reservation of the entire 6-acre parcel for green space than it is today. I think that at the end of the day, this property is also controlled by the traffic requirements of the Harding UDO. If they, with any development that they bring and show you a final plan under this SP, exceed the original 2005 traffic projections, they're going to be on the hook for substantial off-site traffic improvements. All of that will have to be demonstrated at the point that they cull this down to a final plan. But at this point, it's really just moving uses within the campus. I believe that it is a net gain for the community and for St. Thomas as well. I also think that the alternative, building under the straight zone, is going to create more building in the floodplain, and likely, if they're not able to build some of what they want there on the site that we're talking about, they're going to push it up onto the main campus, which is higher up topographically, that's a hard one, and therefore more visually impactful to the surrounding community. So for those reasons, I think this is a net gain, and I ask that you support it. But again, I welcome the discussion because I think that we still have some concerns that need to be resolved, and hope that we can do that through the remainder of the process. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Davis, would you like to speak?
Good afternoon. I want to thank the commissioners for being here today voluntarily. I want to thank my council colleagues for being here and doing such an eloquent job as expressing their opinions. And also want to thank the planning staff for all their hard work and the thankless hours. We do see it. I wish I can give you a raise, but I wish I could give all Metro employees a raise. I want to come to you, talk to you about the text amendment today. And I want to ask for your forgiveness because there's a reason for this. Last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago, I was in front of this great body talking about an SP rezoning for a large entertainment facility. Nashville, we're a growing city, and what has happened along this riverfront corridor and between the highways, Germantown, where PSC Metals is located, also a lot of industrial use along the riverfront in my area. Some of the owners felt like, that's great, and we want to have the options to open up to bowling alleys, movie theaters, and other things that fall in this entertainment category and amusement category. Several weeks ago, when the Topgolf news was breaking, I got a call from a movie theater company interested in putting a movie theater on the riverfront in this area between the two ball fields, right in the heart of Germantown and near other areas. And then I looked back and I remembered, with some help from some other colleagues and some other community leaders, about the go-kart place that went in Councilor Westerholm's district, which he supported at the time. Also, it was Bill Purcell, I believe, who helped forward that motion to get, the go-kart place open on the riverfront. But the problem that they were having is you cannot race go-karts in the industrial areas. And we all agree, at least I think most of us, if we can blow things up, collect trash, and do concrete, why not race some go-karts there? And then looking at this, it was kind of funny where I thought, wait a minute, I can't put a movie theater or Dave & Buster's on the riverfront because people need something to do in between the baseball games and the football games and other things going on there. And plus Nashville, we love to collect our tax dollars, and especially that money from all our tourists coming in. And it was kind of strange. And so we were thinking, well, what can we do to allow commercial amusement and entertainment inside of this corridor, this belt loop between the highways and our riverfront? And once again, there were some talks some years ago about a Dollywood extension being done over there at Gaylord Opryland area a while back, maybe a couple of years ago. I wish Stuart was here today with some institutional memory. And Chairman, maybe you might remember those talks too. But one of the things that they were looking at is where we're going to find space and where can we get the most bang for our buck and where can we get everybody. Well, everybody wants to go downtown. Unfortunately, there's not enough room downtown, but it's no secret we've been talking about how we can move along and have some other alternative besides PSC metals and other things on a riverfront that we want gone or modified, but at the same time, companies want their industrial rights maintained because, God forbid, the go-kart place goes out of business or the market falls, then they need to get a tenant in there that they can help. But this is no secret to any of you commissioners here and my fellow council members. Sometimes when a neighborhood grows up around the area and then they don't remember when that was an industrial use, then all of a sudden you have an uproar when the go-kart place goes out of business because now the owner wants to do concrete or pipes or any kind of large-scale industrial once again, and the owner doesn't understand, well, I used to do this 15 years ago. What's the problem? Well, we have new neighbors who don't want it now. And that's always an unpleasant fight, and you hate being in the middle as the Planning Commission or as a planner with this department, and especially as a council member being in the middle of that. But at the same time, there's other ways around this. If we can include this type of use in the industrial area, it will save us a lot of time and a lot of heartache in the future. And it's only in between in those areas of the riverfront and the highway along North First Street, Cowan, East Bank, North Bank, and these uses will help continue that industrial tax dollars that we need coming in. At the same time, allow some creativity to bring other amusements because our city is growing, and we need more things on the riverfront and close to downtown for tourists to do, and so we can get even more tax revenue and other spending money to our hospitality associations here in Nashville. And I just encourage you, if you have to vote against it, it's okay. I still love all of you. But if not, I would like to have this passed, and I do intend to move this forward, even with a disapproval, because more importantly, I will leave you with this. The majority of people who work at these entertainment places are young people. When you go to the movies, how many teenage girls and boys you see working in a movie theater? How many of those you see working at Dave & Buster's? And how many of those that you see working at the bowling alleys? I mean, when I was a kid, I did my little 1 year at the movie theater making popcorn and taking tickets. I mean, this is the kind of things that can happen. We need to create more jobs for our young folks so they're not on the streets causing problems. And this is one of the best ways that I see. And just with the inspiration that the city has done in creating jobs for people, we need to start creating jobs that most of our young people could do in the summertime and after school. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilman in the audience that I might have overlooked?
May I ask him a
Okay.
question, Chairman?
Yes, what?
Could I ask him a couple of questions
Sure.
while he's here?
Councilman
Councilman,
Davis,
can I
you
ask
got a
you a
question?
couple of questions? I was curious if that's specifically the area you're interested in, why you've written it as countywide, and if instead we could focus on that specific area that you're interested in.
Well, it's a big area, and I just want the option open because let's just say they decide to go into Council Lady Gilmore's district on the other side in Germantown, where there's a lot of industrial there, because they'll still be close to the ball field in my area, but they may decide to go somewhere else. Or let's just say, they want to go near the go-kart place or something else that wants to go near that area. That's in Councilman Westerholm's near the PSC metal site. So we have a lot of industrial within those boundaries. It just doesn't include my district. It also includes parts of Frank Harrison's district too. That's in between the riverfront and the highways. And most of that industrial there, it's high use, but most of it's vacant right now. I think in the next year, the only industrial site, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm about 90% sure, will be Kenny Pipe Supply there. That'll be the highest use industrial there in my district. I'm not speaking for Westerholm, Harrison, or Ms. Gilmore's district, but I know in my district, in the next year or two, the highest industrial use within that loop right there is going to be an auto parts supply place and Kenny Pipe Supply. So the safety issues, only way that you can get hurt in the pipe supply place is you go inside there and you fool with the pipes. And so it's also going to help attract other potential entertainment venues along that area, along my other friends and their counterparts in their districts. And so I think it needs to be countywide. But if you look closely, which I know you have, Commissioner, that it's only between those highways and that riverfront area, and also parts of downtown too, which can also have more entertainment, venues there on their riverfront, off 2nd and Broadway or those areas too.
You're saying you mean the only IG zoned property in the city is in that area?
Oh, no, ma'am. But with the bill, it narrows it down to land in between I-24, I-65, and the Cumberland River, in that little loop there.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Councilman. Bob, what items we have for deferral?
Mr. Chairman, let me make a statement on this because we've got two items on the agenda, 2A and item 11A, and this is as much for the audience and the applicants. Both of those items require 6 votes of the commission to be approved. Basically, right now, you've got 7 commission members. 2 of them on those 2 items have to recuse themselves, so there's a maximum of only 5 votes potential. It's a possibility that Commissioner Clifton will be here when that comes up, but the applicant on 2A has already requested deferral before Bob brings that forward, and the applicants on 11A need to take that into consideration when we get closer to that item. So this is a long agenda, and hopefully we can move our way through it. I have no idea.
Okay, so the items that we have right now that are requested for deferral are starting with is item number 7, 2015 SP-0. The items that are requested for deferral are items number 7, which is 2015 SP-029-001. This is the Hart Lane Cottages SP. This is a request to rezone from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 115 Hart Lane to permit up to 28 multifamily residential dwelling units. The applicant has requested deferral on that, and staff is recommending deferral to April 23rd, 2015. The next items that are on the deferral list are item 2A, 2015 CP-010-002. This is the Green Hills Midtown Plan Amendment. This is a request to amend the Green Hills Community Plan for various properties along 12th Avenue South, and the applicant has requested a deferral to the April 23rd Planning Commission meeting, and the associated zone change with that case is item 2B, case number 2015 SP-010-001. This is the Bristol 12th South SP. This is a request to rezone from CS and R8 to SP zoning for various properties along 12th Avenue South to permit a multifamily residential development containing up to 158 dwelling units. Staff recommendation is to defer to April 23rd. The next item is item 15. This is the Southgate Station SP, case number 2015 SP-037-001. This is a request to rezone from R6 to SP zoning for properties located at 514, 518, and 520 Southgate Avenue and Pillow Street, and 1608 Pillow Street, to permit a multifamily residential development with 41 units. Staff recommendation is to defer to the April 9th Planning Commission meeting. Do you want me to use one of these microphones? Or?
It's not off. The problem is there's too much noise in the audience.
Yeah, if people would go ahead and bill out with that conversation, it would help.
Okay. Next case recommended for deferral is item 16, 2015 SP-038-001. This is the Ethel and Leslie SP. This is a request to rezone from R8 to SP zoning for property located at 5825 and 5827 Leslie Avenue and Leslie Avenue unnumbered on the south side of Leslie Avenue between Sterling Street and Ethel Street, to permit up to 15 detached residential units. The staff recommendation is to defer to the April 23rd Planning Commission meeting. And the last item on the deferral list is item 21, 2015 S-036-001. This is the Haney Central Park resub of Lot 86. This is a request for final plat approval to create 4 lots on properties located at 1100 and 1104 Glenview Drive. Staff recommendation is to defer to the April 23rd Planning Commission meeting. Those are all the items on the deferral list.
Okay, the items that have been requested to be on deferrals, items 2A, 2B, items 7, 15, 16, and 21. Is there a motion to defer those?
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself from item 2A and B.
Okay. Motion is second to defer. All in. Got a motion second to defer those 5 items. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Items on consent.
Before I get to the consent agenda, as information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with a decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. And as noticed to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the Commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the Commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. So as I read these items into the consent agenda, please raise your hand if you'd like it removed. First item is item number 5 on page 6 of your agenda, case number 2015 SP-014-001. This is the Snyder Court SP. This is a request to rezone from R8 to SP zoning for properties located at 5800 and 5802 Robertson Avenue to permit up to 4 detached residential units.
Were you asking for that to be pulled? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so number 5 has been pulled from the consent agenda. Item number 6 is the next item on the consent agenda. This is case number 2015 SP-028-001 on page 6 of the agenda. This is the Tulip Grove addition. This is a request to rezone from RS 7.5 to SP zoning for property located at 1132 Tulip Grove Road to permit up to 49 detached residential dwelling units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next item is item 8, 2015 SP-033-001, the Burkett Station SP. This is a request to rezone from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at...
We have a request to pull that.
Okay. Next item is item 12, 2015 Z-003TX-001 on page 8 of your agenda. This is a request to amend chapters 17.37 and 17.40 of the Metropolitan Code to update the downtown code standards. Staff recommendation is to approve.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of questions on that, and so I don't not necessarily requesting a full presentation or open it up to the public hearing if there's no one here to speak against it, but I do have a couple of questions. I don't know if we should entertain those now or after the consent agenda.
If there are questions the staff can answer right away, but...
I've got probably 3 or 4.
I think it would be easier just to bring it up without a staff presentation and see if there's a need to call for a public hearing at that time during the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
So you're going to do that at a later point?
Yeah, just pull it off the time being.
Okay. Okay, the next item is item 14. This is 2015 SP-036-001 on page 8 of the agenda. This is the MAPCO Express SP. This is a request to rezone from CN to SP zoning for property located at 1500 and 1504 Robinson Road and Merritt Street unnumbered to permit a 4,500 square foot automobile convenience use. Staff recommends approval with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Next item on the consent agenda is item 17, case number 2015 Z-008PR-001. This is a request to rezone from CS, MUL, OR20, RM40, and R6 zoning to downtown code zoning and the Hope Gardens DTC subdistrict for various properties located west of Rosa L. Parks Boulevard and north of Jefferson Street, and to update the associated maps with Chapter 17.37 of the zoning code to reflect the proposed DTC and Hope Gardens subdistrict boundaries. Staff recommends approval. Next item on the consent agenda is item 18, 2015 UD-001-001. This is the Bellwood UDO on page 9 of the agenda. This is a request to apply an urban design overlay to various properties located east of Bowling Avenue along Valley Vista Road, Bellwood Avenue, and Saratoga Drive. Staff recommends approval. Next item on the consent agenda is item 19, 55-85P-002. This is a request to revise the preliminary plan for a portion of the Summit Commercial PUD Overlay District on properties located along Summit View Drive and Summit View Place. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Next item is item 20, 2008 IN-001-002. This is the Aquinas College Institutional Overlay. This is a request to amend the Aquinas College Institutional Overlay District for a portion of property located at 4210A Harding Pike to maintain existing buildings and add temporary modular buildings for interim space during renovations. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. And under other business, item 22 is employee contract renewals for David Edwards, Greg Claxton, and Letitia Birkland. Staff recommendation is to approve. And Item 23 is to set a special meeting for Wednesday, June 10th, 2015, and Monday, June 15th, 2015, if necessary, for consideration of the Nashville Next Plan at 4 p.m. here in this room at the Sunny West Conference Center. And the last item under other business is item 27, accept the director's report and approve administrative items. Staff recommends approval, and I'll note that Commissioner G is recusing himself on that item.
Okay. Bob, if you would go back through and give us the item numbers that are on consent.
I believe it is item 6, item 14, item 17, item 18, item 19, 20, 22, 23, and 27.
Commissioner, you've heard the request from staff that we approve these by consent. Is there a motion to do so? So approved. Motion second. All in favor? Any opposed? Those items have now been approved.
Let me go through, Mr. Chairman, the ones we're going to hear.
Yes.
First, if you don't mind, I'd like to introduce Brett Thomas. Brett, you want to stand up there? He's a new planner with the staff. He's been with us now for a little over a week. He'll be working in current planning and land development, and you'll be seeing him in a few meetings starting to present cases. We welcome you aboard. Just for the audience and the record, the commission will be hearing the following cases: items 1A and 1B, item 3, item 4, item 5, item 8, item 9, item 10, item 11A, item 11B, item 12, and item 13.
And I might warn the audience now, this is going to be a long agenda. We could be here as late as 10 o'clock or past. So if you're going to come to the microphone and speak, please line up behind one another, and so that we can speed this up. And I'd also ask commissioners to get to the point and make their decision, so that in respect to the audience also. So, okay, Nita, we're ready for 1A.
This is case 1A. I'm Anita McKegg. This one is a Green Hills Community Plan Amendment. And we're at 12th Avenue South and Paris Avenue. And the applicant has requested to change from urban neighborhood maintenance policy to urban neighborhood center. The two properties have not been developed as residential due to the unique stormwater drainage pattern in the area, and they've been used as an informal parking lot and driveway for years. Staff recommends approval of this application due to the unique circumstances regarding the drainage pattern and the minimal depth that neighborhood center policy would increase into the adjacent residential area. So that is an approval recommendation. Now for the zone change.
Lisa Milligan, I'm going to present on the 12th and Paris SP. This is the associated case for the policy change that you just heard. The request is a request to rezone from CS and R8 to SP to permit a mixed-use development. The property is located on the northeast corner of 12th Avenue South and Paris Avenue. It's approximately 0.64 acres in size. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions, subject to approval of the associated policy change. The property is currently zoned CS for the front property fronting on 12th Avenue South and R8 for the two back properties. The existing policy for the area is T4 Neighborhood Center for the front property and T4 Neighborhood Maintenance for the back two properties. The requested policy for the back two properties is T4 Neighborhood Center, and staff is recommending approval of that policy change. The site shows, this is the layout of the proposed development. There is an existing building on the site located in the corner, and they are planning to maintain the existing building. The proposed building would be built up and over on top of the existing building. If you can see this dashed line here, that indicates where the step back is of the third floor of the proposed building. There's a proposed parking area behind the proposed building, and that would be 2 levels of parking. One level of parking would be at ground level, at street level, and the other level of parking would be underground. The proposed uses of the building are retail on the first floor, office on the second, and up to 6 residential units on the third floor. They are providing access from the existing alley to the parking deck and also from Paris Avenue. These are some proposed elevations of the building. The top elevation shows you from 12th Avenue South, and the bottom elevation shows you a street view from Paris Avenue. The proposal does include adding landscaping to adding landscaping to buffer the parking structure from the existing residential homes, as well as adding knee wall and other landscaping features along Paris Avenue. The plan supports several critical planning goals. By adding a mixture of uses and improving sidewalks, the development is providing a more walkable neighborhood. The proposed retail uses could be a destination for existing residents as well as proposed residents. The ground floor uses will be active, which promotes a more interesting streetscape and promotes walking. Also, the development is along existing bus line, providing for transportation choice. It's located on an infill site. This is a shot of the existing building looking across 12th Avenue from Paris. So this is the existing building that will stay, and the other building will be built over and around that existing building with the parking behind it. This is a shot showing the existing conditions. This has been used as parking for some time. And again, staff is recommending approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions subject to approval of the associated policy change based on the fact that the development is consistent with the policy and promotes several critical planning goals.
Thank you. So, the item is open for public hearing, and the applicant will be allowed 10 minutes. You may keep 2 of that back for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Kevin Gangware with Civil Site Design Group, engineer representing the client on this project. I think Lisa's covered the proposed site plan. Wanted to, I guess, let the commission know about the, I guess, extensive amount of neighborhood input we've had on this project. We started this in October of 14 and have had 4 community meetings. Had 2 with the 12 South Neighborhood Association, 1 with the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, and then 1 that the Metro staff sponsored. We've met with the property owner immediately adjacent to this property 4 times, 4 different occasions that are just a one-on-one meeting with them. We've met with the president of the 12 South Association, and we've got a lot of really good input from them. When we started this project, we had 1 flat surface parking lot that went from the existing building all the way to the adjacent property for the most part. Our final plan, as you can see, is much more compact. We've created a 2-level parking garage. Again, went to the neighbors with that, so it's a much smaller footprint, but the height, was a concern of theirs. Kind of having a parking garage didn't really fit in with the 12 South, and so went back to the drawing board, pushed that parking garage down in the ground, so now, in effect, as you drive by it on the street, you'll see a surface parking lot, and a very small one, with the second level being underneath that. So I think the point I want to make is that we've had an awful lot of community input on this and a lot of concern about the aesthetics and how it fits in the neighborhood. And the owner has taken a lot of extra time and effort to make sure that they address those. And we think the plan that you have in front of you today shows the neighborhood input, and we think we've met all of their concerns. This building was the original Granny White Market, and so we want to keep that and keep the character of that. And then add to it. So with me as the architect, he would like to speak a little bit about the proposed building, and then we have the property owner that would speak a little bit about his efforts in this community. So with that, we may hold a couple of minutes for rebuttal if we could, and we hope for your approval. Thank you very much.
Afternoon, I'm James Kennan with Kennan Calhoun Workshop at 700 Mill Park. And as Kevin said, we're the architects for the project. And so we're going to walk you through a couple images we've been showing in all these community meetings, which have been very, very productive. This is overview of kind of colored site plan. You can see the parking behind the existing building and the proposed building. And then there's a series of sections. One at the bottom is the building section through the building, and then showing the parking, how it's buried below grade. And then right above that, you see the ramp going down to the lower level. And you can see the buffer, the large buffer between parking and the adjacent neighbor. We've met with the adjacent neighbor at least 6 to 8 times and dealt with their concerns. Here's an overall aerial view of it, looking kind of from above Burger up. And you can see the gray purple is the existing structure, and the proposed structure is behind it. It's important to us to kind of develop a language of the building that knits into the fabric of the existing and developing 12th South. This is looking south on 12th South, 20th Century Christian Bookstore on my right, proposed building on my left, Burger up at the end. Again, if you come out of Burger up having a burger, you'll see the existing old Granny White Market building, and then the proposed building behind it. And as you look down Paris, you can see the landscaping buffering the parking. And then if you're driving up Paris, you see the first residence on the far right. You see a hint of the ramp to go down, the rest of the parking behind the landscaping, proposed building behind that, and the existing building poking around the corner there. And then if you were walking your dog on Paris and stopped and looked across the street, you'd see the residence, this large swath of buffer, and then parking in the building beyond. And then just some elevations, kind of showing the sense of character and windows that we'd be proposing. That's my last one. Yes. So appreciate your time and appreciate your support.
Thank you. We'll be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal, or you part of the group here?
Yes. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Mark Deutschman, and I am the Chief Manager of 1221 Partners. We bought this building in 1994 and then proceeded to buy a series of buildings on the street. We ended up buying 11 buildings. At the time, 12 South had 70% vacancy. I lived on Carruthers at the time and then moved over onto the park at Sevier at Clayton and lived there from 1986 till 2000. We helped sort of reform the 12 South Neighborhood Commercial District and helped with the streetscape improvements and created some traffic calming and thought about how we could make some complete streets. I feel like this project does fill a gap. Currently, the building doesn't come to the street, and it's nice to have a full walkable community. We have worked with the neighbors. We worked with Council Lady Moore and Council Lady Berkeley Allen to talk about this project, and we have had the approval of the 12 South neighborhood group and the Sunnyside neighbors, so we feel good about the process, and we've altered significantly our plans. We got into this conversation because we were thinking about parking, and there's a lot of parking conversations on 12 South, and Council Lady Moore actually approached me to talk parking. First thing we did is we went and restriped our lot at our Elmwood building, which is where Taqueria del Sol is located, and we got 18 spaces. And then we worked with H.G. Hill across the street that had built a building and put in a B-cycle on our property. So we were thinking about parking, walkability, and access and trying to see if we can help ease some of the pressure. We think that this can be a good building in the community. It seems to meet the walkability standards and sort of the long-term vision on the street, and I hope you'll approve. Thank you very much.
We'll be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor, please line up the microphone.
I'm Ken Winter, a 15-year resident on Paris and 35 in the neighborhood. I support the project. We're concerned with current law and with evolving ideas that it's a neighborhood center piece of land. It's a mixed-use land. By preserving the building and adding up to 3 stories and moving parking to the rear and providing landscaping against the house that you saw, I feel it does well. There was one area of confusion in the presentations to us. We thought there would be no parking on the side of the building on Paris from the stop sign back to the entry off Paris to the parking structure. I understand that the developer can't deal with that, but I would urge you to, throughout the neighborhood, stop people parking by the stop sign and get as much space there. Also, there is a fire hydrant and the stop sign. Thank you very much. We support. I support it.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Newell Anderson. I live on Kirkwood, about 4 blocks from the project. And as a neighbor, I wanted to voice my support for it. I think it's good that they listened to the neighborhood groups and had all the input throughout the process. I think it's a good project.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like it, or we'll just close the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one point on the parking. We support the no parking from 12th down Paris on our side of the road to our entrance. We would propose that. We know that's a traffic and parking and a public works issue. We will take that to them and hope to get that from them. So just let you know that we're supporting that as well.
Okay, thank you. I declare the public hearing closed. Ready for commissioners' discussion. Lily, I'll start with you. We'll discuss both 1A and 1B and then vote on them separately.
Sure. I had a question regarding the stormwater circumstances. There's the statement, I guess, made when we were discussing 2A about there being unique stormwater circumstances. I just wanted, I guess, a fuller explanation of that.
Okay, so there's on this, I'll let Steve from Stormwater address this question.
Steve Mishu of Metro Stormwater. Are you referring to the comments in the staff report?
Yes.
In a case like this, sometimes there's infrastructure right near the within the vicinity, and sometimes there's not. And whenever there's not, and they're proposing something, we just make it a condition of approval that during the construction plan phase, sometimes I'll have to extend storm pipes to the nearest infrastructure.
Okay, so that's the only thing they were referring to?
Pardon me?
Is that the only thing that was being referenced? There's the statement in here that due to unique circumstances regarding the stormwater drainage on the properties. Is that what they were referencing?
That actually wasn't part of my...
Yeah, there's the existing drainage.
Okay. I think, I remember what this one was. There's a pipe that traversed the property, and we just got to make sure that that all the buildings stay outside of the easement area. So if they could do the development with that, that's fine. If not, then they just have to reroute the pipe system.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Hunter.
I know this has been going on a while, and with no opposition here, I think it shows us that the trust in this developer who's put a lot into this community, both with their development and also philanthropically, and that they've worked with the neighborhood and the councilwoman. So I'm going to support it.
Greg. No comments. Jessica.
I just have a quick question for staff, but I think it's on the zoning side, and that is there's been another item that continues to be on the agenda but keeps getting deferred a couple blocks up, where there's been concern about encroachment of the commercial into the residential area. And I mean, I think this project makes sense in the way they've laid it out. It makes sense, but I just was wondering, consistency-wise, why we're supporting more commercial into the neighborhood, or neighborhood commercial into the further into the residential side.
Yeah, let me go back to one of mine. Let's see. If you look at this property and you see that it's really extended the neighborhood center policy to those 2 parcels, doesn't go as far in as it does to the north already.
Okay.
Now, the case that keeps being deferred is a few blocks up, and at that location, the neighborhood center policy is already further back, and they want to take it past like mid-block into the neighborhood. So it is a bit different case.
Okay. No other questions.
Andre?
I echo Hunter's thoughts, and I'm happy to move approval as recommended.
Motion second for approval on item 1A. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Need a motion on item 1B.
Move approval.
Motion second to approve with staff recommendations on item 1B. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now ready for item number 3.
Okay, item 3 is a request to consider as a zone change to specific plan for St. Thomas Hospital District. The request is specifically to rezone from OG, which is Office General and Multifamily RM40, to specific plan to permit a mixed-use development. Properties are outlined in red. It's located to the north of Harding Pike and east of or west of Bosley Place. Staff is recommending approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. So view of the site is approximately 13 acres and consists of 2 properties. The back portion is approximately 6 acres. The front portion is approximately 7 acres. The back site is the old Knights Columbus property, and the front property contains the Imperial House, which is a National Register eligible property. As you note, the Planning or the Historic Zoning Commission has recommended approval of this. Richland Creek bisects these properties and is represented by the blue line that runs between the 2 properties. The current zoning, again, is RM40. That would permit up to 280 residential units. The Office General would permit up to 300, or right under 400,000 square feet of non-residential uses. This is also in the urban design overlay, which would remain in place with the SP. This is the Harding Town Center urban design overlay that was approved in 2005, and again, it will remain in place. And the yellow highlighted area is the boundary of the UDO, and the 2 blue, of course, is the proposed site. This is also within the floodplain overlay district. As you can see, the hatched area is floodplain, and the dark blue is floodway associated with Richland Creek. This is in the floodplain overlay and almost entirely covered with floodplain. It is exempt from the floodplain requirements in the zoning code. That's because the properties are previously developed. And so this is the section from the zoning code that speaks to that. And so for the purpose of this subsection, it says that any property that has been disturbed, that has had permits, or there is any type of grading permits or material that has reduces the permeability on the property. So this is the site plan. It is basically a regulatory plan, but has a conceptual layout. So the buildings you see, A, B, and C, can move with any final site plan when it comes in, but it would have to meet the standards that are within the regulatory document. The primary reason for the SP is to permit additional uses on the site while maintaining the UDO standards. So it has 2 parcels. The back parcel is parcel A. It's approximately 6 acres, and that's parcel that will be reserved for greenway, parks, and outdoor trail and recreation uses. There will be no development such as commercial or residential that are permitted on that site, so it's creating open space. Development parcel B, which is approximately 7 acres, is a development site which permit residential office as well as commercial. The maximum floor area would be 441,698 square feet, and that's based off the OG zoning, which is placed at the back. And you do have a revised staff report at your desk, and the 2 changes that are on those are the ones that are in red. So the previous staff report indicated that they had 450,000 square feet of maximum floor area, so they reduced that, and that was on a revised plan that was submitted yesterday. And they also limited the retail use to 15% of the maximum floor area. So those are 2 changes that staff did not have a major issue with and did not impact our recommendations, so we were okay with moving it forward tonight. The max number of residential units for the request is 230. So basically the rest of the SP copies or mirrors the urban design overlay, and that deals with bulk standards, parking, landscaping, buffering, screening, as well as architectural standards. The policy is T5. Well, this is the current policy, which is urban mixed use as well as conservation. So the mixed use policy is intended for mixed use areas, and it's more a neighborhood draw scale. The conservation, of course, represents the Richland Creek floodplain and floodway. Since this site was previously disturbed and can be developed, staff would look at the mixed-use policy, and the conservation policy is kind of a moot point since it can be developed today. The draft preferred future policy is urban regional center, and it also has the conservation under there. The regional center is also a mixed use, but it's a more intense and recognizes a larger draw from a larger area associated with the uses like St. Thomas Hospital that has a large draw and all the retail in the area. This plan is outlined in a report, meets several critical planning goals. One of the most important in staff's consideration was that it does create additional open space that's in an area that could be developed today. And in essence, this site, or this SP, is basically transferring the development rights from the backside to the front portion. So it's increasing the intensity along the front, which is, it is still within the floodplain. However, they're preserving approximately 6 acres that could be developed today. So if you look at the existing, on the table over there, you have, today you could do 280 residential units. They would build, they're proposing 230, and under the current zoning, you would be able to do a little over 400,000 square feet, and then you have an additional 41,000 square feet that they could do today that would be on the front parcel. In conclusion, staff is recommending approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions, as the request is consistent with community plan policies, the Harding Town Center urban design overlay, and meets several critical planning goals.
Thank you. This item's open for public hearing. The applicant will be allowed 10 minutes, and as usual, you can keep 2 back for rebuttal if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. Thank you. I'm Jim Murphy at Bradley A. Rant Bolt Cummings on behalf of St. Thomas. With me today from St. Thomas is Dawn Rudolph, the Chief Experience Officer for St. Thomas Health Services, but I'm going to make the presentation, so she's here just to observe and provide support. Most of my comments mirror things that the councilman has already said, so I'm going to try to limit my comments to only address things that have not already been addressed, but there are a couple of things that I do want to echo that he's mentioned. We've been working on this project for over 2 years. We've had multiple meetings. We've listened very closely to the councilman in his comments, and he's been very persuasive, would I guess be the right way to put it, in what we needed to do in order to address this property and make this proposal what he felt like would be more attractive to the neighborhood than where we originally started. When we originally started this project, we looked more at initially blending the uses across the 2 parcels. That was our first thought, is that we would blend the RM 40 and the OG uses across the 2 parcels. That quickly, when we had a neighborhood meeting, there was a lot of opposition to that. We quickly went away from that. We then looked at just swapping the uses from the Knights of Columbus to the Imperial House property. That also created some concerns, and so as a result, we significantly reduced the uses, we significantly reduced the density. We agreed that the Knights of Columbus property would be preserved as green space. We agreed that we would remove the impervious surface on the Knights of Columbus property so that it would not just there would be a net improvement to the green area that is now the Knights of Columbus property, so that that property would be a better benefit to the creek than just not developing on it. One of the real challenges for St. Thomas is that St. Thomas is not a developer. St. Thomas is a hospital. It's an institution. And unlike most development proposals that you see here, St. Thomas has they have a process that's a little different. They have to plan things in advance. They have to make sure that their funding is in order. They have to they act almost like a government. I have some experience in looking at both, and as a result, unlike a developer, they've got a plan further in advance than a developer does, where a developer comes to you and says, okay, I'm ready to build this plan. They've got to actually work through their own planning process, and that's why we've been working on this for 2 years, is because we've been working at getting this right and trying to get this plan in place so that they could take the next step, which is identifying actually how this property is going to be developed. As you've probably seen in the media, there's been a lot of discussion about St. Thomas's plans to work with the University of Tennessee Health Sciences Center to provide a health science facility on the St. Thomas campus. The University of Tennessee has determined that this would be the best place on the campus for that to occur. So that's one of the things that they're also dealing with, is they're also dealing with another governmental institution that needs to plan long time in advance. And they need to know that if they're going to go on this property, that it actually can be used for the things that would be the types of activities. The other thing that's important to note is one of the goals of the Harding Town Center UDO was to rezone the Imperial House property to provide for a mix of employment, a mixed-use development for this property, to provide a transition from the hospital camp, the main hospital parcel up on the hill, to the Hill Center, which is located on the other side of this particular property, on the White Ridge Road side of this property. So that's what St. Thomas's vision has been as well, is to provide this as a transitional location from the hospital parcel to the Hill Center. St. Thomas has looked at the option, and the council member mentioned it, of utilizing the Unified Plat of Subdivision to move all the density from the KC property onto the main hospital parcel, but that would create too big of a mass. And from a planning standpoint, St. Thomas thinks that that was not a good plan. And when we went and spoke for the first time with Councilman Holloman, he told us that he was not supportive of that concept as well, that he felt like we needed to utilize the Imperial House property to provide for the mixed-use development that the UDO provides for. So we have been working, as we said, for several years on that. We've met multiple times, as Councilmember Holloman pointed out. We've made multiple revisions, which we've discussed. We've not been able to reach total agreement with all the neighbors over a couple of issues, maybe 3 issues. One of those issues is what I've talked about here. St. Thomas cannot tell you today exactly how they're going to utilize this property. Unlike a developer who's ready to build a building, St. Thomas is asking really for a regulatory SP to permit it to be able to start developing this property through its its relationship with the University of Tennessee, so that it can know that the property can be used for the purposes that it's proposing. If the University of Tennessee proposal doesn't come to fruition, because it's not a final deal yet, they also need the ability to know what else they can use with this, what else they can do with this property, because this is where they view kind of the next step of the hospital development. So that's one issue. We've got a lot of complaints that we're not far enough along in the planning stage, but unfortunately from St. Thomas's standpoint, they need to move forward if they're going to be able to move forward with their relationship with UT, and also with their own internal planning for how they're going to use this property. The other issue really is, another major issue is a disagreement amongst the neighbors over whether St. Thomas should be permitted to develop pursuant to the transportation portion of the Harding Town Center UDO. The Harding Town Center UDO provides, and the staff's report notes this, that development within the UDO could proceed, go concurrently, or follow the construction of the transportation components of the Harding Town Center UDO. So it contemplates that development can precede those improvements, as long as the development doesn't interfere with or prevent the ultimate establishment or construction of those improvements. And as staff has noted in its report, this plan accomplishes that goal. So one of the issues that we've constantly struggled with the neighbors on is they don't want to follow, they don't want St. Thomas to be able to follow that portion of the UDO that says we don't have to do anything in addition to, or we don't have to implement the traffic improvements provided for in the UDO before St. Thomas develops. The UDO specifically says that's not the case. The other thing the UDO says is that the UDO contemplated future development of the St. Thomas Hospital property. The transportation plan contemplated future development of the St. Thomas Hospital property and projected traffic impacts from that future development. And one of the things that the UDO provides is that as long as the development stays within the traffic generation numbers in that transportation plan, then it doesn't have to complete any of the transportation improvements itself. It just has to make sure the plan is consistent. On the other hand, if
you're in your rebuttal time, you know that.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought
keep talking. You just keep
talking. Okay, I will reserve my last time. Thank you.
Okay, you got 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Thanks.
Okay. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support, if you come to the microphone. If you line up behind each other.
Good afternoon. My name is Revel Michael. I live at 3733 West End Avenue, which makes me a neighbor of St. Thomas West Hospital. I've been following the news on the specific plan proposal for over a year now since the hospital rolled it out to neighbors, and I've been pleased to see the modifications that they've made in response to our feedback and concerns. The way I see this plan now, it's really doing two things. It's shifting square footage that could be built from the back parcel to the front parcel, and it's adding flexibility for the owner in how to use that square footage when built on the front parcel. In shifting the square footage from the back parcel to the front parcel, we will gain undeveloped green space for a long time to come, right next to the creek, six acres of it. And in moving that square footage from the back to the front, we also gain greater density on the front parcel, which is a key component of the intent of the urban design overlay. And the plan leads to greater walkability and connectivity with the neighboring commercial properties. In terms of flexibility on parcel B, which would be built out in future use, the proposal contemplates a multitude of uses to be opened up to the owner, even there on the one lot. So in the future, if the owner can be more responsive to the development needs of the community, we might find ourselves with general office, medical office, educational or retail space. They'll be able to build for whatever they need and whatever the community needs. And so for these reasons, I support the proposal.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak here today on behalf of this project. I'm excited about this project. The Richland Creek Greenway is a fantastic asset for our community. I live within walking distance, as I have for about 40 years now.
Give us name and address, please, sir.
I'm Cyril Stewart. I live at 3813 Whitland Avenue, and, within walking distance of the project. And the Richland Creek Greenway will benefit with an additional 6 acres of land that will not be developed with this project. I'm very convinced that they have done a good job of working with the community through the series of neighborhood meetings with the associations and the leadership within the community. The other thing I like about this project is that it's still subject to all the regulations and rules, the UDO review, and everything that comes up as specific buildings and projects come before you again to be developed. So I am highly in support of this project and urge your approval.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, my name is James Bristol. I live at 500 Oak Lawn Avenue, about a mile away from the hospital. And I have been involved in the Woodlawn Area Neighborhood Association as the president for about 4 years, treasurer before that. And I'm very much in favor of this zoning change. I like the development. I've met with Don Rudolph and with council. They came to me about a year or so ago, and we started talking about this idea. And I like the change because if you live close to this property like I do, you see several things. You see a floodplain. This is called Knights of Columbus property, and it's sitting there. Nothing's happening to it. It's not developed. It's kind of an eyesore if you drive back to it. This will turn this to a greenway into parks, so I think that's a good thing. The other part of it is aesthetically. This property is I can call it an eyesore, even though it may be eligible for some historical designation. It's not an attractive thing. The Imperial House is standing there. You drive by it, it cannot be rehabilitated at a reasonable cost, and so this plan actually, I think, helps aesthetically to our neighborhood. It also, I like it that it's part of the UDO plan design that has turned that part where we now have a Publix into a very attractive retail shopping area. It makes our community a whole lot nicer. So I think that this plan addresses all those things I as a neighbor care about. I'm very excited about the UT Medical School development there. That would be a great thing for our neighborhood and for our city as well. This allows St. Thomas to try to make that happen. My sense of talking to my neighbors is I think most of us are generally in favor of this type of development. And traffic is something that they've been addressing. I think that this is consistent with the traffic needs. I'm not sure if it's going to solve the traffic problem there, but I am impressed that they are trying to address it. So I'm very much in favor of this development.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Please come to the microphone, state your name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Grace Renshaw. I live at 220 Mockingbird Road, about a mile from St. Thomas in the Cherokee Park neighborhood, and I'm here representing a number of neighbors. We are not asking that you decline their request. We are asking that you defer their request. If St. Thomas cannot tell us today exactly what they are going to do on this property, they should wait to apply for specific plan zoning until they know. I have attended at least 6 meetings about this specific plan proposal on behalf of my neighborhood, Cherokee Park. The last was last Wednesday, March 18th at St. Thomas, when a small group of us met with Don Rudolph, Councilman Holloman, and Jim Murphy, who gave the presentation today. The copy of the specific plan at that meeting was not even the final draft. The specifics of this plan have been a moving target. If community input on the plan is a requirement, I can truthfully say the community has not had an opportunity to comment on this plan because we've attended meeting after meeting at which they present plans that aren't specific. I've begun to believe that nothing shall be impossible except to get St. Thomas to present a specific plan that is actually specific and a plan. St. Thomas' current specific plan draft, and there have been many, contains essentially a cafeteria menu of uses and would allow St. Thomas to consolidate permitted uses from 2 parcels of land on a single parcel. So there's the issue of how exactly they're going to squeeze it in. I don't think a laundry list of uses is a specific plan, and I think St. Thomas is trying to have it both ways by getting the flexibility to do whatever they want on this property without giving neighbors greater certainty, which is what your specific plan zoning law says it's supposed to do, about exactly what they're going to do on this property. So I ask you to defer.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Kernute. I live at 224 Carden Avenue in the watershed, approximately 1 mile upstream from St. Thomas on a Richland Creek tributary. I'm also a Richland Creek Watershed Alliance board member. I was flooded in 2010. I'm not up here to speak against the development. I'm pro-development, and I'm glad St. Thomas is doing this project. At the same time, they're doing it in a very sensitive ecological area. My wife and I built our house in 2008, and our lot has a lot of floodplain, and Metro Stormwater at the time required no net gain or cut and fill, meaning anything we added or took away had to be compensated somewhere else on the lot. Stormwater requests this because the science is if you add solid volume, you're displacing water, which will go elsewhere. Apparently, commercial properties or previously developed properties don't have to comply with this, and to my knowledge, there's no requirement for St. Thomas on this project to provide compensating fill, or in this case, taking out fill and leaving, say, a detention pond. The fact they are not required to do this does not change the science. With these new buildings and foundations, there will be dramatic uncompensated fill added without any offset. This is both surface and below ground cubic footage that is being added, which will adversely affect and raises the water table. For the past 5 years, the water table at my house has been just below the surface, and I'm sure that is the case with all of the Imperial House project. If St. Thomas builds as we think it is currently planned, it will definitely increase my flood risk due to less area and less volume for the water to drain into. Is there a possibility that St. Thomas on the Knights of Columbus property could create a detention pond to offset the uncompensated fill? Earlier, we heard Councilman Holloman say that there will be no additions versus old development, but it seems...
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Monette Rebecca. I'm the Richland Creek Watershed Alliance Executive
You
Director.
come in closer to the microphone, please. We can't hear you.
My name is Monette Rebecca. I'm the Executive Director for the Richland Creek Watershed Alliance. Our address is Post Office Box 92016. It's on the paper, 37209. We're asking for a deferral from the planning process because actually there wasn't really a complete community meeting. The only community-wide community meeting we knew about was in the December 13, 2 years ago. There's been lots of little groups, but everybody's getting different information. And we have not had a lot of questions answered. And in fact, the March 18th meeting, we were the ones that brought up that the Knights of Columbus was covered with impervious. So it wasn't really a benefit to stormwater absorption or really for anything unless it was remediated. So we'd like to have that mandatory in the approval. We respect the rights of property owners, and we do support development on the property, but this needs to be tweaked. We've received numerous questions from community that we can't answer, and that's why there should be a community-wide meeting. We invest in our greenways around living resources, but we must protect them to keep them living, and we don't want just a smelly stormwater conveyance after we've invested our indoor greenways. Also, we disagree that there is no floodway buffer on this property. And I say this because the Imperial House actually conforms to a floodway buffer. And it's not exempt from new construction under the post-2010 ordinances. Old and abandoned deteriorated surface parking lot is not a development, and it appears that the parcel is not completely disturbed on Imperial House if you look closer. Also, the flood zones is very a function of the riparian area and water filtration zone. The EPA says streams, rivers, and wetlands benefit the environment by reducing flood risk, filtering pollution, and recharging the groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Margot Chambers, and I live at 3803 Princeton Avenue. Did you guys get my letter today? Yes, no?
Yeah, we got about 109.
Did you get my letter? Okay. Well, I'm asking you to disapprove this request as contrary to the general plan because section 17040-060B of the zoning code defines the general plan as an official public document adopted by the Metropolitan Planning Commission. And the March 25th staff report says the proposed SP zoning is not consistent with the conservation policy of the current or the general plan, but it is consistent with the draft preferred future, and this means the preliminary SP is contrary to the general plan. If the proposed SP is inconsistent with the currently adopted general plan, it is thus by definition contrary to the general plan, and if a zone change is inconsistent with the general plan, the zoning code does not permit the Metropolitan Planning Commission to recommend approval of it. As the county legislative body who enacts zoning code changes, the Metro Council has reserved for itself the right as a body to adopt and to each of its individual members owners the right to recommend approval of a zone change that conflicts or is contrary to the general plan. The Metro Council has not delegated the authority to the Planning Commission or the planning staff. The Metropolitan Planning Commission has publicly announced it will not consider any new amendments to the general plan until after the Nashville Neck work is completed, which is June 2015. And based on these facts, there's only one recommendation the Commission can make to the Metro Council: recommend disapproval as contrary to the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Trish Bolian. I live on Hickory Valley Road in Nashville, 37205. I am here. Little could I have anticipated that 30 years ago today, 30 plus years ago, when I was living and working in Hawaii and getting married on this date, that I would be spending my anniversary with you. However, I felt that it was too important not to be here, so here I am, 30-something years later. I am here because I want to request that you minimally defer this matter. I see it as an extraordinarily complex matter. St. Thomas has made it clear, I've been to many, many meetings, to get this through the system and approve while Jason Holloman is still their councilman. That being the case, the plan should be clear, concise, and unambiguous. It is none of those. I have appeared before you, those of you who've been here a long time, over the last 8 or 9 years. My career background is hospitals, yet I cannot understand what is being proposed here. The plan has changed many, many times. A true community meeting has not been held in a year. Some of the smaller meetings, one was held the night of the snow, sleet, and ice that we were all advised to stay home. And last week there was one hastily called meeting at 7:30 at night, which basically I refused to go to. This is a very dense area that has many water, traffic, and environmental sensitivities that must not go unaddressed. We need to do something similar to Music Row, look at the issue in its entirety and how this complex puzzle fits. Lastly, I want to mention that I really had problems.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Let me just finish one thought, and I did address that in my letter to you on pages 35 and 36 of the staff report, having to do with the whole notion of Nashville Next and the regional centers and the impact on that area. So just to bring your attention to that. Thank you.
Thanks for having me here today. My name is Matt Schutz, and I live on South 10th Street in East Nashville. I volunteer with Historic Nashville, but I'm here today representing only myself. I'd like to express opposition to this proposal as it requires the demolition of one of Nashville's most recognizable mid-century reinforced concrete structures designed by a well-known Nashville-based architectural firm, Earl Swenson. The Imperial House Apartments are a visual mainstay along West End Avenue. Additionally, the reinforced concrete structure contains an extraordinary amount of embodied energy and could be easily converted to hospital-related housing, classrooms, and/or offices. I would first like to request that your decision today includes a condition that calls for the retention of the historic reinforced concrete building. I would also like to request that your decision today contains the caveat that the development team meets with representatives from Historic Nashville, Inc. to explore the possibility of retaining the historic Imperial House Apartments. I would also like to quickly clear up a slight misstatement that by the Planning Commission staff. It is the Historic Zoning Commission staff, not the Historic Zoning Commission itself. And for reasons I can't quite rationalize, that has provided support to the staff recommendation. The Historic Zoning Commission itself does not necessarily support this application. I'd finally like to mention that that containment is often the best abatement method for hazardous materials, and that the demolition of the Imperial House Apartments could in fact have a more negative environmental impact than retaining the building, even if the waste of embodied energy is not considered. Thanks again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do you have got one more? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mina Johnson. I live at 6600 Fox Hollow Road. The statement I'm about to make is one of the hardest statements I have to make. I'm not opposing St. Thomas proposal. I have no intention to stop it or prevent them from going forward or make plan. I think reserving, having back section as an open space is a great plan. I wholeheartedly agree with that. The problem I have is the staff recommendation and the staff report. Staff is recommending this plan based on draft Nashville Next plan, which general public have access starting tomorrow. And also general public will have access next month and a half to comment on the plan. So in a sense, that plan is not adopted. And I believe general public will have great opportunity to give feedback, and I believe the current draft plan will be amended and tweaked up based on input from general public. So I think you are kind of aware of widespread criticism or cynicism that Nashville Next is done deal, community input doesn't make any sense. And I resent that. And if by any chance you adopt this plan based on staff recommendation, I'm afraid you validate those general criticism. So please, before you adopt this plan, think about that side of criticism and general public. Thank you.
Thank you. Got a minute and 5 seconds for rebuttal.
I think I can get it done in that time. 2 points I wanted to respond to. When we submit a final SP, we will be required to show compensating cut and fill in the floodway. So that's not, this plan does not alleviate that requirement. The requirement that's alleviated is the floodway buffer requirement. The other point I wanted to respond to was regarding the Imperial House, preserving the Imperial House. The problem with the Imperial House is it was designed for individual heating and cooling units for each unit. It has very low ceilings, and therefore it cannot be repurposed for any reasonable cost. And so that's what the Historic Zoning Commission staff is aware of, is that there is no mechanism to repurpose that building. St. Thomas has looked at that extensively for several years and just was not able to find a way to repurpose that property at all. So for that reason, Your Honor, members of the commission, we would request that you, it's been in court all day, so I'm thinking for the members of the commission, we would request that you approve the SP. Thank you.
Thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Greg? Wake you up.
Woke me up, Mr. Chairman. So, sorry. Well, I have a couple of questions, and the first is I really like the idea of the green space piece. Is it just going to remain as, I guess is a question for the staff, remain as, is there plans for a park, or is it just, we don't know yet?
We don't know yet, but staff did, one of the recommendations or a condition of approval is that they remove any impervious surfaces and also do some type of restoration along the stream banks. And we haven't stated exactly what that has to be, but at some point when they come in for final, we will look at that and evaluate it and work with stormwater and come up with something that would hopefully improve the site somewhat.
Well, and as you all know, we have a parks representative. I'm the parks representative on the board, and on the commission, and I just would encourage that, and I know that you all will, work with the parks department to see if there's a way that we can incorporate a park component or a greenway component. So that's my first request. And then my next is, so just to be clear, what, under the current zoning, if you could just kind of clarify what the current zoning of both of these parcels are currently. And I know that's in the staff report, but I think that that's important to really clarify.
So the RM40 is a multifamily residential, and it permits up to 40 units per acre. So it only permits residential. It doesn't permit any other type of commercial uses. It would permit accessory uses such as gyms and those type of things, and leasing offices.
And where is that located on the site?
That would be the front portion.
Okay.
So let me see. I go back to the zoning map. So that's the area in gray.
Perfect.
And so the office general is a somewhat intense office use. So it only permits as a primary use office, but it does permit uses such as restaurants, retail, personal care services. However, those are accessory. So I kind of consider it kind of like the, like probably in St. Thomas and other hospitals, you may have retail shops or you may have a small restaurant. Like downtown in the AT&T building, you have a Chick-fil-A. So those are accessory to the primary building, the primary office use or hospital use. So they can't have signage outside of the building. They can't have a doorway that would give you primary access into those uses. So it's generally an office use.
So in the report, just tell me what, under current right, what, if the hospital chose to, what could they build as a current right?
It was, well, close to 400,000 square feet of office, which could include those incidental accessory uses, and then up to 280 residential units.
Okay, and so the 400,000 and then the 280 units. And so then what is the current, this SP calling for as far as, because I'm getting mixed messages that it's more intense or not more intense or.
It's slightly, it permits slightly more square feet in commercial. So if you, it's a little over 40,000 square feet of additional floor area along the front part, and then it decreases the number of residential units by 50.
And then on the residential units, is that 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
It doesn't, it's just
a square
unit, so it could be 1 bedroom, it could be 2 bedroom. There's a FAR associated with it, so you could build a certain type. You get a certain FAR which would kind of limit what type of whether you're doing 1 or 2 bedrooms, so you could do more 1 bedrooms or you could do larger, more 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms.
And in that, we would require enough parking spaces to accommodate those units based on the SP?
Correct. The SP adopts the UDO standards, which requires that you meet the current zoning code requirements.
Okay. And in looking, and there are a lot of people that, in looking at the comments, talking about, the other thing I picked up on was traffic. So could you explain to me, since there's no use going on currently at this time, it's zoned for it, is there going to be a traffic study that we're requiring with SP, or tell me about that?
Yes, when a final comes in, it will be evaluated at that time to see that if whatever they're proposing would generate more traffic than what was in the UDO requirements. So it basically will be, when it comes in, Metro Public Works and Traffic will look at that, scope it, and if they see that a traffic study is needed, then they will require it.
So if Public Works sees that it's an increase in traffic, or is the hospital willing to do a traffic study maybe, or is it part of the SP requirement? Because I didn't see it specifically as a requirement in the SP.
It's a condition in of the approval. It's number 4. It says a traffic impact study may be required prior to the approval of any final site plan.
Well, I mean, me personally, I think with this area that I would feel more comfortable, instead of saying may require a traffic study, that part of the condition be that a traffic study be conducted, because in the morning and depending on the use of what's going in the office space and how many units, bedrooms per units are allowed, I think that might be something that we should really look at closely, especially with the intersections around this particular parcel, that a traffic study be required. And if the traffic study says that some improvements should be made, that those be potentially made, and I think that would help the neighbors. So that's my 2 cents. And I have some more questions probably, but I know that I'm going to allow the other. I'll listen to the other commissioners to ask their questions, and I may have a few more, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay. But I'll try to limit my questions. But thank you for recognizing me.
I'd like to ask Steve Mishu to help us better understand the floodway and buffer issues. And part of this is, this, to me, I like this plan a lot. And gaining over 6 acres of open space, we don't get that opportunity often. This is consistent with the UDO, what's being proposed on the front. I think what we're being told is that there's 400 or so thousand square feet of potential office space to be built on the back. I'm curious, is that even possible under all of our regulations today?
Well, it's hard for me to say without a plan before me, but with the plan that's submitted over here, they're showing buildings in the front of the area. So the part where the buffers are being discussed was in the municipal code. It's 1728-040 is where the zoning ordinance talks about, floodplain and floodway and where the buffers kind of exist. So the wording on that is, buffers will exist on natural floodplains and floodways and undisturbed areas. So with this being, completely disturbed area, the buffers do not exist per the zoning ordinance. So, but as the applicant said, we will still hold them to cut and fill. So whatever fill is placed on the property, they're going to have to balance it. So if they bring 100 trucks in, they got to take 100 trucks out of the floodplain. So that's going to balance. Another thing that was mentioned was some of these buildings flooded during the May floods, which is true. But a lot of these buildings are not built to today's standard. So the new buildings will be built to today's standard. So will they flood again in the May, if we had another May flood? Maybe, but the May flood was definitely more than a 100-year storm event. But we will regulate all new development to the 100-year floodplain elevation. Actually, for commercial properties, it has to be elevated 1 foot above the 100-year.
So, that answers some of my question. And maybe we need to go to the slide that shows the floodway and floodplain. But on the back 6 acres, it's entitled for 400 or so thousand square feet of office. In the dark blue there, could that be, perhaps with some expense, but could that be developed in dark blue today?
No, sir. There's another ordinance that says there's no structures allowed in the floodway.
Okay.
So they won't be able to be they won't be allowed to put any structures in the floodway. But there is some exemptions in that ordinance that does allow for like public utilities, maybe some green areas and other items like that.
Okay. But there is a portion of that property that's in the floodplain that could be developed.
Absolutely.
Under certain regulations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, okay, I think that's all I've got for you right now, Steve. Thanks.
I'll stay close.
Okay, yeah, sure. I wanted to verify with staff that the Historic Zoning Commission doesn't have any regulatory authority over this property, do they?
The staff report that was their staff recommendation, not the Historic Zoning Commission that made that recommendation.
Right, but the commission doesn't have any regulatory.
Right, there are no overlays, historic zoning overlays on this property.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I've got now.
Councilman Hunt, I think you reclused yourself since you were late getting here, didn't hear all the presentations, so you won't be voting. Jeff?
To the staff, help me with the Harding Town Center UDO transportation plan, and would developing this parcel preclude a future road? I thought I saw at one point in time a roadway going north to relieve traffic off of Harding Road in the long-range road plan?
No, if you look, there is a condition in the staff report that was taken directly out of the UDO, which would, and I think it was brought up earlier, that the UDO permits development to take place before any of the transportations or while it's being done, as long as it doesn't interfere with those. So when a final comes in, we would have to evaluate it closer to make sure that that it won't interfere with those guidelines or those standards that are in the transportation plan. So at this time, it's hard to really know exactly what they're going to do, but so we just have to look at it closer at that time.
So H.G. Hill's future goal to punch through the gas station with a new traffic light at Kenner would be taken in consideration with any final plan with the staff reviews?
Correct. Anything that's in that transportation plan that's with the UDO, we would look at.
Okay.
And make sure that you're not precluded from doing that, right?
Correct. And then secondly, relative to us approving this SP, I mean, St. Thomas is a long-time trusted member of our business community, but if they wanted to sell this to some shady developer, I say that tongue-in-cheek, could they do so, and then are we at risk of some plan that is not necessarily what we want being approved?
If this plan gets adopted by council, then this is the zoning. So anybody that comes in would have to would have to do what's in this plan, or they would have to go back to council to get it, to rezone it. And so it would come back to the planning commission for consideration to make a recommendation to council. Then the council would take it up to approve or disapprove.
And then lastly, to Hunter's point, I think the viability of building 400,000 square feet on the back parcel and us transferring those development rights to the front parcel, I think that's a little bit a push. I'm not sure you can ever really build that on the back parcel. So I'm troubled by the density of this overall SP.
Jessica?
I'm definitely getting my head around the floodplain issues too, but I think we've had a lot of questions and discussion. I will say that the picture in the comments that was sent in that shows the entire area underwater in May certainly raises a lot of questions about expanding development back into that area. I guess my question is more the point that's been brought up with it, which is that we're approving this because it's consistent with the draft plan. And I know, so I guess clarification about how we have the legal authority to do that in this interim window.
All right, there's two specific parts of your regulations that come into play. The commission, under your normal regulations, allow you to approve something and direct staff to prepare a housekeeping amendment. You can do that. In this interim period, the commission specifically requested that while there's holds on people filing applications for plan amendments, that you provide the commission with how it meets the current, how it meets the proposed, and the commission would consider both of those in their evaluation. It would have the same effect, to be honest, as you approving it and directing us to approve a housekeeping amendment.
Okay. I mean, it does, assuming the draft plan goes forward and this is a regional center, this level of density makes sense for that area. But I do question that is a fairly significant shift from what's already there, and I would, be nervous about approving this now before we have a plan, such a big change before we have a plan actually in place.
Let me clarify something on the plan itself. It's not the center portion. The center portion is consistent as the conservation area and the way you're treating conservation.
Okay. And then I guess the other question I had is there a way to have more clarification on the actual uses? I mean, I do think the laundry list of everything, it sounds like they're honing in on some very specific potential uses, but they're getting approval for a lot. So I guess I'm just wondering if there's a way for this plan to be a little bit more specific, and if that would help ease some of the concerns of the neighbors.
And, that's up to the commission. We evaluated it on the policies and the uses that are in the area.
Okay.
So, this is a list of the uses that are permitted today. Some of the uses, which are the restaurants, they have limited to their PCs, so they're limited to 5,000 square feet. That would be per. So if there were two restaurants, neither one of them could be over 5,000 square feet. So that's something that's in there. But if you look at the table, it's still more geared towards office-type uses, but it does have a mixture. It would permit a mixture of retail, personal care services, and those things. And then they did add the limitation, which was in the updated report that you have at your desk, that limits the retail to 15%. So, and really it's just up to the commission to decide what they feel is appropriate.
Okay. It goes back to the question about if this did get sold to any old developer, and it's, much different interests in terms of the type of development they might want to go in there with. That level of I guess, broadness makes me a little bit apprehensive. So I guess I'll listen to the rest of the discussion.
Andre?
I think some of my questions have been answered. I was going to ask about the uncompensated fill, but I think the point of that is saying that would be dealt with very specifically. I am concerned about Richland Creek, and it's not being degraded, so some of those are my points. The construction requirements that would be made for the floodplain, that would be followed. And so the idea is that if it's 1 foot, commercial is required to be 1 foot above the floodplain, the portion on the front side, everything would be developed to meet those new rules that we're talking about. I guess the question that came up in some of the notes were, is the building C in the floodway or not? Because if we know we can't build in floodway, and so it just is, I want to be sure all our construction is not in the floodway. Are we pretty clear on that? I couldn't tell from this black and white plan that we're given. Or the point is, it wouldn't be able to be built if it were in the floodway at all anyway, right?
The plan that was submitted and the plan that we reviewed didn't show the building in the floodway.
Okay, so, and we know we can't be built there anyway, so we'd have to reject it if they proposed it, right? You would when it comes to you. Okay, I just want to be sure we're clear on that. And as far as I understood about the traffic, that if, for example, there were a lot more bedrooms or higher office density, to the point that it exceeds the traffic that's allowed, then that would trigger a transit plan. Not only the plan, but it would also trigger future development improvement of the transit area, right? Is that what I understood? Because it's not just the plan, I think the UDO says that there are improvements that have to be made.
It would require, if they are going to exceed what was part of the overall traffic study, and part of this traffic study anticipated a lot of development in here, it laid out a set of improvements. If their proposal is to exceed that, then they would need to propose something that would offset that, and that would be part of the traffic study as to how and when you implement that, yes.
Okay. And then the question I had, I think you put in here in the new recommendation that it is mandatory to remove any impervious surface on the 6 acres, right? And and it has to be reseeded or re-greened, which is, I think that was a concern, that wasn't just a recommendation, it's actually mandatory. I just want to be sure I understood that.
The way the condition is worded, that is correct.
Okay.
That was the intent.
Has there been contemplated, and could we maybe make it a recommendation at some point that that a conservation easement could be put on that property? Because this is being said in SP, we won't develop it, but could a conservation easement be added so that we know it's going to be green? And that it be within terms that help the cleanliness of Richland Creek and all those things that we're hoping for environmentally?
You could make that a part of your recommendation.
Okay. I'm concerned more about the atmosphere. I feel like we're hearing a lot from the public of, big words, mistrust, and big things, and it makes me tense to understand how we're going through this process. I want to hear from all of you about the timing of this.
in response to all this feedback we're getting.
Greg?
I think what may help me get past that a little bit is I just want maybe a clarification from the hospital about why, and you had stated some of it, but why not a lot of details in the current proposal? Is it because you don't know what, like you mentioned UT being maybe potential partner, some other things, but I'd like a clarification on maybe some more specifics on.
Well, first, although possible that this property could be sold to another developer, I mean, this is St. Thomas's expansion area, so they're very protective of the ability to use this property in the future. Part of what they're looking for is what are they going to use it for, and they know they're not going to use it for RM40. So they're looking at what can they do with this property, and right now the answer is they don't know, and they don't operate very well in a I don't know standpoint. They're much like a governmental entity. They have to kind of give each block in place to be able to move to the next step. So they're not going to incur significant expense planning for a future development that they don't know can happen. They have talked with UT. UT is very interested in this property. They have told UT that they would basically give them the portion of the property for their building at no cost. But UT also wants to know what they can do on this property. And right now, doing multifamily development isn't possible. And so one of the things that St. Thomas is looking at is it does have density on the KC property that right now it can't develop or will be difficult to develop. So, I mean, one alternative is to take that property and do a unified plat of subdivision and transfer that density onto the main parcel. That's permitted under the current zoning. But they don't think that's the right plan. That's not the right approach. There would be challenges to that. As the councilman said, he didn't like that plan. Whether they could get all the density up there and still comply with the UDO is not something they've done an evaluation on, but they are looking at that as the other alternative, and they don't like that alternative. So part of what they're trying to do is move this forward in an orderly process without having a final definitive plan, because they're running into obstacles getting their possible partner to move forward without them being able to know what they can use the property for. And so that's the challenge that they're facing, is that there's...
Okay, well, how about, so if UT, just say UT moves forward, so what kind of uses would that entail? What would...
Well, primarily, what UT is looking at is a health sciences type facility, which would be classroom, office, but they also are looking at the possibility of some limited retail, food, restaurants, those kinds of things that would make this a campus for the residents from the school, and also attractive to the neighborhood, but primarily really for the attractiveness of the school. But all those things are still an unknown. There's a possibility that the university will want to have some residential component, to have a residential location for some of the residents who will be going to school there. We don't know yet. And so those are that's the reason that we've had to go through with this list of uses, is to be able to allow those kind of things to occur, allow them to start planning and looking at and saying, okay, well, if we needed to do that, could we do it, without every time they had a new item, we had to come in and amend the SP and go to the council. So there is it's a chicken and an egg issue. There really is a chicken and an egg issue, and it's one of the things that's different with an institution like St. Thomas as opposed to a normal developer, because the normal developer doesn't have the same constraints. They don't deal with the same kind of planning process.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Actually, I remembered a question that I had for the staff in regard to one of the things that he said that we heard about earlier. Did the staff look at the possibility of concentrating some more density up on the hill in the, I don't know if he said the Casey campus, but up there, and does the staff like that at all? Is that a possibility that we would, as a planning decision, might be of interest to concentrate it there on top of the parking garage or wherever it might have gone? I just feel like I'd like to hear this from a planning perspective, if that would be a potential idea, or to split the difference, or.
Yeah, I don't know how much we really discussed transferring it outside of this area that's proposed for rezoning. I'm not sure that came up in our discussions. Doug or Jason may be able to correct me.
Well, I mean, I'm just being told by a council person or any council person they don't like that particular idea. I just feel like we need to consider as a planning option would concentrating, reallocating some of the density ability onto the main campus be something that makes sense from a planning standpoint. Have we thought about that?
It wasn't something that came up, as Bob said.
Well, I don't know what you all think of that idea, but I'm trying to address a little bit of your concern too.
Yeah, one other quick comment from Mr. Murphy. If St. Thomas is not a seller, then I'm not quite sure why they need 15% in retail space at 66,000 feet for ancillary places for the medical students to eat. That 15% seems like a lot of retail as part of this plan.
Again, it's based on the uncertainty of what's going to go forward.
I understand that. But if St. Thomas is an institutional user who's not going to sell and they are going to run a med school, 15% seems like a lot of traffic generators for this area.
And that's a good point. One of the things that is important to remember in this is whatever uses that are listed, whatever density that's listed, one of the real significant limitations on the development of this property by anybody is the projections of traffic contained in the 2005 UDO transportation study. Because what the UDO transportation study did was it took estimates that St. Thomas had made on the development of this property and projected what those would generate in traffic. And if we go over that number with any phase or a combination of phases, then that triggers us having to engage in the one or more of the transportation strategies that are contained in the UDO. So the real cap here, if you really think about it, is it doesn't really, the traffic limit is going to prevent much use, as will the parking. The other part of that is parking. I mean, you're going to have to also, because this site is limited by the issues that we've talked about, the floodway, the need to deal with the cut and fill on the site, the ability to do much in the way of additional and doing more intensive uses is going to be very constrained by that as well. So you've got both the traffic limit from the UDO, the parking limit from the complying with the zoning will make it very difficult to achieve those numbers. And again, at this point, that number was selected because it was just viewed as a mechanism to provide a limit.
And to that point, I think that iteration gives me room for pause, because I think you're exactly right. I think the parking and traffic limitations are going to end up with less square footage than you all are asking for.
We understand that. Well, unless we also go forward with doing one or more of the transportation improvements that are provided for, and that would require us to do the traffic study, would require us to then evaluate which ones that we would do and be able to determine if it's cost effective to do that.
To that point, in order to be good neighbors, why not have a traffic study done and look at a density with a parking count and then come up with that square footage. I think
Because-
that would be a much closer square footage that everyone could live with.
The difficulty with that is you've got a different parking count on if you look at the variety of uses that might be envisioned, you can get different parking counts for all of those. And so one of the concerns is if we say this is the only model that we can use, then that limits the ability if UT or any of the other users that might be on the property, including the hospital itself, to be able to develop. And so when we looked at this, we were trying to take this from the standpoint of swapping the densities between the properties. That's really what we were trying to do. With the state of our plans as they are today, it's hard for us to know exactly how to do a traffic study on an unknown, because it's the unknown. I mean, you could do a traffic study on a medical office, that'll generate one number. You can do a traffic study on a general office, that'll generate a different number. You can do a traffic study on a health science center, that will generate a different number. You can do a traffic study on the residential component, that'll generate a different number. And at this point, there's not enough certainty on how the mix will work. And that's why what we've put into the plan is a requirement that when you come in with the final SP, that was when the traffic is analyzed to determine if in fact you are still within the numbers that are projected in the Harding Town Center UDO transportation plan. And if we're over those numbers because of our mix of uses, then we can't do that. I mean, this plan, this SP would not permit us to proceed until we have addressed one or more of the transportation strategies in the Harding Town Center UDO. So you've got the ability to control that at final, because you're not saying go forth, you don't have to worry about traffic. What we're saying in this plan, and we put it as a note in the plan just so that there's no question about it. It's not something that you've got to worry about making a condition, because it was one of the things the councilman told us that he wanted, was to make sure that before we did final, that we could show that we were either within the numbers that were contained in that UDO plan, or if we were going over that number, then as the UDO requires, we would have to then implement one or more. It doesn't say just one. It doesn't identify which one. It really is dependent on the traffic study at that point to determine what we have to do.
Thank you.
Other comments, or is there a motion?
I just have a question. Is the allowed 230 units, is that in addition to the 450,000 square feet of floor area? The floor area is all uses together, is that right?
No, that is in addition to.
So that's 450,000 square feet of commercial space, commercial uses, plus 230 units of residential.
Correct. It's 0.09 for the residential. So that's FAR is 0.9 for the residential, which is consistent with the RM40. So, I mean, that would just limit the number. I mean, you have a maximum number of units that you can do. So, as with the FAR, like I was saying earlier, that just kind of limits what size, I guess, units you may do, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, or 1 bedrooms.
Okay, sorry. So the regulating plan limits the commercial square footage to 450,000 square feet, limits the residential development in addition to that to 230 units, regardless of square footage or based on the 0.9 FAR?
0.9.
Okay. So 230 times 0.9, and would that include all of the property or just this front portion or just the residential portion?
Just the residential portion.
Okay. I'm trying to get a better understanding of, what's actually practical within this footprint and what's possible.
I think that's the dilemma. I don't think they are ever going to build 450,000 square feet and 230 units on this plan.
Right, and while I appreciate the flexibility and the ability to have flexibility long-term, it would, and just roughly scaling it here, it looks like, and maybe the applicant's designer could address that, if it roughly looks like about 400,000 square feet, about 100,000 square feet of space in the footprints that are shown here. So, if there were 4 stories of that, it starts to give you an idea of how big this is. And I don't know if the applicant can tell us what the square footage of the footprint is there. And then while they're looking at that, again, the line that's shown on this survey, it's hard to, we can't read it in our staff report. Is that a floodway line that runs diagonally? You can see it there. It has a little label on it. It runs right by the parking lot there. Is that the floodway? And while they're looking at that, I guess that poses the question of why not put that land in the open space requirement as well. If they can't build anything in it by our other regulations, could we put additional land in the open space requirement? And would there be any reason not to do that? Which again would begin to address more of the conservation area and preservation of floodway.
Commissioner, I've
that's the line I'm asking
right.
about.
That's the floodway line?
Yes, ma'am.
So to the northwest of that, they wouldn't be able to develop.
Well, here's the stream right here, and I'm not sure, based on this, where the floodway stops on the other side. We really singled in on this side because this is where the development was taking place.
Right. And if we're preserving the 6.36 acres to the north in open space, then that solves that. But I'm curious about the remainder here. And if you can't build anything in there, why not put it in the open space? Does the staff know why that wasn't included, or couldn't be included?
That's how it was submitted. So I didn't work on the design of it, so this is how it came in. So I would defer that to the applicant on why they needed the area. I mean, I would assume because they need, additional area just to make everything work.
Okay.
But that still could be, I'm not aware of a reason it couldn't be included in there and still be, you're going to transfer
It's going to be undeveloped.
Right.
Anyways. Oh, yeah, can you park in the floodway?
Floodway? Can you park in floodway?
I think a parking garage, well, interesting, I think they had a parking garage proposed on here a few years ago. And at that time, we didn't have another ordinance that said no structures in the floodway. But with the ordinance now, it does give, it came out and says no new structures in the floodway, and then it was been changed. It says, okay, except for A, which I think the first thing was maybe like soccer fields and accessories, and I think it has been changed. I think we're up to G now. But one of the items was like utilities, like Metro Water. We would be able to install a pump station or something to that nature.
But a parking structure is not in the A through G.
I don't think it is. I'd probably have to refer back and talk to our legal aid.
Okay.
And check out the verbiage and see how that relates to the verbiage that's in the 1728-040.
Okay, and before we ask the applicant to address the questions, the UDO allows what kind of height would be permitted on this front portion?
Okay, the height, this was in the hospital district, so the height in the hospital district cannot exceed the maximum or the tallest existing building for St. Thomas Hospital. And then it has a height to plane ratio coming from Harding So I would say that at this site, it would be the tallest building at the hospital.
Not the tower that's currently there?
It specifically says the hospital.
Okay.
Commissioner, I can answer some of your questions.
Thank you.
I'll try to answer all of them if I can. The two buildings are roughly total 80,000 square feet on one floor, so you could go up 5 stories and get 400,000. The hospital building is the tallest building on the hospital campus is 11 stories, but obviously you've got the question of can you get 11 stories with the setbacks, in the sky exposure plan issue. As far as making the rest of the floodway a conservation area, I'm speaking a little bit out of school. I have not discussed that with our client, but we have no plans on building anything in that floodway. So if that's a condition the commission feels is appropriate, that would be something that I don't think we'd object to, because we're just, again, we can't build in it. So we're happy to not, to designate that like the rest of the reason we didn't do it was just from a dividing standpoint, we just did it based on a parcel. Those are two separate parcels. But if the commission made it as a requirement, that the floodway would remain green, it will remain green. Anyway, thank you.
While you're up there, could I ask you? Sure. Just back to my question about, you said you did consider putting some of this up on the campus, and what were the biggest constraints? I mean, I assume it's cost, but what
massing
deflected you from that?
Massing as much as anything, just the feel that it would create too big a mass up on the top of the hill. And that, when the UDO was passed, the whole idea of the UDO was that St. Thomas would take its future development and, transition between the Hill Center and the existing campus, as opposed to, continuing to mass it all up on the top. I mean, we've looked at the possibility of, taking down one of the garages and replacing that with a building. I mean, it is possible to do that, but again, I guess the other part of that is early on, we talked with Councilman Holloman about those options, and he was very opposed to that one. And so that, I think, stopped any further exploration of that on our part, so that we, pursued this option instead.
Well, I guess, thank you. That helps. Well, and you would have flexibility in the future if you have to expand the hospital. You've got more room up there, so I get that.
Well, again, the limit on the hospital district, the traffic that we talked about limits the whole hospital district. It's not just this particular parcel. So everything that's in the hospital subdistrict is limited by the traffic numbers in the UDO transportation plan. So to the extent that we use up all the density down here, it will cap our density up on the top. And so that's why I say the real limit here is that transportation plan. That's going to drive whatever we do. And again, we will know better when it comes time for a final.
Is UT comfortable with that unknown?
Yeah, they are. I mean, one of the things that we found
because if you have to do some major change and it costs a whole lot of money, you turn back to UT and say, well, gee, this is too expensive.
Well,
are they okay?
The reality is the health science use generates significantly less traffic than a medical office or a general office. So it's assuming, as we are, that it would be the first user of the site if it moves forward. We feel pretty comfortable based on our analysis that they can get within the transportation numbers. It's anything else, I think, that's going to be really a challenge. UT's first phase that they're looking at is about 120,000 square feet of health science space. So again, that might be, that will be a portion of it. It's about half of the traffic that the UDO would permit gets used up by the UT use. And so their hope is they can get in on the front end before St. Thomas has done anything else that would use up the traffic. And St. Thomas has no current plans to do anything that would generate additional traffic on the site. Unlike most businesses, St. Thomas's ability to build new expansions or it takes a long time.
Thank you. Okay. I guess, did you have something you want to add?
If I can, Commissioner, it does say in the floodplain ordinance, the floodway ordinance, that grade level surface parking areas, paths, and hiking trails are permissible in the floodway with that new ordinance also. So I just wanted to point out, it doesn't necessarily tiered parking, but it does say surface level.
So go back to the point that you made, Rick. What we are saying as far as the policy goes, right now, this would fit within the Green Hills Midtown Community Plan existing policy. It's the Urban Mixed Use Center, T5MU. That portion of it we do meet today already, regardless of Nashville Next coming along.
Right.
And then the conservation policy, you're saying that that's the part we're not clear
Well, there's
on.
some wording in there. I mean, I'm not sure I would go as far as saying it's inconsistent with that, but the draft wording actually clears up any issues.
But I was going to suggest that if we did request or put as a condition that get a conservation overlay easement, and we include the portion that is already floodway where they can't build in the future as part of the green protected area, would that help align us with the existing conservation policy and keep us within really where we are, keep us in compliance with our own policy as it exists today?
It certainly would not be inconsistent, no. It would,
There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. And then I wonder just your point about the retail concern. At some point, if it is offices and not just college kids and people going to medical appointments and things, it might help walkability if there are options for restaurants and shopping or something while you're waiting for whoever you deliver to the meeting, so there might help some traffic within the campus. I just thought of that when you were talking about it.
All right, I'm going to try a motion. I want to move approval of staff's recommendation with a couple of caveats. One, that a traffic study is required, not that it may be required. And then secondly, relative to your conservation language, if you would add what you just said, because I think that's an important consistency that we need to add to the motion.
That we would have a requirement to apply a conservation easement on the area that is protected as green space, and that we extend it to include everything that's floodway.
The area they have shown and the area that's any other area in floodway.
And would you have those done at the time of the final site plan?
At the time that you recommend. I mean, it takes a long time to get a conservation overlay. I would just say that it be required
for a traffic study to be
I'm not-
relevant to the development at all, it needs to be done at the final
site plan.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. That way they know what's going to go in there and they know what they're planning for.
Okay, we have a motion second. Are you clear with what your recommendations are?
I am clear. I am clear.
Okay, be sure they're stated in the minutes the way that you stated them. Got a motion, a second, all in favor? Aye. Show of hands. Any opposed?
I think I still have questions.
Well, you get either vote yes or no.
I have to vote yes or no.
Discussion's over.
Or abstain. I will vote in favor.
Okay. So it's unanimous, and I vote for it. So now ready for item number 4.
It was good, Commission.
There's a 5-minute restroom break.
You only have 8 cases left.
Yeah.
Can we go for a restroom break?
We'll take a short break here. Ready for item number 4. And these will be pulled off before we hear them.
Okay, this is item 4 for 2208 Eastland Avenue. This is a request to rezone from RS 7.5 to SP to permit up to 24 detached dwelling units on property located on Eastland Avenue, west of Riverside Drive and north of the Shelby Golf Course. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The property is currently zoned RS 7.5. Surrounding zoning includes RS 7.5, R6, and R10. The current policy here is urban neighborhood maintenance and conservation. The SP is consistent with the urban neighborhood maintenance policy, which intends to preserve the existing neighborhood in terms of building form, land use, and public realm. The SP is also consistent with the conservation policy as it proposes to locate development outside of the stream buffer, and other identified features. The SP meets 2 critical planning goals. This request was deferred by the Commission several meetings ago in order for an environmental site assessment to be conducted on the site. 3 springs were identified. One of those springs is located within the current stream buffer, and 2 other are located along the southern boundary of the site. In addition, the assessment concluded that caves are not present on the site. Here's the previous plan that was presented to the Commission. It included 24 units, and this is the revised plan, which also proposes 24 units with a maximum height of 3 stories and 42 feet. The existing house on Eastland Avenue is proposed to be retained to maintain the context at the street. All other units are oriented toward either a courtyard or open space. Parking is a mixture of garage and surface spaces and includes guest parking. The SP also proposes a sidewalk along Eastland Avenue and an interior sidewalk network to connect the proposed public sidewalk. In addition, the plan has been revised to include buffers around the 2 spring locations to the south, which are right here. In order to accommodate this, 2 units were removed from this row along the southern property line. One was relocated just north of the stream buffer, and the existing house along Eastland Avenue is proposed to be retained. Here's a view of the site from Eastland Avenue and the house that is proposed to be kept with this plan. In conclusion, this property is a unique site in that it is a large undeveloped tract in a predominantly developed area. The site has limited frontage and limited opportunity for access, as well as environmentally sensitive features. The proposed plan works in concert with these challenges to create a design that is consistent with both the urban neighborhood maintenance policy as well as the conservation policy, while also protecting those environmentally sensitive features and providing a transition to the open space to the south. Therefore, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions, as the SP is consistent with the policy and supports 2 critical planning goals.
Thank you. If you would remind us, I think this was deferred before. What were the reasons that we said that we wanted to get cleared up?
Right. The reason was the Commission requested that the applicant have an environmental site assessment performed to locate any additional features on the site, which they have had that done and is part of this request now.
So they took care of the items that we were concerned with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This item's open for public hearing. The applicant will be allowed 10 minutes, and you keep 2 back for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Commission, my name is Michael Garrigan. I'm a civil engineer with Dell & Associates, 516 Heather Place. We're the design firm representing the owner of the property, Mr. March Egerton. As was just alluded to, if you recall, this was deferred on February 12th with the specific request that we provide a more thorough, detailed environmental assessment, which we have done. Our consultants, BDY Environmental, has produced a report that should be in your package defining every environmental feature on this property. Those features were not only located, they were verified with Metro NPDES stormwater, as well as Mr. Bill Duffel with the state of Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. So experts from private consultants to Metro government to state government have looked at this, agreed with where they are, what they are. They've been located with initially with handheld GPS devices. Then we went out with our survey crews to verify those exact locations, so we know what they are, where they are, within 1/10 of an inch, and each and every one of them's been buffered on this plan. There was a lot of other discussions at the last meeting as it pertained to caves. A quarry was mentioned. You can see at the lower right-hand corner of this plan, that is actually on the golf course property. Again, our survey crews have located that, surveyed that, generated by registered licensed surveyors, and we've placed that onto our site plan. And one other point to note as far as environmental features go is an old dumping ground was mentioned. I've heard it could have come from an old jail. There are construction debris materials on this property. However, they are in the far southwest corner of the property, well over 100 feet from any house that we're proposing, well downstream of any house that we're proposing, and within the large acreage that we're proposing to preserve as conserved open space in perpetuity. To outline the changes to the plan from the last meeting based on the environmental features, as was pointed out by staff, 2 units were removed from the south side, 1 relocated up, and we did decide to preserve the existing house along Eastland. There was discussion at the last meeting about how there was a contextual overlay going in place along Eastland, and it really didn't make much sense to remove a house and put a road through there. So if a contextual overlay is going in place, we felt like the best way to preserve that context is to preserve that house. It has a 1-car front-loaded garage that we would remove, and we would replace it with a detached rear-loaded garage. So in essence, I believe not only are we maintaining the streetscape, the context of the streetscape, I think you could argue it's being improved by removing a front-loaded garage and replacing it as a rear-loaded garage. Again, most of this stuff, it's all on our plans. It's all on our plans. There's probably a lot of literature that you have. One other thing that we've done is we spoke last time a little bit about the pedestrian connectivity we wanted to provide from Eastland to the Shelby Park Golf Course. We've better labeled that and denoted that on our drawings by showing the sidewalk, labeling the sidewalk, noting it as a public access easement. Furthermore, my client has met with and obtained a letter from the Parks Department, not only accepting but approving, I guess, the pedestrian connection, and also applauding his efforts through their letter to state that as far as his willingness to remove a lot of the invasive species that are actually on Parks property but abut this to the south. So I think what we've tried really hard to do is cover our bases, cross T's, dot I's, put everything, every fact out there, every expert on site, get everybody's opinion. I think we've done so, and we would ask for your support. Thank you.
You'll be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Hello, I'm March Edgerton, 3940 Moss Rose. Since I did not speak at the previous meeting, I'd like to offer a quick bit of background. I've been working in East Nashville since the beginning of 1998, just before the tornado. First 2 houses I ever bought were a few hundred yards away from the property we're discussing today, just across Shelby Golf Course. My 7-acre mixed-use project, Walden, is also on Eastland Avenue, less than a half a mile away from this property. It was one of the very first sizable projects in Nashville to be zone-specific plan. The first phase was completed in 2008, the second in 2014, and several phases are yet to be built. In addition to 20 residential units, it's currently home to 3 restaurants, a coffee house, an ice cream shop, an outdoor store, and a rock climbing gym. At the previous commission meeting, the suggestion was made that because the property we're discussing today has never been developed, perhaps it was somehow unbuildable. The fact is, at the time the Rolling Acres subdivision was created, this was the most difficult and therefore the most expensive part of the site to build on. As such, it was held in reserve for future development with an access off Skyview Drive, which is directly to the west. This reserve parcel was subsequently purchased by the then owners of the existing home at 2208 Eastland, and the Skyview access was eventually abandoned. That same family owned the combined property for over 50 years until I bought it from them in 2004. It is hardly unusual that an undeveloped parcel in East Nashville would have some complicating factors. In fact, throughout the central portion of Davidson County in 2015, I would argue that it is much more the rule than the exception. As with most cities, most all the low-hanging fruit is simply long gone, and as property values continue to rise, parcels that were once cost prohibitive are now very viable. Specific plan zoning was created in part to allow for exactly the flexibility and creativity these sites warrant. A great deal of thought and effort have gone into the 2208 Eastland specific plan. Before you, as outlined in the staff report, it meets the criteria for desirable infill development. I hope you'll consider it on its merits and approve it today. Thank you.
Any others wishing to speak in support? Anyone?
Hello, my name is Neil Doherty. I live in East Nashville, 1100 Russell Street. I'm very much in favor of this. It's a great use of land. I jog up Riverside and on Eastland a lot. I think it would do a lot for that specific area. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition?
Mr. Chairman, while they're coming up, we normally point out when a project is reheard, when commissioners that missed the previous hearing, that we watch the videos. I just want to point out for the record that I did watch the video of the last hearing. I don't know if there were others.
This new presentation.
It is a new presentation, so we appreciate it.
Come forward and state your name and address, please.
Hi there. My name is Jeremy Brown. I live at 2206 Eastland Avenue. It's the property right next to this development. I feel like this is just like a normal guy's house, and here we are. We're unfortunately for development, it's connected to this rugged piece of property, these woods and streams and dumping grounds or rocks and all this stuff. But this is just a normal house and it's connected to these woods, and so I feel like this is a project of let's just cram as much stuff in there as we can. Let's build it as high as we can and let's put as many as we can, and we had requested that they put the driveway in the middle, and so now it's back again. And so I don't feel like we're being heard on this. But I feel like the major thing is safety with this road being directly next to my house. I feel like this is a place for a house and not a road to go through. I didn't know it was possible that you could just decide one day, let's just put a road in the middle of a normal guy's lot. I think that's about it.
Thank you.
I also submitted a picture there. I submitted that picture there to show you the ridiculousness of how we're trying to cram a road right next to somebody's chain link fence and a house. Like, if you look at it, it doesn't even look like a road. Possibly at all.
My name is Mindy Brown, and I live at 2206 Eastland Avenue, which is directly beside the proposed site at 2208 Eastland. The land was deemed unsuitable to build on 25 years ago, and it's the exact same land today. I am completely opposed to SP zoning for this site. SP zoning is required to follow the goals and objectives of the general plan, and I actually read part of the general plan, and it states that when there are issues with wet soil and sloping land, that it should be limited to low-intensity development or conserved as open space. Building 24 houses on this small site is in total opposition to the general plan. In addition to the landscape hazards, they're also plopping in a road, but disguising it as a driveway in the very middle of our neighborhood block. The staff report shows that this driveway next door to my house will see 193 car trips per day. Every other driveway on Eastland sees an average of 8 trips per day. How will 200 car trips on a single driveway blend in with the neighborhood? Eastland is a very busy street already, so the impact will be huge if an entire subdivision will be using one driveway located next door, and it will only have one point of entry and exit. This is a very serious issue that needs to be addressed. There is a single entry and exit point, and that will negatively impact the neighbors.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Rapetti, and I reside at 2202 Eastland Avenue. I oppose this rezoning for the following reasons. It's interesting, at the last meeting, there were only 2 springs or 2 streams available that they knew of. Now they're claiming that there are 3 and that they have gone through and GPS the site. Well, we've also hired people to come back and look at the property. We did an environmental study by Mr. Barry Salkin. He's very well known in the area, and he found 4 streams. So I think it's interesting that there's different, not only is there a different number from the last time, but there's still some discrepancy in the sheer number of the streams. Again, with the buffers in place, it isn't really possible to build the density that they're wanting here and still maintain the buffers themselves. Also, as for the illegal dump, the dump is part of the old jail. I was there. I've been there for 37 years. I watched it go in. I watched them get rid of what used to be there. There are no permits that were pulled. The fact is, even if it's 100 or 150 feet away from this particular development, it's still there, and it's still, the bottom line, it's still on his property. He purchased it. It was not all one lot, as Mr. Bowen, who was the previous owner. There was also Mr. Collier. He purchased the back part of that as well, and that's actually where the dump is. Now I guess they're commingled, they may be together, but the dump is there, and it has not been, I don't feel, adequately looked at or even considered. He probably doesn't want to disturb it because of the great cost or what he might find underneath it. Also, a huge concern are ladder trucks or fire access. We're worried about the driveway width, the turning radius for ladder trucks. If they roll, they have to roll multiple trucks, and I don't know if they'd be able to turn around. I think that needs to be brought up with the fire. And also, the angle of approach and departure. We're concerned about that. It cannot exceed more than 1 foot drop in 20 feet, and that's per the Tennessee fire codes. So I think that needs to be addressed as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Paul Chrisman. I live at 543 Skyview Drive. I strongly oppose the zoning change requested by the applicant. The applicant is misleading the Commission. We have bent over backwards to prove the existence of the topographical limitations on this property. We have hired an environmental professional, Barry Salkin, who has walked the property and confirmed the findings in the digital and hard copy presentations given to the Commissioners. There are 4 separate streams that are not fully accounted for. We have provided video evidence, photographs, and drawings to the Commission. These streams require 30-foot metro water buffer widths per Metro Zone 1 regulations. 2 of the streams are completely unaccounted for, and others grossly underreported by the applicant. We ask that you please defer based on this information so an independent examiner may have the time to investigate the property. We are not opposed to building on this property. We are very strongly opposed to the zoning change. There would be nothing to keep the applicant from selling this newly rezoned property to another developer immediately after approval. At that point, we would be almost completely helpless as to the final project. The applicant has been very smart about diverting our attention from the zoning change to his building plan drawing. The fact is there is no real building plan. The only information provided has been a drawing and nothing specific. If you approve the zoning change, the Commission nor the residents have any guarantee that the drawing provided will be anywhere close to the final building plan. If the Commission disapproves the current zoning change request, the zoning remains RS 7.5. This is the zoning that all residents invested in when we purchased our properties. Our position is, if the topographical limitations are observed and the current zoning retained, the applicant would have our complete support to build within the scope of what the current zoning allows. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Valerie Nest. I live at 2214 Eastland, and I too am opposed to a change in the zoning from what it currently is at 7.5. And in connection with all of these, the studies and whatnot that have come up. I typed and emailed it today, but I figured I might as well print it and read it. In connection with the reference, I ask that you either defer this yet again for further amendments to be made to the proposed development or resolve the outstanding unaddressed issues based upon the environmental study to be determined if there are 4 or 2 springs, because if there are 4 springs, 2 of which will be under the newly constructed homes according to the proposed plan. The height and boundary change, this is something that I thought of recently. Currently, the north side of the property goes right up to the woods, we'll go up to the fence line of the property of all of us owners on Eastland, and was wondering if, in view of the proposed height being 3 stories, and we're all 1.5 story, if they could leave some of the existing woods at least 6 to 8 or 10 feet from our property lines to help obscure the view of those new homes. And then I also question about the proposed width of the driveway for the ingress and egress, which, since that is the only access to this 24-unit development, with at least 48 automobiles if there are 24 homes. The prior submission by the owner developer was to remove the existing home at 2208, and which would have provided a wider access to the property. And all the neighbors, when we had met with him prior to these meetings, we'd all agreed upon mutually that that was like an acceptable way between the neighbors and him and his development team. And now all of a sudden it's added back in again. So I'm confused about that only because it makes the access so much more narrower. So that's a concern. And then as far, I'm really confused about the pathway leading down to Metro's Shelby Golf Course. Because discussed at our last meeting in February, it was determined that residents couldn't even use it. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Mary Jo Rapetti, 545 Skyview Drive. I live at the corner of Eastland and Skyview by the 3-acre wood hillside watershed we are addressing today. I purchased my home in 1978. I and my family have played in the 4 free-flowing streams, not 2 or 3, the Dale Associates submission to you all states. This is gross misrepresentation on their part, and that is proven in the package and videos we have provided you all via emails and hard copy. Please look at your print to see that these free-flowing streams are exactly where many homes are shown on the top northeast side of the site. I respect the developer's right to build the 16 homes that current RS 7.5 zoning allows for this site, providing that buffers are placed for the 4 streams. I do, however, strongly object to the zoning change to allow 24 units, most of which will be crammed together and are only 6 feet apart. How many of you are 6 feet and could you lay between the houses? I would say no. Another concern is the tight radius for multiple fire department ladder trucks that will be required for 3-story homes. 4 of the proposed homes, which are on the northwest side, are only 6 feet apart. They are on a dead end, requiring fire trucks to back out, which clearly violates Tennessee Department of Commerce Division of Fire Prevention, Chapter 0780-2-2, paragraph 18.2.2.5.4. It appears that we are being held hostage to approve this requested zone change. Less density is not financially feasible. Apartments with exit onto Skyview, unscrupulous developers, etc. Small parcel. Thank you for this opportunity.
The applicant has 2 minutes for rebuttal if you'd like to take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to reiterate, I guess to rewind, we were deferred 6 weeks ago with a specific task, and we've performed that. I know there's a lot of conversation, but the fact is my client hired BDY Environmental. They're probably, if not, one of the most respected environmental firms in our city. Not only did they do their own assessment, it was followed up twice with actual GPS locations and not ballpark locations. They were flagged in the field. They were then surveyed. And then there was a third meeting that involved both Rebecca Dunn with Metro NPDS, who, if you know her, she reviews every stream in this county, as well as Bill Duffel with Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. And all three, the BDY, Environmental, NPDS, and Metro Stormwater, were on the same page. And every one of those is shown within a 30-foot from top of bank, so 60-foot minimum total, non-disturbance buffer yard on our drawings. Thank you so much.
I declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Hunt, I'll start with you.
Okay, I need to, is Steve still here from Stormwater? Oh, there you are. Hey, Steve. I need to know, based on this map, they went out and looked at that and they said there's springs on the property. What's your assessment on that? Did you see the streams?
Well, I'm not a professional to determine exactly where streams are, but we do have professionals on our staff. Based on what happened at the last Planning Commission where this came up, the sensitivity was expressed to our department. So what we did is we had the professional that the applicant hired, along with our staff and along with staff from TDEC, which is Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. So all three parties met at the same time at the field, and field located exactly where all the buffers are, and they're shown as buffered on the plan over here. So I think there could have been some discrepancy as far as information that was provided by BDY and the representative that did the stream determination for the homeowners. And we believe this is the correct determination for the streams, and I think the GPS that was used for these determinations are accurate versus the other ones.
So in your opinion, if the streams are there, how would it affect the development?
It wouldn't affect this at all because they're showing all the streams and buffers without any disturbance in there.
Yeah, what else did you find out there?
Well, everything else back on the environmental assessment, like the caves and stuff like that, came back normal. There's nothing out of the ordinary that couldn't be constructed to stop this construction as designed like this.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Lily?
It is a little weird to have an environmental assessment done and say one thing, and then the neighbors who are the most intimate with the area say something completely different. That's a little, I guess, concerning.
There is little subjectiveness in there. However, our staff and the staff from the state was out there. So usually the discrepancies will come in when a professional is hired, and they'll do their determination and they'll submit it to us. And we'll review it, and sometimes we'll agree and sometimes we won't agree. In this particular case, as I mentioned, we understood that there's some sensitivity. So in addition with the representatives that they hired, we were physically, we meaning not me, but the professional that we have that does it, along with the state. I don't know who you appeal to above the professionals at Metro Water and at TDEC for this.
Okay.
Thank you.
What I'd be interested in hearing other people's thoughts are the location of the road/driveway. I understand the retaining of the house is supposed to keep the facade looking continuous along Eastland, but it is odd, I guess, to have that being the access point to 24 units back there, and to the neighbor's point about there being 193 trips going down that driveway. It seems like that would be a little much to go through that area, and it just seems odd and awkward. Although, to the staff's point, it does fulfill one of the critical planning goals of infill development. So I would be interested in hearing the other commissioners' thoughts on that.
Hunter.
I have a question about the easement to the golf course that's called out on the plan. It's shown as a sidewalk, but is this sidewalk part of the requirement of the SP to provide the sidewalk?
Yes, we do require interior sidewalk connections that connect to the public sidewalk, which they're proposing to build as well, since it's not on the southern side of Eastland Avenue. The easement they're proposing would come all the way from the road to to the park site, and we do have a letter from the Parks Department accepting that, depending on the final design. So.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I know that golf course has put up signs recently about not having anyone walk dogs and so on, and maybe there's other ways to connect trails around the golf course or something like that down the road, but I assume Parks Department ultimately would have to approve anything that allowed that kind of access. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, thank you. Fire Marshal has reviewed the plan.
Yes, and the Fire Marshal has recommended approval with conditions. One is that the final plan would have to meet the radius on turns to meet the requirement of the fire code. So if there were any significant changes to the plan, it's likely it would be back before you essentially a changed plan that would need a re-review.
Okay, thank you. And is any of the property in conservation policy?
Yes. Yes, you can see here the property kind of in the green area is in conservation policy, and the proposed development is staying away from that area. So staff finds that it does meet that policy.
Great. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Stuart?
About the last point about the fire and looking at it. Say that again.
Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, so the Fire Marshal has recommended approval with conditions. One of those is that the radius on the turns is to meet the requirements of the Appendix D of the 2006 IFC.
Do you know what that? Can you flesh that out a little bit for us?
I'm sorry, I'm not well versed on the fire code.
Let me try and, typically the fire department will look at it to see if it generally looks like it can work. Mm-hmm. And then when they do the final engineering, I mean, if it's something that they don't think will work, they'll say no. But if it looks like basically it'll work, then when they do the final engineering, they verify that the turns are there.
So that's the real investigation would be later on in this.
Well, I mean, it's not like they're not, at this stage, if it clearly they think there's a problem, they're going to let you know. Okay. But until you actually do the final engineering, you don't know exactly that it works.
This is a much better project for the deferral, I would say. It looks like some significant changes were made as a result of getting people in and looking. I do think we deferred this to get more information. We never made a decision that we would approve it if the information came back a certain way or not. We have not. We made no preliminary decision, yes or no. We just wanted more information, and now we have some. And we do see streams running underneath all these homes on the information we have. I really like a couple of things that some of the neighbors don't. I like the fact they're keeping that house. I think it'll help with the streetscape. I think it makes sense. I like the fact that they are preserving, as I think they would have to after the studies, a lot of the undeveloped area back there that turns out worth conserving. What I'm having a problem with, and I don't have a problem with this developer, he's done good work in my opinion, I've watched it over the years. It is trying to, my problem with it is that it is in the name of density in an area where we already have density, cramming too much into one little lot, one little area, and I have a problem with that. I have no aspersions to cast on what it would look like. I just think that it is basically a hillside watershed, as it was said, and that there's a reason why it hasn't been built on. I think it could stay, it absolutely could support several units. I don't think I can support quite that many units from everything I've heard in terms of the impact on the immediate area in East Nashville. That's where I am right now.
Greg?
No comments.
Jessica?
I had a question, and this may just be my lack of knowledge, but when we subdivide the unit or the lot on Eastland, and we give 40 feet of frontage to Lot 1, how does that fit with our standard subdivision requirements? Since I would think that's less than all the other streets,
right?
Lots on the street.
And we did look at that. As it's currently zoned, it would have to meet compatibility if it was subdivided off, and it would not. It would not meet that infill analysis. Now, a property that's zoned SP doesn't have to meet that. It's only for properties zoned R and RS in the neighborhood maintenance policy area.
And right now it is zoned
RS 7.5. So if it were under the current zoning, we looked at this and I think the value of maintaining the context, if the contextual overlay is adopted by council, we have included a condition that if anything were to happen to that house and it had to be torn down and redeveloped, it would have to meet those criteria. So.
Okay.
And I wanted to add one other thing. Technically, it may not be subdivided, so it may not come back as a subdivision plat. It's more likely to be done as a horizontal property regime where they will be condoed out into individual units and not subdivided, so therefore it wouldn't have to meet the subdivision regulations. And then this goes to a point that we made at the last meeting when this was deferred, that doing this as private drives will probably result in less disturbance than if it was done under the RS 7.5, where public roads would have to be platted and wider roads would have to be built to accommodate the subdivision regulations and the public street requirements.
Okay. I mean, I know I was one that lobbied for the existing house in the last round, so, but now that I kind of see the picture and see how close the drive is to that house, I do see that that's visually not, it doesn't seem like it quite flows. But I think I'm sort of in the same camp that Stuart was in that I think, it makes sense to think about increasing density, but I'm not sure that this amount of density needs to go in this specific area, in this corner of East Nashville.
Andre?
I have a question about the three streams that we've said has been found, and I only see zone buffers on one large area where you had the conservation.
And this may help in Steve's
policy already, and then I see a little bit of the ephemeral discharge buffer, but I'm not really clear on where the third or what the three stream locations are.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I should defer. This map kind of shows where they are. The two to the south are really close together. So that buffer you can see is kind of covers both of them.
Oh, okay. So. And then the bigger one is really where we had our conservation policy already.
Right, for the stream that was located there. And one of the points was already within that stream buffer.
I think there was a thought from the public about the public access easement, and I think you answered it, but I just want to be sure that you said the public access easement would start at Eastland and would go all the way to the park. So anybody who lives in that neighborhood, whether it's on this development or not, can walk down that sidewalk and go to the park.
That is correct.
I mean, that's a good, I'm saying there's a positive thing for the neighbors, and that's what the point is, that it is public.
That is correct.
There are a lot of protective points in this SP, and I think if we were to say that we like the 16 number and aren't comfortable with the 24, could we keep the SP zoning so that we have these controls in place that we're happy about and just change the number of units that the SP would allow instead of just saying we don't want to, I feel like that in protecting these, making these buffers whatever we decide about the house or needing a drive, maybe two-way, two-width wide for a lot of 193 cars to come in and out every day, and sometimes all at 8 and sometimes all at 5, whichever these choices are that we make or whatever we decide about the streams, I just would, I think those are valuable points that the SP offers. And so I'm thinking in terms of what you were saying, if you're not comfortable with 24, I'm not sure what you had in mind, but I just would caution not to lose the gains we've made in terms of protecting what we have so far. And anyway, that's just one thought. And then about the house, I think it is sort of a dilemma. If no matter how many units are there, if people are going to work and coming home at the same time, and they've got, it is a 24-foot driveway that would allow for cars to pass. I guess they could come and go at the same time. They wouldn't just stand there. I'm really torn because I think that I just want to be really careful about protecting what clean water we have in this town, and so I want to be sure we're doing it to the best of our ability. And if Metro Water and the state have said that they think we are, I think that's somewhat comforting, although it is frustrating that there's a discrepancy with people who really know that land. But I'm interested to hear what everybody else says.
Can I ask one other question?
Mm-hmm.
Your point that you just made about, Bob, I guess, about the, if we left existing zoning, they'd have to go in with public streets, there'd have to be wider streets. So realistically, do we have any idea it says up to 16 units, but obviously that's not what they would be able to get in that area. Do we know?
Yeah, I don't know how many. It would depend on the design. I mean, it's more likely that we'll have a cul-de-sac design versus this loop road. And so I can't say for sure how many they would get.
Okay.
Hunter?
We already made it through. Am I going out of order?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
So we've been through everybody.
What you have to say? A couple of questions. Under this existing policy, what's the range of density that's typically considered?
Under the urban neighborhood maintenance policy, the range could go up to 20 units per acre. They're proposing, 7.3 dwelling units per acre, and the RS 7.5 zoning would permit just under five dwelling units per acre.
So it's slight increase. And then do we know what percentage of open space this plan provides?
I don't have that right on hand.
Looks like maybe 25% or so, which is pretty significant.
So they're showing, the impervious surface ratio proposed is just under 0.5. So.
Well, I live off Eastland, so I know the traffic issues in this area, and also am familiar with the development just down the street from this that was certainly has increased some traffic at those intersections. It's also helped slow down traffic at those intersections, which has been great to be able to walk to. And we have a piece of property here. It meets the policy. It's on the lower end of the density allowed within this policy. It meets the conservation policy with approximately 20 to 25%, I'd say, open space preserved in those sensitive areas. I don't think we have the expertise here to debate whether there's 3 or 4 or 5 or 2 or however many springs. There's other ways if the public wants to challenge that they can do that. But we've had the state, we've had the city, we've had a professional that's, I assume, has put his stamp on a report. The developers, got a good history in the neighborhood, offering to create connectivity to our park system from the neighborhood that doesn't currently exist. The question about a street going between the houses, if it was originally platted this way with a connection to Skyview, it's very similar to this. If anything, going back to the previous plan up at Eastland and removing Lot 1 and having just a single street there, I'd be open to that because it does feel like the driveway is squeezed in. I understand the developer. I think the applicant stated that they wanted to preserve that because at the last meeting there was concern about the context. So, with that, for all those reasons, I'm going to support the project. I know there's some concern about the number of units. It is on the lower end of the policy spectrum. It is only a slight increase in terms of the density. The SP gives us the opportunity to preserve some of this land and protect it. I think it certainly, as Bob mentioned, I like this plan better than I think what I would like under the existing zoning, or what we might get under the existing zoning. I think the developer might lose a unit or two once they put fire trucks through here, possibly, but, and that's, but fire marshals reviewed it and offered their recommendations, so, and staff supporting it, so.
Is that a motion?
I'll move we approve staff recommendation.
Is there a second? Second. Got a motion, second.
Excuse me, could we add a condition, again, just because this is such a sensitive water area, that it be pervious, the paving can be pervious so that rain can go through, because we're paving and putting new rooftops on a really sensitive place, and if the water could...
Well, they're going to have to meet the stormwater requirements. That may be one of the requirements they would ask for.
Well, I just sort of wanted to be sure that we're not adding to more runoff more than we need to, and that seems like, is that an unreasonable thing to ask at this point?
It's definitely something that could be included.
I think we can look at pervious pavement where it's allowed. I think when main driveways, they have to be built to a certain standard so that they can have trucks and other things drive on them. So if stormwater and all the reviewing agencies would allow that, I think that's fine.
Yeah, Bob's exactly right. While one department may say, yes, you can do it, like we may say if they want to do pervious pavement driveways and parking aisles, we would say, okay. However, there could be other agencies, maybe fire or somebody else that will say, well, our fire trucks may not want to risk damaging this or that. It's a thought that could go forward, and I'm not so sure that stormwater would be against it.
Well, then I guess could I phrase it that we, as a condition, we require as much as is possible? That seems sort of lame. Is there a better way to say it that is to encourage it, I guess?
I think if you're really looking at something, I think you're trying to encourage infiltration. And I think the suggestion would be to do as much of it under the LID manual as possible.
What's the LID manual?
The low impact development, that would allow for lower impact items versus, which they're showing anyway. They're showing rain gardens. But I think what you would probably want to move forward with is a final design that would incorporate, like you said, pervious pavement, rain gardens versus a traditional detention pond.
Okay, well, I guess I would add... Yeah, the plan shows rain gardens.
For clarification, you could have a rain garden and not design the whole project with the LID manual. So the LID manual is a little bit more stringent, and it would require more space to do some additional items. I don't want to call the engineer back up to see if he's got enough room. But what we don't want to do is...
You'll work through that, right? You'll work through that as it goes.
We sure will, but we don't want to compromise any of the buffers to incorporate something that would encroach in there.
Okay. Well, I guess in conjunction with the other departments, as much runoff sensitive or pervious pavement as possible. We could add that as a condition. Or if you can phrase it better, it's your motion.
If if you want to make a motion to amend the motion, that's fine, right? Isn't that how that's supposed to work?
Right.
Okay.
There's a motion on the floor. If you wish to amend it, you need to make an amendment.
Okay, I move we amend the motion to include the maximum amount of pervious driving surfaces as makes sense within the final department reviews. Without, period. I mean, the point is it wouldn't be disturbing buffers that if we don't want to trade off things that are positive either. You look confused, Stuart.
I think you're saying you want the project to maximize pervious surfaces to the extent permitted by agencies, and not to discretionarily have less than the mats they would permit. However.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just encouraging the stormwater people who are the experts and to consider that, is that right?
No, that's not what you said.
No, it's a condition.
Making it a mandate?
Yes. I'm calling it a condition so that...
We're planners, we're not, that's the reason we have these other departments. We are.
Well, I'm saying...
They determine what's...
To do it...
Between those and engineers determine the best way for the stormwater to
well, this is an SP on a really environmentally sensitive site, and so we've already said we have to have buffers, and we've determined a whole lot of things that are relative to the streams and the places. So I think they've included rain gardens, which I appreciate. So I'm just saying that as one more effort to protect our stream runoff and things to make it pervious as much as we can, I think is a reasonable SP requirement.
Are you amending your motion? And restate it. Okay.
And I mean,
Are you accepting the amendment?
I have not seconded it. I appreciate certainly the intent, Andrea.
There needs to be a second to the amendment before you debate it.
Okay, we've got an amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second.
You know, I think I'm not sure how I would change that necessarily, but there may be a number of ways to improve, and that's one of the most expensive ways, and it might not necessarily be the most effective because over time, I know Metro has found that over time the pervious pavement fails ultimately. And it may not be appropriate in terms of fire access and so on. So I don't know how much we would get back in there anyways. So. Well,
then I'll amend my amendment to say a recommendation to consider it where it makes sense. I mean, obviously, if the detention and the rain gardens and things do a better job, then that they're sufficient. So I'll say that.
Stuart?
Well, Metro has found that pervious surfaces fail as streets, as drives, as parking spaces, all of that?
We'll let Metro address that, but that's my anecdotal understanding, that they can.
I've put in the first pervious parking lot in the city, and it is still very viable and doing very well, and with cars parking there all the time.
Impervious surface, but anecdotally, let's let Metro address that.
Well, I don't want to throw any industry under the bus, but what I will say is that pervious pavers tend to behave really well over an extended period of time. So pavers tend to work really well as a form of pervious pavement.
Pavers work better than pervious asphalt.
The pavers work really well for pervious pavement.
I would suggest that probably an appropriate motion would be that the obligation of the applicant to work with the stormwater department to incorporate as many appropriate LID techniques as possible in the design of this plan.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Stuart?
I believe that when we say this is within the plan, we as a commission have a tendency to say, and therefore we must approve it, when all it means in the law is we can't approve it if it's not part of the plan, if it's not part of the general plan. And that's close to the same thing, but it's not really. We're not required to approve something because it's not contrary to the plan. And we hear testimony like, well, of course, if we had actual zoning instead of SP, this wouldn't work. This couldn't be approved because it would be certain kinds of setback requirements, certain kinds of comparability, I guess, if that's not a dirty word. New developments coming into the neighborhood being somewhat comparable. We throw that out with SP, and occasionally there's a need for SP. It's becoming the norm and not the exception. Even in built-out, fairly high-density neighborhoods, it's not really what I think of as the best way to look at it. So I'm not for the status quo. I would like to point out that I could support a little bit more density. What is, I didn't quite get that. How many actual...
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I'll let y'all get out. You have an amendment on the floor.
Oh, you're exactly right.
And you need to vote on the amendment.
This is not on the ultimate.
Right. You're on the amendment right now. I apologize.
Okay. State your motion, your amendment to the motion.
Rick, the way you said it about meeting the LID.
To optimize the use of LID properties in conjunction with the Stormwater Department, yes.
As feasible.
Well, the feasible, yes, that amendment would be a vote, and then you would have the motion as amended, which would include that, and the original motion.
Stuart can talk.
Yeah,
right.
Can talk even more. Is that your motion? The way he stated it?
That's my motion as an amendment.
That's an amendment.
That's an amendment, yeah.
Right.
And you're second. Okay. You've heard the amendment, the motion to amend the original motion. All in favor? Aye. Let's see.
Mine doesn't go to the
hands.
amendment. My questions don't go to this amendment.
Can we vote on the amendment before we vote on the motion?
Yes.
Okay, excuse me. Okay. All in favor? Aye.
All in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. Okay, that passes.
Okay, now you have the main motion as amended.
Right. And that's what I'm against, not your amendment. I believe that I want to know a little bit more about how many units could be done right now in RS75, which I didn't quite, is that 16? Is that what we came up with that?
That's correct. That's if you take the acreage here and just straight up divide it by the 7,500 square feet, it would give you 16 units.
With certain requirements of a little bit of comparability and setbacks and things, or not comparability?
Actually, any lots on a new public street would not meet comparability, so it would just be any lots that would have frontage on Eastland Avenue.
Okay. I actually believe that that much of an increase in a built-out neighborhood like this, even with appropriate environmental protections, and we do have more than one reputable hydrologist looking at this situation, and they do have different opinions, and I've much experience with TDEC. I love them to death sometimes. Sometimes I don't, but I absolutely believe this neighborhood is being asked to absorb too much density with this one rezoning, so I can't vote for it. Thank you.
Would you consider amending it to account for 16 units instead of 24?
Well, we'll see. We should take the vote on this, I guess, but I would be willing to approve an SP with less after more discussion, but not this many. I'm sorry. I don't necessarily want to amend your motion till we see where people are.
Hunter?
First, and maybe this is for a separate conversation, but I would challenge that every one of the commissioners understands that we're not required to approve anything that meets within the density policy.
Well, we're not.
I'm sorry? No, I disagree with you that we don't feel like we are required to.
You're not arguing that we don't have to maximize it. You're saying we all understand that.
Yes. Yeah.
I think some of the analysis from planning sometimes from staff leaves the impression that since it's within the...
Well, but we regularly remind ourselves, and staff reminds us that that the top of the limit, the 20 acre, in this case, that doesn't mean that it's appropriate in that location. So, and just to remind the commissioners that, we're looking at 7 units to the acre here on the low end of the spectrum and slightly higher than what's allowed by right. I think it's difficult whenever you have your backyard that's forever been open space and woods and streams and so on, springs, to accept change and to see it developed. And I understand the concern of the community, and I certainly understand and appreciate the environmental concerns. But we have cottage developments which are in similar type neighborhoods that we've approved in similar type situations, similar contexts, slightly higher density than those contexts. And again, I think there are other mechanisms and plenty of agencies to deal with in terms of challenging the environmental assessment. I would be happy to, would welcome an amendment to remove unit number 1 to help reduce the density, and maybe I'll offer that as an amendment when I'm done. I'll amend my motion before we vote on it. Is that all right? To remove.
So you're saying you would accept a motion to less density, or you're just saying you want your motion to go through with the amendment that we voted on?
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, the motion and who made the second on that? Okay. There's a motion to approve with staff recommendations with the approved amendment to that motion. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, opposed? You reclusing yourself?
No, I was thinking about
Okay, again, let me see.
We were voting on the original.
On his original motion.
The motion is to approve the staff recommendation with an amendment to optimize LID procedures.
Okay.
That's the motion on the floor.
So again, you know what the motion is, and you know what the amendment is. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, it's 4-3. Would you vote? Let me see opposed.
4 to
again.
5.
4 to 5.
Motion fails. It's 4 to 5.
Okay. Then we're ready for item number 5.
We didn't actually have a motion.
His motion was to approve with staff recommendations
So there has been
with the amendment as stated, and it failed 4 to 5.
Yeah, that doesn't mean we disapproved. Does that mean we're through with that, or another motion is in order?
Usually when you disapprove, when you move on to the next one, unless it's a tie.
We didn't disapprove.
We didn't disapprove.
We just
Is there another
did
motion?
not approve that
Okay,
motion.
you're right.
That's
You're right. It's getting late, so is there another motion?
Yes, Andre has one, probably.
Okay. Well, I think following the conversation and seeing the votes, I think I might move that we approve it with a reduced number of units. And I guess we need to figure out what that number is, but I'll start with that. I move that we approve it with a reduced number of units. Do I need to say an exact number?
We need a motion.
Okay,
We
I
need
need
a
to
number.
say a number. All right, well then I guess I'd say,
Mr. Chairman.
I just hate to micromanage this. But we are totally micromanaging it. Okay, well,
Walter?
I'll say 16.
I am totally confused. Can we start over?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
I don't know. What are we voting on?
There's not a motion on the floor yet.
There's not one yet.
Okay.
You're saying you were confused on the last vote?
Recuse?
Walter, I was going to make a new motion. We made the motion to approve it with, as it is with the amendment about the pervious, and that didn't pass. And so I'm suggesting we make I'm making a new motion to approve the SP, but with a reduced number of units to 16.
Well,
Is there a second?
I second that.
And what was the number of units?
16.
16.
16. With the amendment that...
With the pervious amendment that...
LID amendment, right.
Or not amendment, but condition.
Then there's a motion to approve with staff recommendations with a maximum of 16 units with the amendment with the LID that was stated before. So there's a motion and a second, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And do we want any input from the developer about whether
Yeah.
they want that?
Well, he wouldn't have
so
to
we
build-
can't vote for the project as presented, originally presented.
We did.
Turn it down.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question. I mean, I know I heard some, maybe some laughter about we don't want to micromanage, but I agree with that. We really don't. I mean, micromanagement. This is a bill to change the law from what the law is, the planning law of the county. So it's not micromanaging for us to ask questions about that change, but I do feel a little weird, and I think this was what Andre was thinking. We have a reputable developer here who I don't know if we have many options other than 16 or nothing or finding out from him, and I don't know how we actually do that. I don't know that that's come up very much.
Well, we could defer it and find that out and come back.
Or he may just need to absorb this and not speak tonight. I have no idea. I'm just raising the issue that we ought to be able to have a little more input somehow before we dispose of the bill for all time.
Well, should we defer it and say we'd like to work with the developer to reduce the number and find out if it's the best one to move it from the street or what the best choices are so that we can feel comfortable with what we're requiring? I mean, would that make you...
I'd like to ask the staff what they think about that. Is that just too strange or different than what we do? Should we just vote up or down on her motion?
I mean, I think it's difficult for the applicant or the neighbors to get a sense of the direction the commission wants to go, or what the specific issues are. Other than the numbers, I mean, I have difficulty in terms of what you want. If it takes 16 units, to be honest, do you leave the front one and take out the back row? Do you take out one on each row? I mean, there's a sense of what that design is. I don't know how. I mean, I can't get a sense of what the commission wants myself. I usually can get a sense and give you some direction, but I don't know what the issue is in terms of wanting that. I think.
Well, let me suggest that I think what we want. We don't want no development. The neighbors may. We don't. I think, are willing to say with some environmental safeguards for some of these features that have been discussed, that we're willing to accept more than the current zoning allows. We don't quite know how much.
Well, I mean, if I'm looking at this, and that's what you've asked me, I think that there are probably 2 units that to me have the potential, that if you open them up, if you eliminated unit 19 and possibly 24, that you've provided some open space, you've provided some breathing in this development that would work. I understand the issue that some of the commissioners have had issues with Unit 1. I personally don't have an issue. I think it keeps the rhythm of the street. It maintains that. So if I were looking at it, I think that I'm a little. Unit 19 feels a little funny. 24 is close to the stream. Those would open up your environmental corridors more and provide a little more buffer to the surrounding area.
Stuart, would you be comfortable eliminating some of those edge units and not taking it down to 16? To address your concerns? Or anybody could speak who voted against it. It doesn't have to be just me and Stuart talking here.
I just am struggling with not getting input from the developer and making this decision. I feel like somehow, so I recognize that we don't want to defer it for a third time, but I also don't, I feel like it's a little arbitrary to tell them it can be 22 units and not 24.
Let me just, I think that the role of the commission should be to make a recommendation to council as to what you think is appropriate. The applicant has filed an application. I don't know, is there a bill on this one? I don't know, there's not a bill, but the council member has the right to bring forward the application as submitted. You would have a recommendation, and the council and the developer and the community can consider whether their original application or whether the planning commission's is more appropriate. I mean, I think that there obviously have been and will continue to be situations where the commission's made recommendations that simply make the plan unviable, and so I think you need to focus on what you think would be appropriate for this site.
Jessica, do you want to ask the developer a question?
Yeah, I would like to get their input about
Roy or
what's feasible.
one of them, would you come up? Michael?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael Garrigan, Dale & Associates. We would be...
Wait a minute, she's got a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I
guess I was reading. I was trying to read her
My
mind.
question was something to the effect of what would be acceptable and work with the project plan and
Sure. Well, I mean, by right, there's 16 today. We're proposing 24. As Mr. Bernhardt stated, 19 and 24 would supply some breathing room. We'd be agreeable to that. If that doesn't get us, I guess, where we wish to be, then, maybe meeting in the middle ground between that 24 that's proposed and 16 that's currently granted by right, because there's a difference between, going through an SP process just to get what you're already zoned for, if that makes sense. So, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Does that help you make a motion? Reach a decision?
So, yes, I will make a motion that we approve with 20 units.
I need to withdraw my motion then first, right? I need to withdraw my motion, which I'll do.
Was there a second to her motion?
Second.
Okay, you...
No, a previous second.
She's withdrawn.
Oh, no, I didn't second that one.
Okay.
Maybe I did.
Start over fresh.
Okay, so I make a motion that we approve with 20 units and staff recommendation.
Along with the amendment that we originally had.
The amendment. Conditions. But Doug looks like that's not a good idea.
Not that it's not a good idea. It sounds like a fabulous idea. But to allow the staff to work with the developer to identify which units to reduce, to hopefully be more sensitive to the streams that have been identified in the study.
Sure.
Motion, was there a second? Who made the second to that?
I did.
Stuart did? Okay. There's a motion and a second to approve with staff recommendations 20 units along with the amendment that was originally made with the LID all the stormwater that they can dispose of. So does everybody understand the motion?
Plus.
Everybody, motion second. Everybody in favor of the motion, raise your hand.
20.
20 units.
That's 4 fewer.
I split them.
Okay, I'm asking for the vote. Everybody in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Motion carries. We're now ready for item number 5.
Just checking, is there anyone in the audience still to speak on item number 5? Okay. Is there anyone to speak on item number 8? Okay.
All right, so this is item number 5, Snyder Court. This is a request to rezone from R8 to SP to permit up to 4 detached residential units on property located at the northwest corner of Robertson Avenue and Snyder Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The property is currently zoned R8 and surrounding property is also zoned R8. Policy here is urban neighborhood evolving, and the SP is consistent with the policy which intends to create neighborhoods that are compatible with the character of urban neighborhoods while anticipating changes such as additional housing types and additional density. The plan meets one critical planning goal. And here we have the plan. It proposes 4 detached units with 2 units fronting Robertson Avenue and 2 units fronting Snyder Avenue. Access to all of the units is from the alley to the north, which is already built and is proposed to be widened with this SP. The plan will incorporate a type A3 landscape buffer between the site and the existing residential to the west. The plan also proposes to construct sidewalks along the Snyder Avenue frontage, as well as widen that road and provide some on-street parking, as well as to improve the sidewalks along Robertson Avenue to the standards of the Major and Collector Street Plan. Here we see that there is a rain garden proposed to the north of the site for stormwater management. Also, the site will incorporate pervious pavement, and there's a memo on your desk with an additional condition regarding that. Here's a view of the site. This is the existing house, which is proposed to be demolished. As the SP is consistent with the urban neighborhood evolving policy and meets a critical planning goal, staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions.
Thank you. This item's open for public hearing. Applicant be allowed 10 minutes. Keep 2 back for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Again, Michael Garrigan, Dale & Associates, 516 Heather Place. We deferred this item at the hearing 2 weeks ago. We had not heard any opposition at that point, and about 7 or 8 neighbors were here. We talked to them in the lobby. We decided at that point it would be best to defer it and meet on site and discuss their concerns, which we have done so. Their concerns dealt with lack of infrastructure and stormwater. And if you're aware of this area, it's a neighborhood evolving policy. It is a little pod area that's going to evolve, but its infrastructure is not up to par, we'll just say. So that's the reason with this specific project that we're widening both roadways. We're adding the sidewalks on both roadways. We're not proposing on-street parking on Snyder within the travel lanes. We're creating it ourselves on our property and dedicating the right-of-way to do so. Improving the alley and proposing a rain garden there along the alley. One of the neighbors we met with lives just to the north, just downstream of the site, and after talking to her and looking at the stormwater, that there's not a lot of drains. Actually, there are 0 curb inlets, drains, pipes in this area. So what we decided to do is not only meet the stormwater regulations through a rain garden, but far exceed them by doing the pervious pavement as well, so that, as I explained it to her, what our hope there is, not only are we mitigating what we're doing, what we're proposing, but we're going to vastly improve the runoff that leaves this site afterwards. So, as I stated, it is an evolving policy. It is lacking infrastructure. We are proposing to improve the infrastructure. And we have met with the 3 neighbors to the left, 2 to the north. They were the ones that met us on site, and I've discussed it over the phone and email through a couple of folks who just contacted us through the public notice, and they were in favor of it, something fresh, something new. So opposition tonight is new to us, but we'd love the opportunity to continue to discuss and meet with them. So thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please come to the microphone, give your name and address, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Bernard Pickney, 4604 Dakota Avenue. I'm a long-term resident of West Nashville, and I don't live in the neighborhood, but I've been encouraging the younger folks this is a good place to buy a home and invest. And I just don't understand, in an R8 neighborhood where everything around there is R8, 1 house per lot, how you can come in and double the zoning on that. And one issue that I would like the engineer to answer is he said there were going to be improvements on 2 streets. Does he mean Robertson Road and Snyder Avenue? But anyway, I'm just fundamentally opposed to rezoning property in a neighborhood to higher zoning than what's around it. I just think it's wrong. Thank you.
Good evening. Fred Pickney, 5824 Leslie Avenue. I live about a block from this proposed SP, and actually recently closed on my home at the end of the last month, so I've invested in this neighborhood. And the reason I chose this neighborhood is because of its single-family character, as I thought was guaranteed by the R8 zoning. Now, as they say, you don't just buy a house, you buy a neighborhood. And that's why I've come to speak in opposition to this SP that seeks to change that. I would submit that when evaluating a SP, the first inquiry should be into why the parcel can't be developed in accordance with the current zoning. And I spoke with the applicants in the hallway, and I didn't get an answer as to why 2 houses couldn't be built. Now, I would point out that as far as infill goes, one of these lots is vacant, so building a house on that would increase the number of homes. And as to the evolving policy, I would hope that evolving policy doesn't mean that the certainty guaranteed by the zoning is now in question. So I would ask that you protect the neighborhood that I chose to invest in, protect its single-family character, and vote to disapprove this SP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Daniel Pickney. I live at 5815A Leslie Avenue. I share an alley with the 2 properties, the proposed zoning change. I'm against this because I believe it will negatively affect our property values as well as our quality of life. I don't see why we can't stick to the zoning, stick to the codes, and have 2 nice residential homes built there instead of, they're 2 small lots that are, I believe under the current codes, they're too small to have duplexes as they are now. And it's going to be pretty close to the street. I was looking at that picture, and the house that's there now is already closer to the street than all the other houses around it. So I also have some concerns with the setback. It looks like they're going to move it, I think, 5 feet closer to the street, which would put it about 10 feet from the sidewalk. So I just think in general this just doesn't fit in with the current layout of the neighborhood and the current codes. We have, several residential single-family homes, and we're going to have this one double lot with 4 crammed-in units that just really doesn't make sense with what we have going on in the neighborhood. So that's why I'm against this. That's why I came here today and asked you to at least defer it. I think I didn't get any notice for this meeting specifically. I actually came to speak on item 16 on the agenda. And I think that could have something to do with why some of the other neighbors may not be here today. And I'd like to at least have the opportunity to speak to some of them and have it deferred and come back next time. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of orient you as to where this is located, it's the first intersecting lot off of Briley as you come down Robertson. So it's a corner lot, and it's entering into the neighborhood, which is a neighborhood evolving urban policy. So when we look at infill, I understand it's a new thing. It's a struggle, but the way I kind of look at it is it starts out at corner lots. That's where it's most acceptable, I'll just say. What we try to do is match setbacks. The 2 units, 1 and 2, they match this exact setback of the house immediately to the west, which is the primary setback along Robertson heading west. And to answer one of the questions, we are improving both streets, sidewalks, curb gutters, widening pavement, and so on. With that, to answer the question of 4 units versus 2, with 2 units, you get what you get. With an SP, you're guaranteed certain materials, as all our SPs do. We're restricting the lower end materials where there's requirements for glazing, there's requirements for exposed foundations, requirements for the sidewalk, the on-street parking, the curb gutters, handicap ramps, alley improvements. That all comes with the SP. So, again, we'd love to further the conversation. We're trying to find places to infill all over this county right now, and, quite frankly, we feel like this is an appropriate one. It's an appropriate plan, as it'll match everything around it down Robertson with the 2 units infield behind it off of Snyder. Thank you.
Thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Jeff?
these guys next to me talk about affordable housing stock. I think this is an opportunity for us to gain some affordable housing stock in an evolving neighborhood. I think this is a thoughtful plan on a corner lot, and I'm going to support this.
Jessica?
So yes, I do certainly support an expansion of affordable housing stock. I do worry that across Briley and the nation's neighborhood, we've seen all of this kind of development going in, and there's been a lot of concern about, how the nation's has been completely gentrified. And so I think this is also an opportunity to be thoughtful going into a new neighborhood about, how we want to address that. Looking at the neighborhood, the surrounding neighborhood, it's clear that there are a lot of small little homes. There's also a lot of strangely placed units. So I think a nicely designed plan like this does make sense. But those are my concerns.
Andre?
I'd like to hear from the others.
Greg?
Well, and I wanted to maybe ask a question. Is that I heard that this was a single-family neighborhood, but I wanted to be clear that isn't this? Could you clarify what the zoning is? RS or R?
The zoning is currently R8 in this whole area that would permit single-family by right, two-family with conditions. So it's not necessarily strictly single-family. The zoning would permit two-family.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that just so everybody knows that sometimes an R designation does mean, multi-unit, two-family residential. And I agree if it's designed right and thoughtful, and there are some small misplaced, or not misplaced, but weirdly placed, lots that on a corner lot, I think that it's a good thing, good fit.
Stuart? Hunter?
Does the SP provide a height limitation?
Yes, the SP proposes 3 stories and 35 feet. The current zoning would permit the 3 stories, but in 45 feet.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Lily?
One of the first questions that the opponents asked is why would there be an SP here? What makes this area appropriate for an SP? And so I was looking through the staff's analysis trying to figure out why would there be an SP here? What makes that appropriate? And the developer talked about this being a corner lot. There's alley access. One question I did have, though, the neighbor spoke of this being a single-family neighborhood with single-family homes, and then there's mentioned in the staff's report about the neighborhood surrounding the site is characterized by a mixture of housing types. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Let me kind of correct that. These are really 4 single-family homes, so it's not that these are single-family homes.
Okay, but in my view, just one house and one lot, and I think that's what the neighbors are considering too.
And I think in the report it's talking about the neighborhood evolving policy and that it would support an introduction of a mixture of housing types, which here you do have where the houses appear to be single family, but you do, it's technically multifamily since it's 4 on 1 lot.
Right, okay, thank you.
No comment.
Okay, is there a motion?
Move approval of staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion second to approve the staff recommendations. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it's one opposed. My vote goes to the majority.
Mr. Chairman, item 12 is on downtown code, and staff recommends that be deferred. If you want to take that as a vote, so that some of our staff can leave.
Okay. Request to defer item number 12.
Correct.
Motion.
I'll make a motion that we defer item 12.
Second.
Motion second to defer item number 12. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So staff now released. Got ready for item number 8.
Mr. Chairman, was that for one meeting?
That was a 1 meeting deferral.
I'm too far.
Go ahead.
All right, we are almost at the slides. Give me 1 second here. Item number 8 is a zoning request for Burkett Station. This area is located in the southeast portion of Davidson County. The request is to rezone from AR2A to SP to permit up to 244 residential units and a mixed-use development. Property is highlighted in red. Like I stated, this is in the southeast portion of the county, just west of I-24 and east along Old Hickory Boulevard in Cane Ridge. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Current zoning is AR2A. The policy is T3 Suburban Community Center. This policy encourages redevelopment as intense mixed use areas that are compatible with the general character of the suburban neighborhood. This is the proposed site plan. The site plan will be developed in 2 phases. Phase 1 is the residential portion that would have a maximum of 244 residential units. Phase 2 is the commercial portion, which is roughly 4 acres in size. Phase 1 is roughly 14 acres. Along with this SP, a sidewalk will be included to be installed along Old Hickory Boulevard to the west. There will be an 8-foot sidewalk and a 6-foot planting strip. Additionally, there will be sidewalks internal to the SP connecting the commercial and the residential portions. There'll be 3 access points proposed on Old Hickory Boulevard. Access point B is the main access point to get to the commercial, right in the middle of the development, to get to the commercial and the residential portion. The applicant has provided elevations for the residential portion of the SP. Materials will be of brick and stone. Vinyl and EIFS are prohibited. Phase 2 is the commercial section of this SP, and the uses will be more regulatory. Basically, the SP will have a regulatory use for the commercial area. Those uses will be allowed are based upon the MUN zoning district, excluding cash advance and check cashing. To ensure that the buildings will create a community center and provide a pedestrian-friendly environment, bulk standards have been incorporated into this SP. That includes front yard setback requirements that would limit the parking along Old Hickory Boulevard to 2 parking lanes, and facade treatments. This also includes first floor height requirements and a maximum height of 3 stories within 45 feet. This SP did submit in a traffic impact study. The conditions with this SP would that they need to comply with all the conditions within the TIS, including the requirements of the IDA. These requirements shall meet the public works standards. This SP is consistent with T3 Suburban Community Center policy, and therefore staff recommends approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions. This does include an updated condition that was handed out to you earlier in the evening, item number 4, to require the IDA requirements to be completed before the first use and occupancy permit is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This item's open for public hearing. The applicant will be allowed 10 minutes and keep 2 for rebuttal. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tom White. I represent the applicant. I live at 36 Old Club Court. I'd request 2 minutes for rebuttal. At the front end, I'll comment that there was a letter sent down by the councilman for this area, Robert Duvall, that was not referenced by the staff, but that's been circulated. He is totally supportive of the project. With respect to neighborhood meetings, there was a very well-attended meeting, I would say probably 100 people at the Cane Ridge Community Center. And at that meeting, the focus really was a great support, not just for the quality of this apartment complex, but more so this 4 acres of commercial that's out facing the main road. There was a huge interest by most of the people at the meeting in defining what could or couldn't be done there. There is still a lack of good commercial on that side of the interstate, and I would say virtually all the debate that night had to do with uses on that particular 4 acres that's out front, and a huge support from the community. There have been issues in the past where commercial has been discussed up and down here, but it hasn't happened. So there was great dialogue and commitment that evening by my client as well as the neighbors, and it evolved very positively. With respect to the issues from the staff report, I'll comment number one. It's obviously consistent with the policy. That's been well discussed. I want to talk about the IDA issue for a minute. This commission rarely deals with IDA issues because, frankly, it's a pretty draconian hit to an applicant, builder, developer to do those types of things. In this case, my client not only totally agreed with it, but they agreed to do it prior to the first issuance of a use and occupancy permit. Nothing's going to be bonded. All the requirements of the IDA will be finished before the first UNO is issued. My client and I have met on several occasions with the Public Works Department. They've been very extensive about what's going to be required for IDA. My client's committed to every one of them. I'll close my comments by saying I don't know of one issue asked for by any Metro department that my client has not agreed to. We'd appreciate your support. Thank you for your courtesies. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, is anyone wishing to speak in opposition? You're speaking in support? Okay.
I'm Peggy Johnson. I live at 5917 Banning Circle, and we call it Cane Ridge, Tennessee. I've been president of the HOA there in October Woods for the past 9 years. This has generated a lot of excitement in our subdivision. We kind of live in the country out there, and for the last 20 years, the only commercial that we have there are a couple of truck stops. So this has been a real new idea for us. Most of the land out there has been farmland, and of course with Sam Ridley Boulevard up at Smyrna, that's where we've had to go to get most any commercial items that we need now. Hickory Hollow has just basically gone downhill, and there's just so much excitement that has been generated by this. Several development projects have been presented to us, and in the last 6 or 8 years we've been able to turn all of them down. This has been the best presentation that we've ever had. They've taken all of our ideas into consideration, and we know that change is coming, and this is the best that we can hope for our area, and we're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Others wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Please line up behind each other at the microphone.
My name's Terry Rucker. I live at 329 Battle Road. I think y'all have a petition in front of you with 4 pages of signatures from people that live on Battle, Twin Oaks. The property backs up to Old Hickory. A lot of the people on the petition live in Twin Oaks. These people are against this project being built there, as far as the apartments and all being, the whole thing being changed. It changes our complexion out there in the way that our neighborhood has been out there for years, where there's apartments down on Bell Road. Excuse me. Apartments on Bell Road from Normansville Road to Murfreesboro Road. They're building new apartments up in Laverne. There's 2 new sets of big apartment buildings being built there. We don't feel like we need apartments there on Old Hickory Boulevard. We would like to see it stay as single-family housing. October Woods has been a good neighbor. We appreciate them being there, but we would like to see it stay as a single-family residence, not apartment buildings. And we really don't care for the commercial thing that's going in there, but we would like to see it stay as all single-family houses. And like I said, there's a great number from Twin Oaks. They've had 1 meeting at the Cane Ridge Community Center, and there was about 100 people there, but we thought that there was going to be other meetings and other discussions, and I haven't heard that since that 1 meeting that we had. So again, speaking for a lot of the applicants, a lot of people on petition, we don't want to see apartments come in out there. There's plenty of apartments in that area. We feel like there's enough there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Peden. I live at 7413 Golden Apple Drive,
in Apple Valley. I use the October Woods entrance to my subdivision. My concern with this project is the section of Old Hickory Boulevard from the interstate to October Woods Drive. Right now, it's 5 lanes at the interstate bridge, and it goes down to 2 lanes. And this proposal, from what I understand, goes back to 5 lanes at October Woods. So you're going from 5 lanes back to 2 lanes, back to 5 lanes in just a quarter-mile section, and it just doesn't make any sense. I have traffic issues right now when I exit the interstate and turn right. There's no merge lane, so it seems to me that's just going to get worse, and I think that should be addressed. I also attended the meeting at the Cane Ridge Community Center, and I too was under the impression that we would have more meetings to discuss this, and there have not been any other meetings. So I would ask that this be deferred and more community meetings be held about this. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, my comments are as follows. Number one, the 2 opponents that spoke do not live in the development directly across the way that's immediately affected. That's October Woods. That's where the president of the HOA, correctly, who's been in that post for 9 years, said they were so incredibly supportive. At that meeting that evening, and the 100-plus people that were there weren't but a handful of people that spoke with any objections to it. Virtually all the excitement was the commercial development at the front of the property. That continues to be the case. And as the HOA president has said, we have worked with them diligently since that time to define exactly what commercial they wanted up there. With respect to the road issues, anybody that's concerned about the traffic and road issues ought to be totally supportive, because the IDA requirements here are a very, very significant, substantial item. The client's committed to do them all. That's clearly an improvement. It doesn't just fix what's in front of our property. It goes way beyond it. It's an improvement that goes from our property line up to the interstate. It'll clearly improve the traffic capacities up here. The other thing I mentioned is opposition said we'd like to see single family here. If there's a site that there's not going to be single family built, this is the site. You are directly up against the interstate. You're right next door to Family Leisure, the old Watson's location. It's absolutely not going to be single family. That's not going to happen. Again, the other and final thing that was made in opposition was we don't want commercial there. That was the driving factor. The councilman and the president of the HOA made it very clear to us they have never supported a request for this type of proposal. In the 8 years that councilman's been out there, they jumped on this one because they were so pleased about where it was and the commercial that would be out front. That was the issue. That was basically almost the total support. If there's going to be a neighborhood meeting, we'll do whatever else the councilman wants us to, but he clearly saw and heard the issues that night, requested approval. We're urging you to approve this matter today and send it to the council. Thank you for your courtesies.
Declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I am kind of familiar with this particular area. It is in an area that I think that this type of structure is needed, because they are so far from trying to get into any establishments to buy just daily goods. And the way I'm reading this is that when they are going to do a lot of improvements in this mixed-use phase, as well as installing sidewalks and it actually improving the area going from, and it's a big job going from agriculture to commercial where they're going. I think it's a good project, and as of now, I plan on supporting it. Thank you.
In general, I'm supportive. I guess I have a question for staff. There's a number of things that the staff often looks for and requires, and including trying to create pedestrian-friendly streetscapes and things like that especially within a community center policy. So I'm just curious, this looks very conventional suburban garden-style apartments, which might be fine, but it's just very different than many things that we've seen before, especially in an SP. I'm curious to get staff's opinion on it.
Regarding the types of buildings that was presented from the applicant, they have identified conditions that would make it again, limiting the ephes and vinyl and creating walkability with connections from each of those buildings and creating a kind of a courtyard in the middle with that clubhouse and pool. We thought with the requirements of the RM20 zoning district that would support this type of building.
But the parking along all the streets, was that addressed?
The parking, good question. So because the limitation is 244 residential units, they have not identified the amount of bedrooms per that unit. So the parking can fluctuate. With the final SP, they would come in with that full determination of the types, amount of bedrooms, and it might be able to reduce that parking and increase open space.
Greg?
I don't think we've ever dealt with, at least in my term, IDA. Help me understand from your perspective the exact requirements that the developer will have to put in relative to the road improvements.
Sure. So the TIS identifies specific requirements. The IDA, and I have a slide here, is identified in certain portions of the Southwest Community Plan that have insufficient infrastructure to meet the development demands and expected growth. There's a calculation that we do. It's based upon the policy and the acreage that are involved. And the rate of which we calculate that out it equaled 3,087 total required feet of roadway. Now this is on top of or in conjunction with the TIS per the review of Public Works. And I do know, I believe Devin Doyle is here, and we can maybe talk a little bit about that, but the applicant not only is required for the TIS, but also to make sure that they complete the IDA requirements as identified in the Southeast Plan.
I think Devin had to leave, so he is not here at the moment.
So basically, this is a policy the commission adopted in certain portions of the Southeast. And the gist of it is, if you're going to rezone the property to increase the density, then you've got to basically fix some of the infrastructure. And there's a calculation depending on how large an area, how much density bonus you get, how much you have to do. And that's done, it's not really infrastructure necessarily directly associated with your project, but it's fundamental infrastructure to move in there, and they work with Public Works to identify what areas need to have that infrastructure improvement.
So, for example, 3,000 feet of roadway, does that get us from the entrance of this project to the interstate?
Well,
no, this could be anywhere.
What Public Works tries to do is to look and see at the most strategic area. I'm not saying that that may be the area here, because I don't know what they've identified, but what they try to do is to identify the locations in the greatest need, and to the degree they can, leverage that with other projects so they can get a bigger bang for the buck.
Thanks.
Jessica?
I think most of the questions have been addressed, or key points have been addressed. You know, the one thing that caught my eye is, and we all know that Southeast is really facing some trouble with overcrowding in schools and adding 45 new students. You know, I just hope that somehow that's getting taken into account or considered, because that's a significant number of new students, potentially new students. But, you know, from a design perspective, it looks okay.
Andre?
I was just interested that there wasn't more detention or something based on its proximity to the floodplain. Is there, Mr. Mishu, since you're here, just see what I'm not opposing anything. I just want to see what your recommendations are addressing the floodplain.
Well, hello, Steve Mishu with Metro Stormwater. Actually, the thing we had is there was a stream over there, and they had to provide buffers, and some of the buildings kind of encroached into the buffers, and we got them to ship that out of there. But detention is going to be required for the site because of how undeveloped it currently is. So, you know, this area probably doesn't lend itself to too much LID, but because of the amount of detention they're going to have to provide. So they do have areas dedicated for detention and water quality.
Does that answer your question?
That does.
Okay. Stewart?
No, I wanted to move approval of staff recommendation.
Walter?
Yeah, I just want one other question because Commissioner Farr brought up a good point about the education. Don't they still, the Board of Education, don't they weigh in on new projects in terms of how it affected schools? I know they did it. They used to do it at one time. Is that right, Bob?
They do weigh in. The commission has adopted policies that basically require certain school and education dedications depending on the amount of traffic of schools generated. And I believe the lowest is if you generate an additional demand for 100 students, you have to provide at least an elementary school site that's appropriate and scaled for, that is appropriate for by the school board, that they approve by the school board. So the commission has adopted requirements. They haven't gone over any of those thresholds yet, but they are there, and they would, and we've had that. And many developments have had to provide an elementary or a middle school or even a high school site.
Do you have a question?
No, just, it is different than when I began working on the council, in that it gives early warning to the school system. We do a lot better job of providing data and estimates for the school system, even when we don't require a new school set.
Someone make a motion.
Move we approve staff recommendations.
Second. Motion seconds to approve staff recommendations. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ready for item number 9.
Okay, item 9 is a subdivision request to be considered by the commission. It's located on Hill Road, the southeast area. This is the lot outlined in red. It's a large lot. It's almost 6 acres in size. It contains one single-family home. The request is to create 5 lots. This application was submitted in 2013, so it's been sitting around for a while, and staff's evaluation is under the subdivision regulations at the time the application was submitted, so this is similar to one you saw a month ago. Staff is recommending approval with conditions under the one-tier approach. The zoning is RS40, which only permits single-family, will permit up to 6 single-family lots. The previous policy on the property when the application was submitted is residential low density, which permits a density up to 2 dwelling units per acre. There's also a special policy on the property as well as a larger area along Hill Road and Baxter Lane. That policy supports lots that are no smaller than 40,000 square feet. Also calls for re-subdivision of properties to protect views from the streets and from existing buildings by preserving trees that line the roads and by orienting new homes so that their rear yards are not in direct line of sight from the fronts of existing homes. This is the proposed subdivision. The lots would range between close to 44,000 square feet to the largest being a little over 72,500 square feet. The plan also provides a platted setback of 170 feet from Hill Road. This is intended to preserve the setback along Hill Road, which, as you saw before, all the lots are very large and all the homes are set back fairly deep. This setback is consistent with the home that was on the site today, and it's consistent with the home next door. Also proposes a 40-foot setback along Franklin Pike Circle. Access to the site will be from 2 points with a shared driveway. So it has a drive that kind of parallels Hill Road. You see the little circles along the side. The subdivision was required to do stormwater facilities. When this came in, this was one of the first, kind of got caught in the limbo of when we were looking at, or stormwater started looking at infill for single-family subdivisions. So this went through the review cycle and now was required to do stormwater facilities. Staff, again, is recommending approval under the one-tier approach, which was used the majority of the time when the application was submitted and prior to the new subdivision regulations. And with that one-tier approach, we look at policy density. The two-tier approach would look at the density and the overall character of the area. So looking at the one-tier approach plan, the plan is consistent with the RL land use policy as it's consistent with the density prescribed in the RL policy, which is 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre, this being under 1 acre, 1 dwelling unit per acre. So we find that, and also the plan is consistent with the special policy, which calls for lots not to be smaller than 40,000 square feet. All the lots would be oriented, homes would be oriented where the backyards are not facing the front yards of other homes in the area. The homes are also set back, which could preserve a lot of the trees that sit along Hill Road. And in conclusion, staff is recommending approval under the one-tier approach.
Thank you, Jason. This item's open to the public hearing. Applicant be allowed 10 minutes. 2 back for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we would like to hold 2 minutes back for rebuttal. The applicant is actually Heron Associates, but I'm here in support of him. As Jason had mentioned, this plat had been held up in the process because of new stormwater requirements, and so the applicants hired us, Dell & Associates, I'm Roy Dale, 516 Heather Place, to prepare stormwater plans for this development, which we have done. And so that has now been submitted and has been approved. And I think Tom is going to more or less talk about the merits of the plan. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tom White. I live at 36 Old Club Court. I'll comment that perhaps the most appropriate thing said by the staff was that this project was caught in limbo. This is a classic of that. As mentioned in the history, the application was filed on July 11 of 2013 for the August 22, 2013 meeting, the normal cycle, basically 30 days. In the interim, the stormwater policy was revised, period. Everybody knows a number of builder development issues that took place during that period of time. It became very clear everybody had to go back to the drawing boards to figure out what they could or couldn't do. That initially was a delay. Then we got into the issue about the 1 or the 2-tier matter with respect to the approach that would be taken by this commission. And I'll comment here in the staff report, it indicates that this issue really came to light when there was a full-blown hearing before this commission on December 12 of 2013. I was here, most of you were here. The whole issue that day is, were we going to evaluate those that were already in the queue under Tier 1, which was then the requirement, or we were going to go to 2-tier? Absent, I think, one development, this commission made the clear decision. Anybody in the queue as of December 12, 2013 would be considered under the first tier. And I read what it says, basically. The commission heard the proposed amendments, and they basically said, defer all amendments until the January 9, which was the following month Planning Commission meeting. Direct the staff to process all infill subdivision cases submitted before noon, December 12, 2013, under the current language in Section 3.5. That was Tier 1, period. And direct staff not to process additional infill subdivision applications until after that date with the new Tier 2 requirement. So the history is very, very clear. This was a project caught in limbo, got the same owner from the outset. They first had the sideway action with respect to stormwater. They corrected that, as Mr. Dale said. They've now submitted it. Then the only issue is it Tier 1 or Tier 2? It's totally consistent with what this commission did in December of the year 2013. I think all of you were here, certainly remember that. It's a mandate that's reviewed under Tier 1. As the staff concludes, therefore, the application was reviewed under the Tier 1 approach and should be approved. That's our presentation. I'd urge you to approve that with the staff recommendation. Thank you for your courtesy.
Be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support of this project? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Please line up at the microphone.
Hi, my name is Celia Turner. This is my first time here, and I've learned a lot tonight. A lot of big words, a lot of what y'all do. I live at 778 Hill Road, and my husband Greg and I have lived on Hill Road for over 20 years. And the first time we drove down Hill Road, we fell in love with the street, and it felt like we were in the country, and there were lots of wide open spaces and trees. And we saw a house with a for sale sign that was a fixer-upper, and we fixed it up, and then we moved. We loved it there, and we had 3 children, and there was a bigger house next door, and we moved next door, and we fixed it up. And so we have quite an investment in the area. So 3 children and lots of memories later. We still live on Hill Road, and we choose to live there because it's such a unique place. It feels rural, and yet it's convenient to Nashville and Brentwood and Target, and we just love it. And it's a special place where country and city collide, and it's just a unique place. It's I just would love to see it preserved. It's a truly special area of Davidson County. So thank you for your consideration on that.
Thank you.
I disapprove.
Good evening, and my name is Greg Turner. I live at 778 Hill Road. Thank you for all what you do for the city of Nashville and Metro, all of you. I'm a developer, and I'm pro-development, but like you, I appreciate and support controlled development and development that works within a neighborhood that makes sense. And for those very reasons, I oppose this subdivision because it is inconsistent with the neighborhood, and it will permanently and adversely affect the integrity of Hill Road. Several years ago, there was a community plan that was done, and then that community plan, the voice of the community, not just Hill Road, came out and they said, we want to protect Hill Road for what it is and its unique qualities with the wide open spaces, as my wife alluded to. And matter of fact, when the staff got this application, which was back in 2013, they looked at this and they said, let's go look and see if this is consistent with the neighborhood. They looked at the 12 lots immediately east of the subject property, and what they found is that the frontage, the average frontage is 222 feet, and the approximate average of the acreage, the size of the lots, is 2.5 acres. Now let's talk about the subdivision. 4 of the 5 lots are only 95 feet wide and 463 feet deep. It sounds like we're trying to put a square box in a round hole, a square peg in a round hole, because you see that is 2.5 times less than what the average is. So it's very, very inconsistent. All I got to say is that under this Tier 1 approach, the staff has had a tough time putting this together. I think it's because of the regulation, because under the new regs, there's none of these lots that work within this zoning under the new regs. So it sounds like we want to swoop in under the 2013 regs. Thank you very much. Please, I would ask that you would look at this and disapprove it. Thank you very much.
My name is Don Bishop. I live at 730 Hill Road. I purchased my house in December of 2000. At that time, this was an established neighborhood. It had been, my house now has been in existence 60 years. There is no lot in Hill Road that is as small as this proposal. No matter where you call it, Tier 1 or Tier 2, it doesn't measure up to the compatibility of existing lots, either at the time I purchased or now. Under the existing rules, not now, this would not qualify. So in order for you to qualify this, you have to grandfather it under some other rule. And I am one to say that it doesn't even qualify under the old rules, the one-tier rule. And that is because we sent 6 people, including myself, to work on the Southeast Plan in 2004. The conclusion of the Southeast Plan in 2004, this plan provides
land use policies, if implemented, will preserve existing neighborhoods. Will preserve existing neighborhoods. There is no lot small as this proposal. None. Not then, not now, and it would not qualify under the existing rules right now. The staff member left out one sentence and special.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's John Harwood. I live on Baxter Lane, 741 Baxter Lane, and it's right on the top of this diagram here. And actually, I could have taken out 2 speaking slips out front there because I could come down to approve. I could come down and say that I grew up with Mike May. I've lived in my house on Baxter Lane for 60 years plus. And the thing is, like the lot, I've got a lot almost identical to his, that 6 or 8 years, 10 years from now, I'm going to be in the same boat that he is right now. And he's got to sell that lot. It's right next to the railroad, right next to the interstate. And I'm going to be in that same boat years down the road. On the other hand, I realize that Hill Road has a unique character, and they had this, I'm not sure what the thing's called, a plan where they want to preserve the character of their neighborhood. And this lot, whatever it becomes, whatever happens there, is going to be like the bellwether for all the people on Hill Road selling their lots in the future. The developer's going to look at this and they're going to say, well, that's what we can do. And they're going to look at that and spread that around the neighborhood on Hill Road. So even though it may be harder for me to deal with my property, I'm hoping that we can improve on this lot here, because the way it is now, it's just packed in. It's like a real dense, just kind of squeezing the area, the May property for all that can be gotten from it. And I would like something a little more tasteful and a little more in character with the neighborhood, because that's the whole idea of when the neighbors got together, they want to preserve the character of the neighborhood. And I'm hoping that it can be changed to that point. I mean, to the developers, I'd say, like in the Wizard of Oz, like, go away and come back tomorrow. I'd give them that line, like, come back with something a little bit better than it is now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Eric Stevens. I live at 727 Baxter Lane. My wife and I have lived there for over 25 years. We've raised 2 fine sons. We love that community, and we stand in support of the folks that live on Hill Road in opposition to this proposal. I've heard a couple things commented tonight. One of the things that concerns me deeply is how much both the applicant and the commission and the staff are standing with the Tier 1 analysis. And I think it is very clear that is because they cannot tell you, and I challenge in this last 2 minutes for the applicant to tell us how this proposal meets with the current nature of the neighborhood, the character of the neighborhood. They cannot tell you that, and so instead they are trying to go through a technicality to have you approve this under a prior Tier 1 analysis. I would suggest that because there has been such substantial changes to this application, that Tier 1 analysis is not even the appropriate legal analysis for this commission to undertake. But regardless of that, as Commissioner Clifton pointed out earlier, that does not require this commission to approve this proposal. No one can tell you that this French fry design is consistent with the Hill Road, the character of Hill Road. I was looking at the mission statement of the commission, and part of the mission statement is a commission to preservation of important assets. This property can be used now. This is not distressed property. The only asset that is at stake right now is either the asset of the integrity of a neighborhood or financial assets that are obviously very valuable to the applicant. I would suggest to this commission that if this commission stays true to its mission statement and identifies what the most important asset is at stake here, one that cannot be changed once it is redeveloped, you will reject this policy, this proposal. Thank you.
Got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, with respect to rebuttal, the first item is that we are down here under a technicality. It is absolutely, totally incorrect to say that. We are down here because of a far recognized principle that you apply under certain rules that are there at the time, you comply with those, they should be approved. If the rules change, they apply prospectively. That was the whole debate that took for hours in December of 2013. The whole issue was those that were in the queue should be treated under the Tier 1 standards. That's exactly what this commission did. That is not a technicality. The biggest complaint from anybody in the builder development community is that rules are changed midstream. That should never happen, absent health or safety. This is not health or safety. It was clearly Tier 1 for all the reasons that I've mentioned. That was the clear pronouncement in December of 2013. My client was in the queue before then. He was basically delayed in part because of change in the stormwater regulations. He's complied with those. The other thing that I'll mention is that this is a lot on the corner. This is not in the center of the street. If you're going to find a place where this should be done, this is it. It's not right in the middle where it's offensive to people on either side. It's right around the corner against the street. The next thing I'll mention is we comply with a special policy. Think about this. It's not just all the other requirements. We comply with a special policy. These lots are all basically an acre apiece. The special policy mandates 40,000 square feet, basically an acre, and it requires that you have a preservation of vegetation. It requires that you also have significant setbacks. We've agreed to all those things. There's been no dispute about that. That's what's been turned in. With respect to the proposal itself, as I said, it'd be totally inconsistent with what this commission did in December of 2013 to single this one out and say this isn't appropriate for Tier 1. Thank you for your courtesies. We urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Start with Hunter.
I just have a question for our legal counsel. If, in your opinion, are we required to review this under the one-tier approach?
Yes. And I'll be glad to elaborate that as much or as little as you see fit. But as you recall, the commission put in place the determination that all plans that had been submitted before X date, and that was sometime in December of 2013, would be analyzed under the old subdivision regulations in light of the fact that we had new regulations coming down the pike that had kind of been hung up in the process, and the commission reviewed and sought a couple of last-minute changes. So there was the need to determine what's our cutoff date in terms of determining which set of regulations would apply. This, from July of 2013, August 2013, whatever it was well before that deadline and should be analyzed under the old subdivision regulations, which were in effect at that time. The subdivision regulations for infill subdivision under, 3-5.1 and .2, it's where we get into the one-tier analysis. So the direct answer to your direct question is yes, you need to use the one-tier analysis on this.
I'm surprised to hear you say that because the one-tier and two-tier were not options at that time. It was two different interpretations of the same language. Right. Is that correct?
Well, and if you don't mind, Mr. Michael, I absolutely agree with Mr. Michael that you're to use the subdivision regs that were in place at the time when the application was filed. And we were using the one tier, but at the time this was filed actually, the commission had started to interpret, had the debates regarding whether it was a one-tier or a two-tier approach. And I think that the majority of your decisions, if I'm correct, were under the one-tier approach.
And so, just to clarify that, it's a matter of how you interpreted the language that existed. You could interpret it one way or a different way.
Right. And Mr. Michael's correct that staff used the one-tier approach because it was the majority of the decisions that the commission had made were under that. But you certainly are open to interpret it, and some of the commissioners that are here today interpreted that same language as a two-tier approach.
Okay, so we're not required to review it as a one-tier approach. We're required to review it under the previous
regs, and the clarification is valuable. There was a difference of opinion among the members of the commission as to which application or how to interpret that section of the subdivision regulations. In light of the fact that the majority of decisions were made under that one-tier analysis, I always advise boards and commissions to maintain the most consistent basis for rulings, if at all possible. Idea that you're putting in place the same parameters in terms of similar cases that come before you. It's most defensible in the event that cases are appealed to Chancery or beyond. And so that's the basis for the advice.
Well, I think at our last meeting, we debated the same issue, slightly different scenarios, definitely a different location. And I think we did come to a different conclusion in terms of our interpretation as a body, not necessarily individuals, but as a body, that the two-tier approach was reasonable, and thus we acted with the two-tier approach. So I think there are similar issues here with lot width and the character of the area. So I'm interested in hearing what the other commissioners say, but assuming we're not required to look at this, I just want to make sure that it was clear whether we were required to or if it was still up to our interpretation.
Lily?
I've had nightmares about the one-tier versus two-tier approach. Right? Because we have discussed this a lot, and I wasn't even on the Planning Commission back in 2013, and I know all about the differences between the one-tier and two-tier approach, and everything that Hunter said was right. I mean, one thing that I found helpful in analyzing one of the previous cases we saw this month was that even under one-tier approach, like you said, you can interpret it differently. So the fact that you meet, I guess, the number standards under the one-tier approach, the sense of general comparability can still be injected into that approach. And so the commission can still look, even if all the numbers, I guess, are met, the commission can still look and say, we still interpret the one-tier approach to have implied the general comparability standards. And one point I think might be helpful is to talk about the commission's role when it comes to subdivision regulations. I know there was some discussion about what we are tasked to do and what we have to do, and I think it might be helpful to talk about that.
Let me just mention one thing, because I think there was a reference to Commissioner Clifton's statement with regard to the fact that you were operating in a recommending body on a rezoning relative to a policy. In that case, you were operating in a different role than what you operate as an ministerial role on subdivision regulations. You were actually the final action on that, and so your role is different, and you have to take the regulations as they exist, and you make the interpretation and decision on those, as opposed to making you're the final agency, in effect, as opposed to making a recommendation to council on how you interpret the policy. That's why there is a difference. You don't have the discretion of just saying, well, it meets the criteria for a subdivision, therefore we're still going to turn it down. You still have to interpret that criteria, but if you determine it meets the criteria, you don't have the option of turning it down.
Right. Thank you. That was my
Walter? I'm not going to have any comments at this time. I'm going to listen a little bit more. Andre?
Well, I look at the one-tier approach, which I understand that's the umbrella under which we're making our determination, and we have to decide one way or the other how we feel about it in that. And I read language that under the one-tier approach, we're defining comparability by utilizing the language in subsection 3.5.2. And in 3.5.2, there are two phrases, the lots that fit into the community character as defined in 7.2, which I don't know where that is, but community character, I think we can decide what we think that means, and are consistent with the general plan. And I would contend that this is not within the community character, and that we've been told, at least I presume that's correct, that it doesn't fit in with the 2004 Southeast Plan. which is well before 2013. And so it seems like within the one-tier approach, interpreting this language as it's written, I would find that it's wouldn't meet the subdivision reg. And is that an appropriate? I mean, I'm trying to interpret the tier 1 approach, and I think I'm interpreting it based on the language that's in here. Is that fair to say?
To the extent yours is a legal question, yes, that is an interpretation that it can be an appropriate determination by using an individual board member. Sure.
Jessica.
No comment. I'm just still listening.
Jeff.
I need to recuse myself.
Greg, it's up to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, and this is probably one of the more complex debates that we consider. I live just right around the corner from this particular lot, and this used to be in my council district. And I'll flat out tell you that in all the years, even 15 years ago, that this is not in any shape, form, or fashion characteristic of Hill Road. And I think my interpretation is under 3-5 on the infill subdivisions, there's the street, that the existing street shall be compatible with the general plan, and then also under 352D, that the proposed lots are consistent with the community character surrounding the parcels, and that I would also add that frontage is an issue. The lot sizes that are not consistent with any other lot size near here or on the street. And then you have this additional road on front of Hill Road, which is definitely not characteristic of the neighborhood, which that does not exist anywhere in this area, especially on Hill Road, and would diminish the character of that community big time. And so I completely disagree that this is, even if you interpret it under Tier 1, that it's not within the community character of the plan. So I'm going to not support this, and I think there's several reasons why you shouldn't support it as well. Thank you.
Someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to not approve.
I'll second it.
And let me, I want to make sure on the record, if you would read specifically the exact language in the subdivision regulations that the commission is interpreting.
I thought I just did.
Are you reading a current?
Well, this is, so the current regs, the language that I read, I don't think has changed under 3.
I just want to make sure we do have the language that existed at that time, and for the record, I think you're probably right, but I want to make sure that the record is clear that the commission is considering this case under the regulations and language that was in effect at that time.
Yes.
Okay, so section 3-5.1, infill subdivisions. In areas previously subdivided and predominantly developed residential lots resulting from a proposed subdivision within the R and RS zoning district on an existing street shall be generally comparable with surrounding lots. Criteria, and this is section 2, criteria for determining comparability. The following criteria shall be met to determine comparability of lots within infill subdivisions. A, the resulting density of lots within the RL, RLM, and RM land use policies do not exceed the prescribed densities of the policies. B, for lots within the NE, NM, and NG policies, the lots fit into the community character as defined in section 7.2 and are consistent with the general plan. C, all minimum standards of the zoning code are met. D, each lot has street frontage or meets the requirements of section 3-4.2.B for fronting onto an open space or meets the requirements of section 4-6.3 or 5-3.1 fronting onto open space. E, the current standards of all reviewing agencies are met.
So just for the record, your interpretation is whether this subdivision meets those criteria.
That is correct.
So state your motion again.
My motion is to disapprove based on the...
Motion second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Let me see a show of hands. All in favor? The motion carries. Ready for item number 10. Okay, this is before we get to 11A and B.
Were you ready for item 10?
Just say her. I got
Okay. Item 10 is a subdivision request. This one is to be reviewed under the current regulations. The request is to create 2 lots. This is on the east side of Granny White Pike. Radnor Lake is off to the east, as you see on the right of the screen. Staff is recommending disapproval of the request. The property is approximately 2.5 acres in size and contains 1 single-family residential lot. The zoning on the property is R40, is 2-family residential. It would permit up to 2 lots with a duplex on each lot, so it would permit up to 4 units. The policy is suburban neighborhood maintenance. That policy is intended to protect or to preserve the general character of the area. There's also a special policy on this property, as well as the area that's within the dashed line and continues to the north and to the south off the slide. Special policy calls for new lots to reflect the character of surrounding lots in terms of widths and setbacks. This is a proposed subdivision. Both lots are over 1 acre in size, about roughly the same size, 1 acre and 9/10, with a frontage about the same of 116 feet. The lots would permit a duplex on each lot, so there could be a maximum of 4 units on the property. So looking at the comparability analysis that's in your subdivision regulations today for community character, we first look at lot frontage. And as the lot frontage, the minimum lot frontage required under the subdivision regulations today would be 120 feet, which would be 70% of the average of on this case, since it's the property to the south faces the side street, we're looking at the properties just to the north of it, so the 5 properties to the north. So for lot size, the minimum should be 57,934 square feet. So as you see, both lots fail for frontage and fail for lot size. In conclusion, staff is recommending disapproval as the request does not meet the infill requirements of the subdivision regulations.
This item's open for public hearing. The applicant will be allowed 10 minutes. Keep 2 back for rebuttal if you'd like, sir.
May I have 2 minutes for rebuttal, please, sir?
Yes.
That'd be great. Thank you. My name is Phil Bennett. My wife Judy and I live at 5408 Granny White Pike. This is our property. Thanks for letting us be here tonight. We wanted to present some views, some ideas we had about this. We appreciate all the work's gone into this. Bought this house in 1993 as I was talking to the realtor outside, a woman. My wife was inside. I asked her, I said, hey, can we knock the price down a little bit? This house needs some work. And she looked at me and smiled. This is a true story. And said, well, Mr. Bennett, you're not buying the house. You're really buying the property. And I thought, well, she may be the worst real estate agent I have ever heard speak. I didn't say anything. I grew up in Bordeaux. We bought that house, and we put some money in it, and so we've lived in a teardown for 21 years and been happy there. But it's time to tear it down, maybe, I think, I hope. This property is a 64-year-old home, 2 bedrooms, 1 small bathroom. It's been great for my wife and I, but it's 64 years old. It's as old as I am. We think that this subdivision presents a lot of things that will be good in many ways. For Nashville, it gives you more than a population density of 2 old people on 3.5 acres. It gives you new property taxes. It brings new buildings that I think would be beneficial for the neighborhood. They fit the new buildings, the new homes would certainly fit the character of the neighborhood much better than this 64-year-old home that we have enjoyed. It would provide fresh blood in the neighborhood. It's a fantastic area to live. We would hope, I would certainly believe that all the neighbors out there who are all great people, we've had a wonderful 19 years here, I would think it would enhance their investments as well to move this property from the past sort of into the future for Nashville. That's what we would certainly hope. We would hope it would be a win-win. Now, my understanding from speaking to the developers and stuff is we really need 3 feet on each side of the front of my yard. We've looked and we've got all we have there, but we'd like to have 3 more feet. We won't get that, but we'd like approval to develop this. Doing some research on the neighborhood, we did find some things out. We've been working on this since 2013. We first filed this when Brandon was still working in there. And I had asked him about it. He said, well, at this point, you might tell them it passed the computer model. I said, well, that's probably a good thing, at least to start. But there are 5 lots within a half mile of our property that have less road frontage than ours do. Ours are right at not quite 117. Would you like me to read these for you, or is that something of interest to you? Or I'm not turning anybody in. They're there. They should be allowed to stay there too. 5442 Granny White Pike has an 80-foot frontage on the road. 5460 Granny White Pike has a 50-foot frontage. 5340 Granny White Pike has a 50-foot frontage. 5358 Granny White Pike has a 15-foot frontage. It is a flag lot. The one before that's a flag lot. And 5468 has 27-foot frontage. That's great. I'm cool with that. I think that's fine for them. But and we know there have been some concerns with neighbors about the homes there, what they're going to put in, about noise and about privacy. That's a big lot. It's very private. We've enjoyed it immensely. It's too big for me to take care of anymore. And I know that the developers we've spoken with had talked about putting in a live fence, doing the whole back area of that where it will be quiet and private. It's already pretty private and quiet in the fall as it is. For sound, so it wouldn't be noisy and would be private. I've been assured there will be only one driveway. They plan on one driveway access. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I would like to share with you. We just hope this would be, we hope you would approve this, would ask you to approve this. We believe that the value and the pluses of what we do would hopefully be good for everybody, for Nashville, for Davidson County. We are in Nashville, but we have a Brentwood mailing address. It's a great area. They plan to build some very nice high-end homes for new families coming to Nashville. We hope it would be a plus for Nashville. For the community, I think it would enhance the value of the neighbors. If you live next door to a 64-year-old house on 2.5 acres, you might want to hope someday they would take that somewhere that would be more future, more in the present for Nashville. So I think that's it. We thank you very much.
Okay. You'll be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in support? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? But the way that ain't build one duplex, it just have to be attached.
Hello, my name is Wade Todd. I have lived at 5404 Camelot Road for the last 10 years. I back up to Phil's, Mr. Bennett's property. I want to say this, Phil's been a great neighbor. I love him to death. He makes a great chocolate pie, I got to tell you. And I love when the sounds that come from his house when he plays his guitar. But I'm concerned about this proposal, and so I agree with the staff's recommendation to oppose this. I talked to Councilman Carter about this as well. He opposes it, and my neighbors on either side of me, which also are connected to this property, oppose it. And most importantly, my wife opposes it, so that's why I'm here. But I didn't really know what to say to everyone here, but so I was looking at your mission statement, and y'all probably heard it a million times that to preserve the distinct and diverse neighborhood character, and we've got just a great neighborhood. Camelot Acres is really special. Backs up to Radnor Lake. There's a lot of wildlife that are in Phil's backyard. I think some deer tend to bed down in his backyard. I'm concerned about this proposal that I see that's been circulated around the neighborhood from the developer, where it shows not 2 but 4 lots.
and 4 houses. My house would just be, and property would just be feet away from where now I see trees and grass and green stuff. And it'll be looking right into my back window. Same with my neighbors, the O'Briens, and I'll let Alex speak for himself, but I really hope that y'all will take the staff's recommendation and disapprove this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, Alex Gelbard. I live at 5400 Camelot on one of the abutting lots that also faces Granny White. I'd like to echo Mr. Todd's statements. The Bennetts have been just terrific neighbors and great people, and we've only been there a short time. But my 3 small children, and most importantly my wife, are a little concerned about the way that this new development would change our neighborhood and change the place where we live and call home. It would put the circulated plans would put these houses directly abutting our property, looking basically right into our backyard, and would change the nature and the character of the home that we have right now. This is shared by pretty much everybody up and down the street, the Todds and the O'Briens, who voiced their concerns about the way that, all these new lots are going to change the traffic flow and the water runoff and the very essence of where we live. I certainly would ask you to support the insightful member of your staff who didn't think this met all the obligations that your charter mandates. So thank you.
Thank you. Been allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I do know those guys. 2 things. I know that my friend Wade Todd, his house is up for sale, and I think he has a contract pending on it already, so he's moving out. And Alex and his family, my house faces the street. Alex's house is about alongside mine, the backyard of his house. So if they built the house, the first of houses where mine starts, about a 200-foot setback, the house I'm in would be exactly the same spot it is now in relationship to Alex's house. Just saying. Because they're not going to be able to build them closer to the street. It'll be the same setback. It'll be starting about where mine is, which is looking right across at his house. That's where it already is. And I know Wade, I think, has got a contract on his, so they may not be there, but we would miss them. I don't know about other neighbors. I haven't heard from anybody that complained about it. I'm sure there are always concerns. This is a letter from my neighbor, Enos Wharf, who lives on the other side of the fence from me. Enos and I bumped heads a lot when I moved in. No, when he moved in. Wait, I was already in. When he moved in, we bumped heads. So this letter is something I'm going to frame just for the value of having it. Enos wrote a very sweet thing, and I want to read it. To the members of the Metro Planning Commission, I'm writing this letter concerning the application for the proposed subdivision of Mr. Philip Bennett's property located at 5408 Granny White Pike. My wife and I have lived next door to the Bennett property for the last 19 years. In lieu of my absence, I'd like to submit this letter to show my support of the subdivision in its Wharf, 5402 Granny White Pike. I thank you for your time and for your attention to this. Thank you for letting us speak.
Declare the public hearing closed. Before you sit down, let me ask a question. If this was approved and you had 2 lots, what do you intend to build there? Are these duplexes?
I'm thinking, my understanding is they would like to build 2 plots back, 2 houses on each side. It would be still with the full same setback. There'd be 2 here and 2 here.
Well, the question is, if this was approved, would you build duplexes or single-family homes?
Single-family homes. They were.
Okay.
I think they're.
If you were going to build single-family homes, you don't have to subdivide this. You can tear your house down and build 2 houses there now.
Well, you can build 4 because of the acreage. I'm not going to build them. I'm retiring in a couple of years, and we're moving.
If you're not going to build them, then we don't need to subdivide it. But I'm just throw it out. But anyway, the public hearing is closed, and I'll start with Greg.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the Tier 2 analysis, correct? Let me ask legal counsel.
You're under tier-only analysis.
Tier-only analysis. I agree with the staff that it doesn't meet our subdivision regulations, and I'm not going to support it. So, thank you.
He's selling it to a damn developer.
Okay.
As we've said before, as a reminder, with subdivision regulations, unlike zoning requests, if we find that they meet all of subdivision regulations, we're essentially obligated to approve it. Now, when we rewrote and the staff report suggests that it does not, but when we, remind me, and I agree with the staff report, I mean, it's math, simple math, but remind me, just for the sake of the commission, when we rewrote the subdivision regs, I remember the discussion that it's important to leave some judgment with the commission, because there are unusual circumstances out there, unusual conditions where this test might not always apply. I'm not suggesting that's the case here. I just want to remind ourselves that it's not only black and white, or not necessarily black and white.
Right, and let me kind of show it. I mean, there is a neighborhood, if it doesn't meet the numerical thing, the commission has the right to grant, in effect, a variance that says it is otherwise compatible. What you have done in a similar circumstance is that it doesn't necessarily meet the width or whatever, but he can build a detached duplex on this property. And so what you have done in a similar situation has said, okay, we'll subdivide the lot with the condition that you can only put a single family house on each lot. Therefore, you don't go through a condominium process. You can do a shared lot, but when you've done that, it's been for that reason or for some other reason, typically.
And I'm not necessarily suggesting that this is a good case for that. I just wanted to make sure we understand our flexibility. You know, that we do have that ability. It's not just black and white. But I don't think this is an exception. I think it's out of character with the neighborhood and doesn't meet the subdivision regs.
Lily?
No comments.
Walter?
I don't think I can vote for it being so far out of the regs. I don't meet the special policies, and also in opposition with subdivision regulations, so I don't think I can support this.
No comment. Jessica?
So I was a little intrigued by the idea that we could possibly go forward with this, but with the requirement that there would be just a single-family house on each lot. I don't know if that is something that we want to discuss.
Well, you can do that now. Without subdividing it, you don't have to go to the...
I know, but I mean, they can also go in with duplexes, right?
I mean, typically that's done, the only issue is whether it's a horizontal property regime or it's two single-family lots that you deed off independently. I mean, from the development perspective, it's the same thing. It's just some people would prefer the ability to sell the lot fee simple as opposed to go through a horizontal property regime.
Okay. I'm going to leave it.
Andre?
Oh, I mean, I wasn't going to comment either until you mentioned that. It seems like if you're trying to preserve a neighborhood of single-family lots that are fairly large, if you don't subdivide it and they go in with 4 units, they could have 2 driveways.
They can't do 4 units unless you subdivide it.
You do 2 units as it is, or if you subdivide, you build 4 units.
Oh, I see. Okay. Then I don't have any.
Is there a motion?
Move approval of staff's recommendation.
Is there a second to that? Motion second to disapprove. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Just
What number is it? Where did it go?
11A.
No,
I know that, but this...
Commissioners, if I can, I'd like to bring your attention to item number 13, 2015Z004TX-001, which is a text amendment in regards to commercial amusement
That was on the consent agenda, and
it was originally on the consent agenda, and then it was pulled because Councilman Davis was here and spoke on it. And would ask, is anyone here to speak on item number 13? Seeing no one, staff would ask if the commission would put that back on the consent agenda to approve the staff's recommendation of disapproval.
Is there a motion to put item number 13 on consent?
I'll make a motion to put item 13.
Second.
Motion to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That was
Thank you.
Disapproved by consent.
okay, we're down to the last item on the agenda, which is items 11A and 11B.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself on these items. Thank you.
Stick around and listen to us all.
You're not going to be here for the historical part?
Oh, yeah, mine is good.
Item 11A is in the Bellevue community. This property is across Highway 100 from the Loveless Cafe off Union Bridge and past Crow Roads, right at the Williamson County line. This is part of a larger development that straddles both Davidson and Williamson counties. However, this portion is 23.83 acres, and it's the only portion in Davidson County that needs a plan amendment. The existing policy is suburban neighborhood evolving, which allows for a mixture of residential, and the applicant has requested suburban neighborhood center. Staff is recommending approval due to the neighborhood center policy in this location creates more opportunities for a mixture of services, shops, restaurants, offices, and residences, and creates a walkable destination for nearby residential areas. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, I'll be presenting the associated SP, Stevens Valley. The request is to rezone from AR2A and RS40 to SP to permit a mixed-use development. The property is located south of Highway 100, right at the Davidson-Williamson County line. The site is approximately 133.15 acres in size. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions, subject to approval of the associated policy change. The existing zoning of the property is AR2A, and that is for the middle triangle piece and the larger piece, and then the easternmost piece is RS40. You can't see this very well, but this is kind of a screenshot showing how it fits into the larger street network for Davidson and Williamson County. The existing policy for the area is 2-2 rural neighborhood maintenance, and that's for the larger portion of the property located near Hazelton Road. The remainder of the property is T3 suburban neighborhood evolving. That's for both of the triangular shaped pieces of property. There's also conservation policy on the property. The requested policy change is only for the easternmost piece of property that's currently zoned RS40, and that is to change that to T3 Suburban Neighborhood Center, which staff is recommending approval of. I'm going to go through this, and there's 3 distinct areas of the plan, and so I'm going to go through each area of the plan. Area 1 is 23.83 acres. This is the town center area, which would have a mix of residential, office, and commercial uses. It is limited to up to 234 residential units in this area, and those can be one family, 2 family, multifamily, or live-work units. There's also up to 88,000 square feet of non-residential uses proposed in this area. The non-residential uses are limited to the dark brown buildings here in the center. And of the 88,000 square feet of non-residential uses, up to 45,000 of that can be retail. So retail is limited to around half of that. The non-residential uses also have to have at least 15,000 square feet of contiguous area so that you create a critical mass of non-residential uses. Area 2 is approximately 8.96 acres in size. This is limited to residential uses only. It's limited to up to 45 units. They can be 1 or 2 family. The plan is proposing a mixture of cottage-style units fronting on an open green space and traditional single-family units. These are mostly alley-loaded with some allowance for front-loaded units. There's also a stream in the area that is being preserved with a buffer. Area 3, the largest area, is approximately 100 acres, and they're proposing up to 50 residential units. These can be either 1 family, 2 family, or townhomes. A minimum amount of the land is being disturbed in this area, which is allowing for a more sensitive and less impactful development. This is a larger shot of the entire Stevens Valley development. It's overall 859 acres. Like I said before, 133.15 acres are within Davidson County, and the remainder is within Williamson County. Sidewalks are being provided throughout the development, and they're along with a trail system. A trail will connect between areas 3 and 2. The property is surrounded by the Natchez Trace Parkway and parkland. For the most part, the development is screened from the view of the trace. The applicant has been working closely with the National Park Service on a reforestation plan to provide screening that is complementary to the similar existing portions of the trace. They would be using native plants not in a traditional buffer pattern, but something that would look more like it was natural to the area. A traffic study was completed and reviewed by Metro Public Works, and associated improvements required. This is providing for some character imagery for Area 1, which would be the town center area. You can see some residential units along with retail and mixed-use buildings. This is the character imagery for Area 2, which includes cottage court-style development along with traditional single-family, and character imagery for Area 3, which is the more rural area. The plan promotes several critical planning goals. It's designed in such a way to be sensitive to the Natchez Trace Parkway and to view sheds of the parkway, preserving open space and places of natural beauty. It's also protecting existing streams. By clustering the lots in Area 3, there's minimal disturbance for that area. A sidewalk network is provided to allow residents to visit the town center without relying on an additional automobile trip. A variety of housing types are also being provided to allow for housing choice in the area. In conclusion, staff is recommending approval with conditions and disapproval without all conditions, subject to approval of the associated policy change, in that the plan is consistent with the existing and requested policy and meets several critical planning goals.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just 2 things I want to remind before the applicant starts on their presentation. I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting this includes a comprehensive plan amendment in accordance to your rules that needs 6 votes to pass. Also, in reviewing the request to speak, there were very few, if any, that were in opposition. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this plan? Okay. I just wanted to kind of get a sense of that for the commissions.
Okay. This item is open for public hearing, and the applicant will be allowed 10 minutes, and you may keep 2 of that back for rebuttal.
My notes said good afternoon, and I think I'll change that to good evening. I'm John Rochford, and I am the applicant and the developer of Stevens Valley, and will be making a few short comments, and then Alan Thompson with Reagan Smith will be presenting the rest of the application. Tonight you will see, I had today in that category too, but tonight you will see the culmination of what we believe will be the benchmark of how all future developments will be measured. We started this process about 2 years ago with a blank sheet of paper and met with what I call stakeholders in the area around Stevens Valley, as well as those who have a strong interest in preservation and conservation, to include the Natchez Trace Parkway superintendents, their landscape architects, and various constituents who are very interested in the Natchez Trace Park. We had, over this past couple of years, 7 or 8 public meetings with various homeowners associations, and we also appeared as a courtesy before the Williamson County Planning Commission, because, as you said, this development is straddles two counties. I'm going to ask for 2 minutes for rebuttal, but I'm going to turn over the majority of this presentation to Alan Thompson, who will come up right now.
Thanks, John. I'm Alan Thompson, 6428 Holly Trace Court in the Bellevue area. I'm with Reagan Smith and Associates. I'm going to do a quick presentation. Ms. Milligan did a great job, so I'm going to be brief and try to not be redundant. Our team with Land Innovations and Rochford Realty are here to answer questions at the appropriate time. This is Mr. Stevens' overall property. It's approximately 900 acres. About 53 of those acres that you see up there along Highway 100 were zoned back in 2012 to an SP, including a NHC assisted living facility currently under construction and a mixed-use residential and commercial component as well. What we're looking at here tonight is areas 1, 2, and 3 that Ms. Milligan spoke of. And then the bigger component that's equally as important to us is the Williamson County portion of this, which is 726 acres. Did want to mention that this is a by right plan, and rezoning will not be required in Williamson County. Open space, John has charged us from day one that we do and respect the natural resources of the site and take advantage of them to the best of our ability for the general public. We will be providing over 50% open space for the entire project. That's over 450 acres of open space to preserve our drainage basins and the vast majority of our tree canopy. In addition to that, we'll be putting in a trail system, both paved and natural, depending on the application. That will be open to the general public. It will not be inclusive only to Stevens Valley residents. The SP proposal we bring for you tonight, again, Area 1, that's located here, 24 acres approximately, mixed use, as Ms. Milligan brought up. We see this being a real opportunity to be a neighborhood center. It would have neighborhood retail, office, and then a variety of housing options through condominium flats, live work, alley-loaded townhomes, alley-loaded single family. But also one thing I wanted to point out is we are donating 1 acre of this site to a joint use Williamson County, Davidson County Fire Station, EMS station that's going to provide much better safety for this entire area, not just our development. Area 2, as Ms. Milligan spoke, again, this is a single family, 2-family, and that would be a variety of front-loaded, alley-loaded, and cottage homes, again, respecting the buffers along the natural resources. Area 3, 100 acres. However, we're only developing about 14 acres of that. Again, the hillside, the tree masses, and the drainage basin being the priority. These are the character images, just kind of a feel of what we feel like this village core could be, how it could create a dynamic for our neighborhood and provide services for the regional area here. But it would become a draw and a destination point with a lot of vibrant opportunities and create a certain standard and quality of life. Again, we're going to have a mixture of housing types, flats over both retail and office, townhomes, single-family alley-loaded, but walkability is what Stevens Valley is about, creating those safe, inviting, and intriguing pedestrian circulation systems along all our streetscapes, lined with quality architecture, just improving that aesthetic enjoyment as you're going from your house to this retail center, and giving you a reason to say, you know what, I want to walk, not drive. Again, variety of housing choices in Area 2. We have the cottage type option that we'd like to see some within this project eventually. And in Area 3, we see an architecture that really is designed to incorporate the natural fabric of that area. Again, it's about walkability, engaging the residents in our community in the natural resources that we're protecting, creating unique destination points along the way, but then creating streetscapes that encourage people to walk as opposed to drive to vibrant retail centers and people places. We want to conclude basically with these points. One, we agree with all staff comments. They've been great to work with. The major plan amendment is only for Area 1, not Areas 1 and 2, or 2 and 3. We have had 7 neighborhood meetings over a 12-month design process. We've applied smart growth principles, creating a walkable community with destination points that would be attractive. We provide a variety of housing options, over 50% open space, 7 miles of trails, a 1-acre fire station site that would benefit the entire area. And then finally, the Williamson County portion of this is a by right plan. We'll be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have 2 minutes left for rebuttal. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support of this project, please come to the microphone.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Clark Tidwell. I live at 306 Mountainside Drive, and I'm a longtime supporter of Radnor Lake. And I speak to make the comparison between the Radnor Lake natural area and John Rochford's remarkable plan here. Radnor Lake has about 7 miles of trails. This plan has about 7 miles of trails. Radnor Lake area is about 1,200 acres. When you take the 450 acres that John Rochford's going to set aside for the natural area and add that to the Natchez Trace Parkway area that's adjacent to it, it's about the same. So we ask you to approve this project. It's far-reaching in its vision, and it's something to me harkens to the British footpaths that have made England the walking capital of the world. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Nika Stevens, and I'm here to thank you for letting me speak on behalf of the Stevens family. My husband's parent bought the land in Pasco in the early 1930s. It was a pig farm. The family has preserved and nurtured the land for over 80 years now. At one point, about 40 years ago, it was the nation's center for the most prestigious cattle sales. Throughout the years, our family has been approached by, I dare say, hundreds of people with ideas for developing Steveway. Very, very few of those offers have been consistent with the Stevens vision. Trayside, for instance, was formerly part of the Stevens land, as was Brexton Park, Ace Hardware, and Holy Trinity Lutheran Church. There's also Natchez Trace Parkway. It cut through the Stevens property and took approximately 400 acres from the farm. Among the entreaties to us that didn't meet our criteria were schools, big box stores, and there was even an interest expressed in using the land for educational and recreational facilities for the inner city families. And while that is very consistent with our family aim of serving others, we did not feel that it was the best use for the community at large. It's been the intention of the Stevens family to work with a team who shared our passion for the land. We feel that we have that team in John Rochford and Dudley Smith and Reagan Smith. We thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Campbell. I represent National Healthcare Corporation. We saw the vision, that was painted for Stevens Valley years ago, and bought into it. And as a result of that, we're now constructing a major senior living community at the corner of Pasco Road and Highway 100. Our property borders the neighborhood commercial tract at Union Bridge, Sneed Road, and we're very excited about that opportunity and think that it fits well and will serve our visitors, our employees, the family members that will be coming to visit, our residents. It's a wonderful extension of what was started first at Highway 100 with rezoning for Stevens Village East and Stevens Village West. We support this project and ask that you do as well.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Cobb Rochford, and I must admit to you that I am biased, but I also would say, and the reason I'm biased is because the developer, the proposed project is my father. But that being said, I live at 1422 Moran Road, which is very close to this proposed project. And the only thing that I have to tell you tonight is that if the project is approved, I can tell you that it would be done right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Walt Lever. I live at 1603 Burton Avenue, and I've been privileged to be a personal friend of Bill Stevens and his family for more than 40 years. Last week, he celebrated his 93rd birthday. And Nika, his wife, you've heard just a moment ago. Bill is challenged with his health, with his mobility. He's also challenged with his eyesight. I know he would love to be here and would be the most persuasive speaker that you would hear if he were able to do that. But he also realizes that as this project develops, which is kind of a lifelong dream for him, it's something that he won't be around to see the final results. And I'm reminded of that story that's told about Walt Disney, who died before Disney World in Orlando was finished. And someone made a comment one day and said, "What a shame that Walt Disney never saw Disney World." And someone quickly corrected him and said, "He saw it before anybody saw it, and he saw it more clearly than anybody saw it." And that reminds me of Bill Stevens, because he, even with macular degeneration, he hadn't lost his vision. And for years, for decades, he's seen Stevens Valley. And and what we've seen on these screens tonight is kind of a glimpse of things that he's been dreaming and what he's been envisioning for years, because of how much he wants to see that place where he's lived for 80 years since in his mid-teens with his parents. And he was away for a couple of years during the war in the Navy, but otherwise he's lived there his entire life. And he really wants to see this develop, and he has dreamed about that. And now I know he is so excited because, as Nika mentioned, the team that is developed that he really has searched for several years to make that happen. And thank you very much for your support and for what you're helping to make happen as well.
Good evening to you all. I'm John Lowry. I live at 928 Caldwell Lane, and I rise to urge your consideration and support of this project this evening for three reasons. First, it's the right people, and you've heard many things said about the Stevens family and the professionals involved in this project. Secondly, it's been the right process, and I know that over the last decades, there's been people that have been thinking about the proper use of this land, and this is the plan. And finally, it's the right priorities. I think it's very significant in terms of what's been done from an environmental standpoint, as well as preservation of open space standpoint in terms of this particular project, as well as combining all that will be done in terms of quality of life and growing the economy in this area as well. So I urge your support this evening. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Wyatt Rampy. I live at 8706 Poplar Creek Road. I am a Bellevue resident, have been for about 20 years. And I do want to speak in strong support of this. Development is coming to Bellevue. Nashville is growing rapidly, and it's coming to Bellevue. So it's very important to me that growth be good, high-quality, intelligent, thoughtful growth. And I have no doubt, knowing Alan Thompson and the Stevens, and seeing these plans, that this absolutely meets all those requirements. I could not be more pleased that land is being used that way. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. My name is Jad Duncan. I am the Bellevue-Harpeth Chamber of Commerce President. I am also a Bellevue resident living at 7021 Bay Cove Trail in the Bellevue community. I'm going to echo a lot of the same sentiments that most of the folks here who are standing in favor of this proposal are saying. First of all, I have to echo the sentiments about Rochford. Rochford has done several developments in the Bellevue community that have been first class with Trayside and Riverside and with other communities across the Nashville community. And not a whole lot can be said more about his track record of development, and we're really very pleased with this piece of property being developed by him. But I'd also like to just touch on the economic impact that it has on the Bellevue community. We're looking at this area, although only a slight portion of the property being in Davidson County. Regardless, this expansive property, the next major commercial hub really is the Bellevue community. And when we look at that, and we look at the folks that are going to be living there, and going to be moving to this area, we're going to really start to see the economic impact in our community, and we feel like we're ready for that. I'm saying that not only as a resident, but also as the president of the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce, stating that we have a lot of things that are coming into the community, and with this does nothing but continue to put us on the top shelf in terms of a community, and also to serve the entire city. So I'd certainly stand in favor of this, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tony Turnbow, Executive Director of the Natchez Trace Parkway Association. I'm not a Park Service employee, but our group is the Friends Group for the Natchez Trace Parkway and has been for about 80 years. When we first heard about this project, our first concern was how it would impact the view shed or the scenic view from the Natchez Trace Parkway. And we had several meetings with Mr. Rochford and his team, and they've alleviated our concerns that those issues will be addressed, particularly south of here in Williamson County. But as we began talking about this project, it occurred to us that this project actually has the opportunity to address some of the greatest needs we have for the Natchez Trace in Nashville. Most people don't realize that the Natchez Trace is not just a road, not just a parkway, but it's a national park. And it was designed not just for driving, but for recreation, outdoor recreation. And in fact, Congress has designated a Natchez Trace National Scenic Trail to run from Highway 100 all the way south to Natchez, Mississippi. Only 70 miles have been built of that trail so far south of Davidson County. And one of the greatest challenges we have now with the Parkway in Nashville is how to connect the people who need to access the Parkway for cycling and for hiking to the Natchez Trace. And now there are challenges there. But we think this project gives the opportunity to get those people from the apartment buildings and from the smaller lots in Nashville out closer to the Parkway, to the community center. And we talked with Mr. Rochford about connecting the Parkway up to his project with trails. And we talked to the National Park Service about, instead of walling off the Parkway, opening up the Parkway to make it more of a park accessible to the communities and the neighborhoods along the Natchez Trace. And they do seem to be agreeable to that. So I would ask you to consider that this project will actually help, we think, draw younger people, particularly out to the Natchez Trace and make the Natchez Trace more of a national park for Nashville. And it really is Nashville's national park in its backyard. And this will allow the younger people to be able to make greater use of it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening. My name is Chris Graffinino. I live at 408 Trace Park Circle in the Trace Side subdivision. And I've also been part of the Trace Side Traffic Calming Committee, which has been in discussions with Mr. Rochford and Mr. Thompson. We're very pleased with the plans and excited about them. We just have one concern, and it's a pretty big one. Our neighborhood has the unfortunate characteristic of having streets considerably wider than both Highway 100 and Sneed Road. It also sits in the pocket where these two major roads intersect. So as a result, we have a cut-through traffic problem. Along this half-mile stretch from our front to back entrance, we have exactly one stop sign. So what we ask from Trace-Side is to get more stop signs. I know this is a public works thing, and we've been in discussions with the developers, and we have a plan and a written commitment to install those stop signs. We just need the Metro government to follow through and make our community safe. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Kevin Barber, 612 Meadow Glen Court. I'm also in the Trace-Side Development, also a member of the Traffic Calming Committee within Trace-Side. We knew this day was going to come. Someday that beautiful valley was going to be developed, and I think Rochford, Alan Thompson, his group, Land Innovations, have done a very good job. I echo what Chris has said to you in relationship to the traffic impact to our community. It is very important to us that the global presentation that they have developed along with us and other communities be looked at and approved. So with that, we support it, and thank you for your time. Oh, but, excuse me, one more second. Girls, it's time to go to bed now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition?
Good evening. My opposition is despite the fact that Reagan Smith, in regards to Stevens Valley, has been a good neighbor and cooperative with neighboring homeowners. At numerous meetings, residents have been shown the proposed site plan shown today, but I know all too well from experience that this plan is only preliminary. You see, my home also borders the NHC Place at the Trace, currently being built, a project of Reagan Smith. Yet what is being built differs from what was shared with residents up to only 1 month before the final, a different plan, was submitted to planning. What was drawn on the proposed plan and marketed to residents as a 2-story structure has now become a 3-story structure, based solely on 3 words written in the staff report, max 3 stories. The number of parking spaces near our homes has also increased. I do not argue that the changes were material, but as a neighboring resident, I do argue that the changes were substantial and impactful to neighbors. Based on this experience, I ask that a more detailed preliminary site plan be brought to the Commission and that a greater number of site plan stipulations be in place. I ask that we know actuals, not maximums, as far as exactly how many residential units are being approved, the number of retail spaces, size of parking lots, and final layout of the buildings, so as to truly know the visual impact on the surrounding area. As is, they are not held to the Area 1 layout presented, nor the inspiration imagery that was marketed. My interest concerns requiring greater detail so that we ensure what is built is what they have promised, down to the details. An alternative that I see is to require that regardless, the final plan be brought before the Commission so that residents have the opportunity to be in favor of or opposition to specifics of the site plan. They will tell you they are reputable developers, and I don't doubt that. But with such a large and impactful project, shouldn't we know the specifics and not simply the general idea or maximums of what we are approving? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? You now have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, thank you. First of all, considering the stop signs in Trace-Side, we have worked intensely with the Trace-Side community. We support an application of stop signs. Ultimately, that has to be approved by Public Works. We are adding an entrance median to the rear entrance of Trace-Side, and we're proposing an entrance median to their front entrance on Highway 100 to help calming effects there as well. In regards to the NHC preliminary plan and final, preliminary SP and final SP, that's not associated with this particular application. 2 different builders. However, having knowledge of the NHC preliminary SP, The changes between the preliminary and the final were not substantial or in any means or manner that I'm aware of. It was consistent. Otherwise, we would have amended that preliminary SP. In regards to what we're proposing in our SP, maximums as opposed to final numbers, that's really to give us flexibility for the market out there. We may have full retail build out in the particular village core. We may not. We may have less and a little more residential, but that's going to be driven by the market. And that's exactly why we set it up that way, to give some flexibility to create the best possible community there, driven by today's market. Also, you should have received a package that includes support letters from Council Lady Weiner from 22nd District and Councilman Bo Mitchell as well. We'd be happy who's over our district in the 35th District. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Declare the public hearing closed, and now I'm going to start with myself. I know there's many questions yet to be answered on this, but very familiar with the team that's put this together, that has developed it to this point and will develop it to develop the property through the construction phase, and it will be a quality project, I can guarantee you that. You go to Green Hills and you look at Bedford, just A1, and this project, when it's completed, will be winning national awards, I guarantee you that. So, Walter, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a comment. Observed and listened to quite a few things. Just want to, at this time, commend Ms. Stevens for being able to come here and present a proposal that I know that is very, very dear to her heart, and it allowed me to share, and looking at you, to share some of the feeling that you have. And I just want to commend you for being here, and I know that it all works out at the end. Thank you for coming.
Stuart?
Well, this is a fitting end to the evening. It is pretty overwhelming. My particular interest has been environmental and walkability and things like that. And so I don't know if you did research on all of us, but you kind of used a lot of the words we like to hear. I'd like to commend the person who spoke last to raise issues about predictability and expectations. And I think everyone heard that. And that's always helpful for any sort of rezoning or different use of any type, particularly a large one like this. I'm very supportive of this, and like everyone else, most of us have had experience in appreciating the work of most of these folks. But I'm going to be voting yes based on the specific proposal and the knowledge that they will carry it through. Thank you.
Greg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend the development group. I know that a lot of times in Bellevue, Bellevue residents can be very boisterous, and generally they like to know what's going on because there are a lot of development challenges in that area, I think. And so I really appreciate all the thought that's gone into this, and especially the complexity of dealing with two different governments in two different counties, and I think that you've handled that very well. And I want to say that I feel very comfortable with Area 1, 2, and 3, and knowing the maximums. And I also want to say thank you for the resident that came out and spoke in opposition. But those maximums seem very reasonable within the plan and with the conservation and the walkability of the area. So I'll be supporting the project, and this is a big deal, and it's a game changer for that area. So thank you for putting so much thought into it.
Jeff?
For Nashville to be successful long-term, we need more thoughtful plans like Area 1 with integrated mixed use so that people don't necessarily jump in their cars and drive downtown. Area 1, tremendous plan. Great job.
Jessica?
I think the resident who said, you know development is coming, you're sad to see the green space go, and I definitely agree. It's hard to see that much open space. But I also really appreciate all that's gone into preserving the open space and the public trail system, and the fact that you're looking for ways to give access to the public to land that's obviously been very important to your family for many years. So thank you for doing that, and it looks like a good development.
Andre.
There's not much to add to all these accolades, but one thought I had, but in keeping with the Stevens community contributions, and maybe perhaps the Natchez Trace Park Friends could build an outdoor educational program for nature-deprived children all the way from Nashville to Natchez.
I'd like to have a motion.
Move approval.
Second? You second it? Second it? Everybody second it?
Motion on the plan first.
Oh, motion on the plan, absolutely. Take 11A. So the motion is to approve 11A, is that correct?
Correct.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Need a motion on 11B.
Move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, real quickly, I've got to announce this for your information. Tomorrow morning, or maybe it's later tonight, we've raised it, the Nashville Next Plan will be released. There should be an article on that in the paper and it'll be released. Monday is your first workshop. We're going to go through that at 11 o'clock.
Out of town.
I know the chairman's out of town.
I have somebody in town all day, so I'm out.
The commission approved, just so to remind you, two more things quickly. You approved the public hearing on the commission, on the plan. It will be Wednesday, June 10th. That'll be the day before. That'll be just a special planning commission meeting on that. And the final thing was bringing back warm and fond memories of the Ready Mix plant last month, last meeting. We have not received any information from the applicant. We have received some information from the opponents in terms of the information the commission requested. And as a result, staff will be recommending a 2-meeting deferral, continued deferral, because we do not have the information to provide any analysis to you.
Any other comments?